All right. I think we have liftoff. Okay, I just seen the notification, so I guess we are live. All right. What is up? Awesome, awesome individuals. What's going on, all you extraordinary, right? Unique and talented serial entrepreneurs, you go-getters, right? You bag securers, right? You income procuring, you know, presidents of your own palace, all the things that we have to look forward to, obviously being independent of a system. I like to say peace, power, and profit, and salute to you all, right? And Uncle Jocelyn there, obviously, in light of that as well. So what's going on, everybody? Once again, it's Saturday here, and we are trying to do a weekend update. I know some of you guys are busy enjoying your wonderful day. You got family, you got friends. Some of us are trying to deal with this crazy hurricane. Oh man, like what is it, right? When it rains, it pours, as they say, right? On that old Morton salt box, right? When it rains, it pours. All right, but nonetheless, we are here to do the business of, of the people, right? And I say that meaning us who are, again, like I said, serial entrepreneurs, people who are go-getters, people who find opportunity even in chaotic moments. We are there to see if we can leverage not someone's pain and misery, but more so the idea how we can help backstop a situation, right? Some of that, comes with some type of financial gain. And in our case, we use these financial markets and other ideas. And some of you guys who are business owners who, have a need to want to fulfill a demand when it happens. Again, we know Home Depot finna get a big boost off this hurricane. Again, stuff has to be rebuilt, I should say. And that's just how the world works, right? Again, it doesn't stop because a scenario comes into play, right? Or a natural disaster, so to speak, or again, a pandemic, right? The coronavirus. And we can go on and on and on. All right. But nonetheless, we're here. Thank you guys for tuning in. Like I said before, again, salute to you all. Again, all the families who's popping up. I see you guys popping up a little bit here. We have Il Monica in the house. Go subscribe to our YouTube channel right now. Don't think twice. Don't second guess. Don't even count to 10. Go subscribe to our channel right now. You will not regret it. I guarantee you, you will not regret it. Right? Go subscribe to our channel right now. Right, and then come back over here. All right, what's going on over Sunline? We have over Sunline in the building, the resident security guard holding it down the post, doing as always, getting it in and growing in his endeavors in the market as well. Happy to see him in the house. We have our sister Angie in the building, right? All right, we have the illustrious Miss Angie in the building, right? Some of you guys didn't know, Sister Angie actually has a post career where she was, intertwined in the financial district. I guess she was speaking about. At some point, some of her ties, but I think it was at BlackRock, if I'm not mistaken. I could be wrong, but if she come on the mic, she'll be able to explain it. But that's why I love our myriad of different, people who are part of our little village, if you want to call it that. Because that's all it is, this village of financially illiterate people who are trying to, grow and build out their trading prowess and everything else that comes along with, being self-sufficient. So we have people from all walks of life, all different backgrounds, and I love it because that's what you need. You need that multiplicity, right? You need them different ideas and opinions and viewpoints and all that. It matters, right? So peace, power, and profit to her, right? We have Oba Chris in the building, right? Peace, power, and profit to Chris Logic, for some of you guys affectionately know him as, right? Our resident guru on all things financial literacy in terms of serial entrepreneurship. That brother is kicking butt and taking names. Go subscribe to his YouTube channel as well. He needs to have well over 1,000 plus subscribers easily before the end of the year. But I know our people kind of slow and dragging their feet. We politicize a like and subscribe, which kills me. I don't know why. Like it's going to cost you anything, but I know how people are. They kind of think them holding something of that magnitude hostage gives them some kind of form of power. I guess I don't know. But I'm saying if you hang around people that you kind of enjoy to a degree, go ahead and like. You don't have to agree with everything they say, every opinion, but you still understand that this is a game of chess, not checkers, and everybody has something to bring to the table. And as long as you got people who are proficiently out there doing things to challenge the status quo, right? Who's trying to build the type of bridges that are fruitful, then why would you even think twice about not wanting to be around that scenario? So again, just one of those things where it just baffles me how I see people politicize even opportunities like that. And then when I go on YouTube and I look at all these people who got millions and millions of subscribers, right? Little kids that got YouTube channels that got millions and millions of subscribers, and all they do is sit around and color all day, and they get 1 million plus views just for coloring. And you got brothers and sisters like us who are in this industry as investors and traders. We come on and diagram and pulling teeth and try to break down all this information to help people actually make money. And again, we end up with 1 or 2 little subscribers, 5 or 6 little views, whatever. Of course, again, as they always say, people vote against their own interests, right? People are always going to vote against their own interests. And that's just a thing where people have to realize that, again, you're not hurting nobody by doing it, but you're just only holding yourself up from opportunity, because, again, you can benefit and leverage other people to help you get to where you need to go. Right. So I just want to put that out there as a public service announcement. That's my PSA announcement, and I'm sticking to it. Right. All right. So Peace, Power, Profit. Shout out to him. Shout out to our family. Chavez in the building. Peace, Power, Profit. Oba, happy to have him here. Right. Another resident, scientifically literate brothers getting into the financial sector side of the house as well, growing and building. I love to see, the young brothers and sisters come out here and take this bull by the ring, literally, and go out there and grow their endeavors. Right. Go out there and grow their endeavors, void of a job or someone pulling shots and calling shots over their lives. That stuff becomes a thing of the past when you learn how to make your own money. So I love to see that. So Peace, Power, Profit to him as well. Over Brandon came to the house, our resident hospice in the house. Always happy to have Brandon in the building because, again, he brings a certain aura and energy to the room, which gives us a lot of perspective, right, and a lot of insight. Again, knowledgeable brother as well, growing his business values in terms of market investment values and things of that nature. So happy to have him here as always. Over Caesar, again, our resident silent assassin, I like to call him, right? He always, comes through showing, ultimate support guy. Can't say enough about that, brother. Again, growing too. Again, we all are doing this at our respective time and positioning. And as I'm always saying, it's a marathon, not a sprint, right? It's a marathon, not a sprint, guys. Again, think about that for a moment, right? Before you get a little too antsy or kind of second guess your opportunity to think about, if you feel like you can, even invest in the market, or you feel intimidated about it. You should not, because, again, the world's riches are stored where? In the equity markets, right? Forex side of the house, crypto side of the house. Again, these coupons and these commodities, so to speak, if you want to put it in a basic layman terms, either what? Supply and demand, service, or what? A product, right? And so you got to think about it from that perspective. If you cut out the middleman, go straight to market, you get your own bag. What is there to talk about? Well, the only thing you have to do is what? Study, and then study some more. Get better at it. Learn how to do it. It's a simple technical mechanical methodology behind it. The meat, or I should say the meat and the potatoes is in the what? The detail, the fundamentals, the technicals, to be able to analyze money and find it. How to extract information out of what? Out of newsreels and be able to kind of what? Make money off of it. That's what Wall Street do all day, right? So again, we are already part of this as it is anyway, being in a capitalist society. You just need to know how to what? Leverage it, right? So Peace, Power, Profit to everybody again coming through. We have a family Rams in the building. Peace, Power, Profit. Oba, happy to have you here as always, right? Got the family coming through. Again, showing love as you guys always do, man. I say, what better environment, what better time, what better place to be when we can discuss, again, how to find a way to get a bag, right? Again, how to find a way to get a bag, right? And I don't mean just a bag full of just, in and everything. We talking about some monetary value, some financial gains, you call it, you name it, we there, right? So shout out to everybody again. Everybody else that might be watching in the back, just listening in on this wonderful Saturday. Again, if it's wonderful for you, again, of course, some of us are dealing with hurricane again. Louisiana, all the family down in Louisiana. My best to you guys. Universal willing, I should say, governed speed, I should say, that you get through that. Unscathed, unharmed. And, again, anybody else that's going to be in the path of this hurricane, again, it was downgraded from a 4 to a 3. And then when it hit landfall, it was at a level 2, whatever. It was about a level 2 hurricane at that point. And so, again, hopefully they don't do any more unnecessary damage that it, whatever. But we understand nature has its place, too, in the food chain. It is the first. And it's the last. It's going to outlast you, outlive you, and always, again, continue on one way or the other. So we have to be cognizant of that, and we need to stay safe and do the precautionary things it takes to protect ourselves, right? board up those windows, right? Get some batteries, get some food, get some bottled water, right? All the things you have to do. Again, I'm speaking, firsthand perspective, right? Grew up in the state of Florida, right? From Florida, right? So as a Florida child, I understand hurricanes, had my share of them, right? Had some close calls too. And so I understand what it's like, especially growing up in that Gulf area, Gulf of Mexico area. And it's just it's a perfect environment for those kind of things to pop off after they spin off the coast of Africa and come right on over here and do damage. Right. So then shout out to everybody again who's out there preparing, who stayed prepared. As they say, stay ready. That way you don't have to get ready. Right. So peace, power, and profit that. So let me post a link here in the back chat, guys. You guys want to come on the panel, and hang out with the family. Again, y'all know how I like to do. Join us, right? Let's discuss it. It's the weekend, right? Again, I always say I don't plan on being on here truly, truly long, but while I am on, I do want to be able to kind of hit some, key topics of interest. Let's talk about some of the things you guys may have on your mind for us, the markets, geopolitical news, whatever. The Michigan militia, right? They got the Michigan militia up there trying to pull a coup like this is some kind of way in Africa somewhere or in Russia. That's something crazy, right? But again, these are desperate times. People are finding out that they are, in a position where they're getting ready to just let all their, whatever you want to call it, their ambitions out, if you want to call it hate, anger, whatever, right? It depends on the person who's willing it, right? But nonetheless, one thing about this country does have laws, and there's no way you can get around that if you become, a person of interest, right? Somewhat. And now some people do break the laws and get away, but that's fine. I understand. But it is what it is, right? It is what it is. All right. Oh, Sister Moden popped through in the building. What's going on, Sister Monica? Peace, profit. I see you snacking.
Sunflower seeds.
Got them sunflower seeds popping a little bit. How's your day going?
Peace, power, and profit. I got rained on at the flea market.
I think I saw your picture. Yeah, man. That's weird too because, of course, we talking about Louisiana, or whatever, but we understand how hurricanes are. The bands are sometimes just as destructive as the inner side of the eye, as it is known. It's always kind of clear inside of the eye, but the bands are just destructive. So you got rain all the way out there in South Carolina already.
Yeah.
Not being that far from the Gulf of Mexico, and so I can understand.
Right.
Sister out there still trying to get it in. Though. I knew you was out there grinding.
Look, I had called my mom them in Louisiana, and they don't have any power. But they high winds, rain, all that good stuff. But she had a little roof damage, but they all right. We go through hurricanes a lot too, so my mom is pretty prepared out there. And then I was looking, and all of a sudden the sky started getting dark, and I was like, "Wait a minute, it's not supposed to rain till 6 o'clock." And I look at my phone, it changed to 280%. So you should have seen me. I was like a little ant trying to hurry up and pack up my stuff.
Scurrying, right?
Yeah. The good thing is that I had the jewelry in boxes, so I closed the boxes. So I had gotten those in. I had taken all the jewelry on the table, but I still had like the tablecloths and stuff. That rain came rushing and gushing in. Everybody got wet. It was so. I was soaking wet.
And it's weird. That's literally how it happens, man. And it's like, man, it can be sunny one moment, and then literally the next, in comes, the wrath of nature, as I like to call it. And some people say the wrath of God. But I say, hey, tell you what, I'm synonymous with the most thing that's apparent is nature having this moment. It's having this moment.
And look, I my whole soldier instincts kick in, right? So I'm like, if it ain't raining, it ain't training. You think I waited for the rain to stop? Please, I packed my stuff up in my car. I packed up. My dad was looking at me like, I was like, I don't know what's wrong with y'all, but I'm getting out of here.
Right. Or I'm gonna be as I say, stay ready, you have to get ready. So at least you be able to get what you could.
Right. And I'm rolling around in the wheelchair, right? I'm the only person rolling around in the wheelchair in the rain, getting my stuff packed. Everybody looking at me like, I say, you see, that's y'all's problem. Y'all physically able and you scared of the rain. Man, please, I'll pack my stuff and roll out.
Right. You see what I'm saying? Ahead of the game. And then they looking at you like, why is this so safe? That's exactly why. As they say, when you stay ready, you don't have to worry about getting ready when it matters the most. And when it's time to be out, it is time to be out.
Yeah, that was funny though. Yeah.
So shout out to you. Definitely getting it in again. Sister Monica is an officer, serial entrepreneur. You guys know who our sister is, resident sister. All things business and financial literate. Again, for what we always strive to try to accomplish and finding ways again to procure income or just stay on top of our game. What better person than obviously in the case of just kind of modeling our Sister Monica and everybody, all of you guys as well. Again, that's why we come together here and we have these type of discussions because we have a like-minded interest, right? And I don't know nobody out there, especially in America, I should say, on average, I should say, that shying away from the opportunity to be their own owner, operator, own boss, and what that does for a person's mentality, right? Because we're trying to change mentalities. That's what this is all about ultimately, right? You're trying to get people to really get outside their comfort zone, get outside that box that they put themselves in. Don't worry about the system because the system obviously, it has its place in the chain. It's going to do what it's going to do one way or the other. All right, we're just trying to go around it, above it, under it, whatever we can to get to our so-called promised land's perspective. So that's why these conversations or these discussions are important because we're trying to find ways again to better our situation. So again, so Louisiana going through it right now, and again, Arkansas, all the little states in between, Alabama, I'm pretty sure Georgia, as you say, Sister Monica, they starting to get the rain out there in South Carolina already. So again, you guys know I'm up in the DMV area, so as DC, Maryland, Virginia. And so we got gray skies today. It's been gray all day too, since last night. Now we had sun yesterday, which was interesting. Still had a little sun, the calm before the storm, as they call it, right? That calm before the storm.
Sun was shining here too.
Yeah, nice and bright and like, man, I can't believe that hurricane is coming. So y'all know I took advantage of that, but I went to the water. I got on that boat. I said, may not get a chance to do it over the next 3-4 days. So I'm going to make the best of it, and I enjoyed myself out there communing with Mother Nature as always, my detox. So I can prepare again, get my mind fresh for the market. So we are dealing with this, hurricane. If it, from what we'll check the latest, but again, that's why I want to have this little conversation. Let's see what the latest, news looking like on it, and whatever. But it's good to stay informed, so that way you don't have to be out there trying to, make all these guessing decisions, so to speak, these wild, be savage type decisions. So. What's going on over, Chris? Peace, power, profit. Happy to have you in the house. What's up, family?
Peace, Chris.
Peace, Mo. Peace, power, profit. Over. Ain't nothing. It's sunny out here. The hurricane miss us one more time. So it's a blessing. It's a blessing. But everything else is copacetic.
Tracking. Yeah, I know Texas definitely getting some of that, that residual too. Being that close, and again, you can only just imagine again, just come from one to the next, right? It's like, man, you just came. A large just came through there, right? There was a Cat 5 or a Cat 4.
6 weeks. Mm-hmm. We hit the same spot in Louisiana.
Yeah, that little town down in Louisiana that was a parish. What was that town down there?
Lake Charles, Cameron area.
Cameron. They still
got hit. Yep.
Spot.
Yeah.
Lord hit them. Yeah, that hurricane with the same spot. So, Mother Nature taking turns, and hurricane hit us, Harvey 2017. They hit us last year. Now it's beating up on Louisiana again.
Yep.
Crazy, man. Again, they still got debris still out from the last hurricane that they didn't even remove. And here it is. They're going to have all... It's like, goodness.
People are still in their, they're still in shelters and everything. When they could go home, they had no power. And then they get hit with another hurricane. They're going through corona withdrawals. They're going through hurricane withdrawals. It's horrible.
That's crazy. I mean, it's like, this, as they say, 2020 is one of those years where you got to, it's like you can't come, to the end of it fast enough, right? And it don't even seem like we didn't came this far, this fast. It's already October, guys. Literally, we was having these conversations back in February, March, when it, even end of January was like, okay, man, getting ready to go into a new year. Let's see what's going to happen. And, in terms of this, that, and the market and, income still, the idea that this coronavirus situation was picking up in China, then we began to kind of look at that like, okay, let's keep an eye on it. Next thing you know, it hit our shores and the rest was history. Yep. Right. And it seems like we've gone through, these 7, 8, 9, 10 months so fast. Again, it's just like what a year went, right? Everybody kind of hid inside like a turtle shell to a degree, and it's just time that passed us by. And so I guess we can't get out of this year fast enough to get on with 2021 and see what that may hold. But man, it's been trying. It's been a trying year. on so many levels. So, but I will say this: kudos to you guys because you guys found the way. Right? You guys found the way out of no way to stay relevant, right? To stay, procuring income, to stay, to teach and still share and to build others up, to get them involved with opportunities like and that's what we do every day. In terms of utilizing the market. So, this ain't just it haven't been just in vain, as they say, right? It hasn't been just in vain. So
No,
That,
and it's
that's not.
adjusting. Go ahead, Chris.
No, I was just saying that's what.
Yeah, it's adjusting to change. I'm thankful that I think coming from high school to college to the military and moving around a lot prepared me a lot more for this time than going through it. And I feel my heart breaks for people who are really going through withdrawals for and don't want to get other jobs because they can't go back to their previous job. They don't have the fortitude to learn something online to do something different. I feel bad for them. Their coping skills is totally out of whack. I don't know. It's I don't know
Hmm.
why can't won't adapt to change and move with change, and they resisting technology like crazy.
but you know what? As they say, a lot of things in life, obviously, there's a reciprocal value, right? There's always this kind of even exchange, right? As they say, even the polarity aspect of life. You have that opposing value, then at some point you're gonna have that convergence, right? Because you kind of get funneled into an area where you got to just deal with something. In this case, in terms of coronavirus, obviously being the number one factor that kind of glued a lot of us together. And from it, of course, you're looking to better understand the lay of the land, understand it from a historical context, so you don't make the same mistakes, in the future. So when we do kind of go our, divergent value ways and go into our respective areas of conversation and influence, you got some ammunition, right? You got something to share with people because they can't, you know, uh, I would say be, totally oblivious to what's going on, right? Because they're affected like everybody else, right? And so it was just, it reminds me of something I said, I think, on one of my previous live streams a while back. I see it's kind of like the Three Little Pigs syndrome, right? It's the Three Little Pigs syndrome,
Yes,
right? How
yes,
powerful is that fairy tale right now, right? A lot of people built their house with what? Paper
straw.
mache and straw and, and toilet paper, right? You built the house with toilet
Definitely
paper.
toilet paper.
And wet toilet paper too. It's just terrifying, that cheap tissue,
You
right?
should see that when the tissue thing was going on, I wasn't even frightened. I was like, what happened to just rinse? Using a rag and then washing it. It ain't that serious.
Yeah, I mean, again, when people know how to, literally, again, how to survive when it's moments of that nature. Again, so we've become accustomed to having everything at our disposal. As I'm always saying, of course, America is the country of decadence, right? Because of that, it imbues a lot of, as I like to say, entitled minds and spoiled values, things of that nature. And people obviously end up losing some of their basic, self-preservation faculties. I don't get it, but I understand, right? That's what happens when everything is somewhat just given to you.
Yes.
All right. But again, if you done built your house with, a weak infrastructure, well, guess what? You having to reap the benefit right now, right? And the benefit is not a positive, right? Because there's no way you can get around, not, at least trying to, prepare yourself, right? And so that's why these, again, these scenarios are important. So again, you got the hurricane beating down, and it's weird too because they named it. I think it's been a while since they named the hurricane like a Greek
name.
Yeah, Greek name. So lo and behold, so interesting, right? Delta, obviously, in relation to the stock market, is another value too, right? It's not so much a bad thing. It could be. Depends on what side of the trade you're on. If you position in a certain direction, but nonetheless, here's Hurricane Delta. Doing this thing. In the worst way, obviously, disturbing and disrupting people's lives. And again, as you can see here, guys, it's just look at the wind right here. This is I don't know what area this is here. I think this is
Part of Lake Charles.
yeah. I just just coming through again. I'm not definitely new to these hurricanes growing up in the state of Florida, but every time you see one, it's just like, man, the magnitude of nature When she want to let her know her nose be known, ain't nothing you can do to stop it.
Come through.
It's coming through, right? Like people say, "Come through, Mother Nature, come through." Like, hold on, this not over my neighborhood.
I know, right?
To go down the street, go there, go there and hit that Michigan militia group up there, maybe, right?
Yeah.
Shots fired.
Shots fired.
Shots fired, right? Go straight to Michigan and take those jokers off.
And then we got quite a few of them down there too.
Yeah, so interesting because again, like I say, today's is just a weekend update of different news reels. So definitely want to talk about that. If you guys would like to, we could definitely go into that one because that was something interesting. All right, but again, it just shows you what we've already been discussing thus far this year. People are, again, they're just, we've gone to a whole new different place in this country. Do I think we'll go back to a place of normalcy going forward? I don't know. It's going to take a long time for that to happen. It's like anything when people go through some kind of valuable trauma, a massive setback, a decrease, or whatever, deficit, whatever you want to say. Some people mental, value don't necessarily, come back. It's like they probably was already on their last leg before it even hit. Think about that. You know what I'm saying? And the pandemic just took them over the edge. So you're hearing people talking about, again, the potential aspect of people, committing suicide and, things of that nature. It's just like, man, jokers just can't catch a break. But, for what it's worth, again, that's why we need to have these other income generating revenue streams available. Mm-hmm. And, that's what this channel is all about. It's not just getting caught up in the ideal of what the conversation or the hot button topics are, because they matter. But for us, we actually try to take the information and put it to work. Because again, you ain't finna convince me that we're not as capable as people who are, again, of the higher echelon of the business owner, this, that, the third, when they're kind of sitting around plotting and planning, and waiting for these things to happen. Unfortunately for us, but for them, they got the money to to be able to weather it, and they say, how can I make some money off this?
Yep.
So they obviously moving on a whole new different paradigm. And for us, it's like, okay, well, I got a little money saved up in my coffee can for my rainy day fund, right, for my emergency fund, all right. But again, you have no other ways to keep that can full besides working for it, clocking in and clocking out. Then you are just as hey, subjected, to all the issues of the world that's going to be presented, one way or the other, to the point where it's just not a good business decision to sit around and just wait for things to happen, right? As opposed to going out there and making things happen, right? And so I think that's just very important. If people ain't learned that by now, I don't know what else to say. I just don't know what else to say. So we're just going to keep beating the drum. We're going to keep trying to recruit, quote unquote, recruit people to take a chance on themselves, because we don't own the stock market. We can't sell you nothing. Mm-hmm. But we're just trying to say, hey, look what we've been able to learn in this little bit of time. And it's now starting to reap a reward. Right? Yeah. And so all you guys are starting to see that now. You're finding success in your own route, your own way. And I love it, because no one gets to define your reality once you're in a position where you can make your own money. Right? Let me repeat that. No one gets to define your reality, right, when you begin to make your own money. That's power, right? It's weird too, because even the thumbnail for this live stream today is indicative of that, right? We're talking about money, power, and respect, right? That's what moves America in the discussion, right? Obviously, money and power supersedes respect in here, but again, people always try to force, you to respect them by the value through their money and their power.
Say it again.
You see what I'm saying? So it depends how they use it, how they, present it. That's what they're trying to do. They're trying to garner your allegiance, right? And they know people are, when they're desperate and they're weak, then of course they do what? Sometimes they bid. Yeah, exactly. They bend and they bow and they give in. And that's just very unfortunate. So for us, again, we're not going to allow that to be even a factor, right? Because again, we know how to go, again, like I say, strategize and get our own money. Right? So yeah. So again, I know it's a lot of things, that you guys have gone through this week. Anything particularly you guys may want to discuss? Again, it is a weekend update. I mean, I got a couple of talking points. But I like to have a round table discussion with the family. The link is in the back chat if you guys want to come on the panel. Come on the panel. Again, y'all know we family over here. So if you want to, got something to say about the coronavirus, the hurricane, the Michigan militia, right? Trump, right? He always got a lot of things going on with him. The debate with Kamala and Mike Pence, that was something interesting. All right, you got the Flygate going. That wasn't even a fruit fly. That was one of the more crap fly. It'll be hanging around the dog poop. You got Flygate and everything else going on.
Yeah, it's horrible.
Yeah, man. So tough.
I was a little disappointed in the fact that President Trump didn't put out a cease and desist with these militia groups, provided that they had a whole plan to overthrow the whole Michigan state house. And then had a few bodies on the list too. I find that real interesting that he would not uh to make a public statement on that. It's just gonna say, well, he should liberate the state or whatever. I'm like, is he serious? Like, okay, this was Michigan, so what's going on in the other states? You know, and they go straight for the head. They're not even trying to, and they moving off of his negativity. You going straight to the state. They trying to overtake the whole state government to do what they want them to do, and then it's several groups. And I'm happy that the FBI didn't, because listening to some of the agents, they were kind of told not to really be concerned about domestic terrorists, but more for foreign. But they kind of, still had their alerts up, even though they wasn't provided the resources to do more.
Right. Well, again, this is the part where, again, this is my opinion, where we know that he has, and I say he meaning Trump, has made it very obvious that he understands, the need and the nature for people who are disgruntled with government as a whole, and they see him as a liberator of quote unquote normalcy outside of the normal political realm. They see him as a beacon of rebellious hope. Again, you make do of that that value that description as you may. Y'all know exactly what I'm saying. And people are now starting to, act out what they've been wanting to do.
Yes.
Prior to him, right? Previous, before he got to the White House. These are things people that already been circulating in their mindsets.
Oh yeah, I believe that, and now he's back to an I now. It's Team I now, and he's against both Republicans and the Democrats. So yeah, I totally agree with what you just said. That was been brewing, and he gave them the open gate, open
right.
sesame.
And again, and I get it. It's nothing wrong with a person or a group, forming a militia. Again, it need to be it through all the different sects of society. If you feel like it's just that necessary, all right. But for some people, it's not so much the idea of it just being an organization to kind of go out there and show a level of intimidation. It's just okay, we just preparing just to keep ourselves in a position, in case something ever pop off, foreign or domestic, right? Because that's a part of that kind of constitutional value, right? To protect yourself, foreign and domestic at all times.
Mm-hmm.
So you stay ready, don't have to get ready. But a lot of these scenarios are not necessarily born in that kind of energy. It's more so I can't wait to unleash this on everybody that I hate.
Right.
Just because it's that kind of energy. So you just know these people been sitting around. Again, it's going back even to the Kenosha shooting, right? Up there in Minnesota.
Right.
Right. That little kid, again, everything that you want to even ID from a site evaluation from that dude, 17-year-old kid, right? Wanted to be a part of the police department, feeling like he was, the underdog in terms of his peers. And again, that kind of want to prove itself, the psychological disposition with his parents and what kind of, pumping his head up, to be just that kind of super officer and buying him guns underage. assault rifles at underage, perspective. Of course, we all in probably shotguns and shot stuff when we were underage. But again, you know exactly what I'm saying with that. You can't be out there around in public underage with that kind of weapon. Man, look, whole new different paradigm. But nonetheless, it popped off, and people bringing this stuff out. And again, it's something that you got to start looking forward to going forward, because this, you take out a few, it's only going to get the others riled up even more.
Yep. And when they aim to do something, they aim for mass killings. They don't aim no ones and twos just here and there, today, tomorrow, yesterday. They want a group. They want to take out. They want to make a point. They want to make a statement. I watched the CSI Miami episode last night. This was crazy because the episode was based on a militia group, and to make a long story short, at the end, the guy says, "You can't stop the movement." He said, "We are everywhere. We're in plain sight. We in your next door neighbor. We in your supermarkets. We in this. We in that." He was naming everything. He was like, "So yeah, you got a couple of us, but you don't know where we are. We've been here and we are ready." And so the guy responds. He says, "Well, we're gonna pull, your records, your phone records, your internet, this, that." He was like, "And close the jail cell on him or whatever." And I'm saying, what better time to air that particular episode? Because he's right. These cats, like you
Right.
just said, they've been brewing for a while, so they don't have to wear the sheet over their head no more. They're in all your organizations just waiting for the go.
Right.
While
Well,
we out here doing rap songs and stuff.
just think about it, because they did that study about a year or so ago of that. How the FBI had uncovered how so many of these militia groups or these white national groups had infiltrated law enforcement.
Yep.
Y'all remember that study they did?
Yes, they had that back group.
Yeah. So it ain't like it ain't like we haven't been knowing this. It's just that, okay, at some point this thing is gonna come to a head, and it's gonna rear itself, because people are sitting around plotting and waiting, like in this scenario, right? They're sitting and plotting and waiting. This is just historical precedence officer coming back into view again, because again, this country, has that history. Again, look where it came from in terms of its civil wars, back in the days. These people have been warring and fighting, right? And so it ain't nothing new there, because in this case, again, interesting enough. Hey, what's going on? Ilba Play Hot Adventures in the building. Illustrious resident model, right? All things content creator in the building. Peace, Power, Profit. Go subscribe to our channel. Don't think twice. Don't second guess yourself. Trust me when I say that. You're gonna enjoy the content. And again, always happy to see people come in the building that we respect and value. And so happy to have her in the house. Again, the link is in the back chat, guys. If you want to come on the panel and discuss this with us vocally, definitely come on and discuss it with us if you're able to. And so, yeah, so you're right, Sister Monica. Again, this is just that, again, a continuation of what we already have known and what we do know in terms of how this country is starting to really kind of regress, right? If I will, right? It's starting to regress, right? A lot of people may may look at that like, well, I don't know, right? Because the law enforcement, they're there to say, okay, well, look at all the things that have happened, let's say over the past 30 years, right? And how it's going to progress, because number one, you're inventing new and more dangerous weapons. People get more sophisticated and savvy in terms of how they feel like they want to go about causing destruction, right? So evolution has its place, even in terms of the mind of a sick person, right? A criminal, right? They evolve too, though. I mean, this ain't the Wild Wild West. People ain't still walking around with 6 shooters, right? And talking about, I meet me at sundown at OK Corral. Right? These jokers now are sending dirty bombs and sending, biological weapons, powders in your mailbox and spraying coronavirus, on your grocery bags and stuff. Come on, man. You couldn't make this stuff up, right? And so it's just culminating to what we know as particularly, a scenario where it could be inevitable that they're trying to obviously do just that, right? Ignite these people to kind of pop off their little civil war. Now, in this case, of course, this militia group, right? They obviously went after the sitting governor, right? A Democratic sitting governor, and they was had other plans apparently to overtake other aspects of blue states. This kind of we silent warriors inside the country under the hood. If we take this, if we able to pull this off successfully, then who next? That kind of mentality, right? What other state can we hit? Because this is how they're trying to garner points, right? So again, this weird. I mean, man, this is just more of what we already know. Is that again, America?
Hey, remember Atlanta? They took over the block. These cats want to take over the government. Take over the state.
Well, but I'm happy you brought it up because that's a whole new different paradigm.
That's what I was going to say.
Right, that's a whole new different It shows you the intent behind how some people view, again, certain aspects of they right to protest or whatever, or even some of their rights to obviously again to overthrow tyranny, because that's actually in the Constitution. You can overthrow a bad governance, right? A state, whatever. If it's again acting under the guise of tyranny, even the president, right? It's hard to fathom that in 2020 because you're like, man, this is the game in the game. How they militarize the police department, a person like me, you got to be out of your mind to go up against that. Well, that's what they would obviously want to do, thinking as well, right? Playing a little devil's advocate there because they want the people to feel what weak and subjected to government. So you never try nothing like that, right? No matter how bad they treat you, no matter whatever, but I mean there has to be a balance. Now, but in this case, of course, this is not justification for it because clearly this ain't nothing that governor caused. She didn't cause the pandemic.
Nope.
Right? She didn't cause them, not having food and whatever else that they feel like they lacking right now to be this up in arms. Because again, the one person you need to be taking an anger to is the person that you sitting there getting all your instructions from. Meaning, mentally. Yep. And y'all know what I'm saying.
Ain't y'all holding the rally?
Yeah. So he down in DC today, where he was earlier, doing a rally at the White House. Again, using taxpayer dollar hold a rally at the White House. Unprecedented.
That's crazy. Bloodbath.
The fuck, literally. Right. So I know. Yeah, I got a message from somebody I know. They was like, yeah, man, they down there acting the food, Pennsylvania Avenue. Yeah, it's weird too. We're gonna talk about that too, because a certain person even sponsored it too. So what that's all about. If y'all ain't had figured out, well, I'll go into it. But let me run this little bean footage real quick here. Let's see what's going on up here, up in Michigan. Some of you guys go anybody from Michigan. I know people in Michigan, and obviously, got a little extended family up there, and I understand what's going on. But it's man, they crazy up there, man. They getting crazy up there because that Michigan militia been around for a minute too. It's not like again, they're not new. They've been around for a minute. 6 of them. Mm-hmm. Yeah, they got hit, but it's I'm saying, as far as the organization as a whole, it's huge. It's a huge because they got they got them. They got the Kentucky Irregulars. They got this group out of Arizona. It's a few of them. Just well-known militias, right? That's been around in the United States for a long time. Not just just popped up, but they've been around, right? So let me roll this footage here real quick, so anybody hasn't seen it.
Turn it up, Obi.
The owner of the walking shop says Adam Fox lived here for the last couple of weeks. He says he lives behind the door and down into the basement. Down here with him, his dog, one with an emotional support collar and a "Don't Tread on Me" tag attached to it.
Stop right there. You see what's going on right here?
Yep.
If we were to do a site evaluation on this whole scenario right here, living in the bottom of a business, so somebody probably getting a little place, they living down in the bottom of the basement. He probably down there feeling like, screw the world ain't never done that for me, right? Here it is, I got this so-called underlying, advantage value in terms of who I am and my ancestors. Yeah, they ain't really provide me what I want. The government is treading on me. Again, that whole rattlesnake thing, don't tread on me. Even here in Virginia, DC area, Maryland area, they live off that kind of creed, right? That credo, so to speak. So again, you already see what's going on right here before we even go deep into the conversation. All right, the signals are already already there. Right, could make this stuff up. Right, and so people are using this as a way to, again, just further, I guess, further their little agendas that they already probably want to do anyway on the back of their mind. At some point, probably stemming back from even their high school years, right? They just never got a chance to get a real, a seat at the table in terms of the comfort level in American society. And so, that frustration turned to anger. Now it then turned to what? Vitriol and hate, right? And some people like, well, maybe they just, this, that, the third. Again, I understand. There's always going to be opposing viewpoints, but you can kind of already see what's going on just because, the pathology value of what American, entitlement really kind of, tells us in a lot of ways is that these are a lot of people who didn't necessarily take advantage of their privilege, right? Supposedly. And so they're taking it out on everybody else at some point. Even, again, I don't matter, what race you are, whatever, they still going to be, wild beast savages. So let's roll that bean for this some more.
He was in a militia and he got kicked out, so he started his own.
One of many things
Listen
that we discussed, Titus says.
How you get kicked out of a militia?
When he noticed packages arriving from Fox. What was he getting from Amazon?
Like MREs, food, stuff like that.
So survival stuff?
Yeah, he was buying more like attachments for like an AR-15, and he was buying like food. And I'm not stupid, I was in the Marine Corps. So that, I told him he had to go.
But before he left, Fox and 12 others were arrested in FBI raids. He found several suspects ranting against the government online. One suspect calling President Trump an enemy. Trump is not your friend, dude. While another had praise for the president, tweeting, "Keep up the good work, Chief. We the
Look at
people love your work."
They fight even in their own ranks.
Centered around a plan to kidnap Michigan Governor Gretchen Whitmer. Coronavirus restrictions have been railed against by armed groups at the Capitol. According to the complaint, they did surveillance on her vacation home. Two of the suspects discussed detonating explosive devices to divert police from the area. One suspect said in an encrypted chat, "The fear will be manifested through bullets." Fox allegedly responds, "Copy that, boys, loud and clear."
These are the types of things that you're groups like ISIS. This is not a militia. It is a domestic terror organization.
Stop right there. Right? Pause, right? Pause right there.
Mm-hmm.
Therein lies the problem where I say this again, my opinion, right? The systemic aiding and abetting of this kind of level of energy where people know, right? Where people know that America has never dealt with its own homegrown domestic terrorism.
Yep.
Hence, that's why they're sitting right here looking at people who of color, who've gone through all these different atrocities, dealing with law enforcement, and telling you that no, these are just one-off events. It was just an act of random, scenario. Well, the numbers don't really reflect that. They just out here just murdering black people per capita. All this, and we understand what a ritual scenario like this is about. When it happens to people within, quote unquote, the black community who are doing nothing but just being themselves. Literally, we've exhausted every excuse out there, so people can't even make an excuse anymore. Right? You can be sitting around doing nothing and then end up dead. You can call the police for help and end up being the one in handcuffs or getting shot. Like, what do you do? And you got people like this who are sitting around taking advantage of the, again, quote unquote, the idea that they have this level of privilege because they know the system is obviously what? Protecting them with impunity. And so they're able to do that. Now, y'all know as well, as soon as one of us would have ordered something like that through the internet, man, people would have been all beating down our door the next day.
Hey, yep. Before you even open the box, they would already been there.
Look what happened to our sister Breonna Taylor. They knew. We just saw the transcripts the other day from the camp. We're going to talk about that too. They pulled a recording and the tapes from the SWAT team that came up in there. But other stuff, they found that woman was getting packages that they were trying to say that she was getting that was supposed to be drugs. They were coming from Amazon.
Oh, wow.
Amazon, not even United States Post Office. It was coming from Amazon. These people knew it.
That's why the juror came forward, because he knew.
Exactly. And that's why the Attorney General was trying to hush him up.
Yep, he took the L for that one. He was like, oh no.
A massive L. And people always saying, well, let the courts play out, let the justice be unjust. We already know the courts already, whatever, right? But even with the paper trail and the evidence, people will still try to find a way to make an excuse, right? Because again, they just cannot fathom. When I say they, meaning those who have an inherent or innate value to say, no, that there has to be a place where America, the infrastructure, the ideology is always what? Right, no matter what. And you're wrong. You're looking at it wrong. You're trying to inflate things that are not there. When y'all meet people like that and they got to come at you like you just can't, like you don't see water over there. They try to tell you that's not water, that's that's oil. Like right? Or that's sand or dirt. Like, no, that's dirt, bro. What? That's the mindset of these people. Again, it's benign neglect. It's deny, deny, deny. Eventually, when you deny long enough, what happens?
Yep.
You either start believing it or you what? You go hush hush because you know it's a what? Again,
Yep.
pulling the words on the phrase from our brother Uncle Kit, a well-organized lie defeats a disorganized truth every time. Ooh, this has been purported and has constantly been a thorn again in the fabric of American society, based on the fact that how it came about in its inception to where it's at still today. And people just learn how to be tolerant, not necessarily that they, agree. They just learn how to be what? Tolerant. The same way a person, that we grew up eating a lot of bad food. Not that our body agrees with it, it just learned how to be what? Tolerant to it.
Yep.
Eventually it catches up with you, hence the sicknesses come around. Right? Who do we blame at that moment? The food or us? You see what I'm saying? And that's how America has this thing where it don't like to take ownership. Again, and Trump has reinvigorated again, whether you're a Trump fan or you're not. Again, y'all told me, I told y'all know my political views. I'm neither what? Republican or Democrat. Birds on the same what? On the same what? Two feathers on the same bird. That's why they call it what? A foul, right? Because the government is foul, literally, right? But y'all understand this, so ain't nothing new there. But again, this is what you have to start understanding. Why we are saying I'm not finna sit around and wait on a system analysis that always presents itself as a divisive value anyway. Because again, the fact that you got to have merely two parties shows that you have an underlying level of dissent. Not so much of the fact that it's the democracy debate to have that. It's just that you're still trying to control the narrative, and not have all the power single in one particular perspective.
Speaking of that, I'm not sure if you got that on the list. Texas, and it's about if they don't, is Chris still on the line? The 2/3, the Republican that came out and said, "Yo, listen, we only need 2/3 of these votes, and we're gonna control the whole state. We're gonna run things our way." Chris, that's your state.
Yeah, they have voter suppression going on right now in Texas. They got Tennessee.
They trying to do Texas, North Carolina, Kentucky.
Yeah, South Carolina got voter suppression going on.
Oh yeah.
I mean, it ain't nothing new with these people.
I voted already. Y'all better go out and vote early.
Oh, but Chris, you there?
Chris.
I don't know. He might be busy.
Where he at? Oh.
He might be busy. But yeah, so, but that's it, guys. I mean, we're not saying nothing that you guys already don't know. So, and being able to kind of discuss this, you're trying to really, not leave yourself vulnerable, right? That's why, some aspects of news is important, right? It's relevant. You need to kind of keep your eyes,
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you now. Mm-hmm. Go ahead.
Oh no, I was saying that I just read the other day that the governor he tried to get ballots a certain way, but the judge blocked it. So it just came out. What was it? Yesterday or Thursday? One of them days. But yeah, they trying to do illegal stuff. We know how they are.
Even more so now because they are getting in a moment of what? Desperation. And so just like them, what they're doing, they paper watching, right? They paper watching, right? Back in the day, we used to call it in the hood, you kind of watch somebody else's pockets, so to speak, right? And so in this case, it's the ballot, right? It's the tally value of this particular vote.
That's right.
This pre-election vote that's happening where they're looking at the polls, right? The so-called these little, I guess these little, projected polls, and Trump is getting what? I mean, this he getting mopped up. Not that it matters because it don't matter until the actual election day itself, but they are, they're letting their emotions, kind of overflow because of what they feel like the national narrative is now starting to overshadow this whole kind of Trump energy that came out of the first election, right? This whole idea where Trump was just, dictating the narrative again from a very kind of Marxist perspective, right? Now that's starting to be challenged, right? He caught COVID. I mean, all the things that man couldn't make this stuff up, right? And so that's why, again, it has greenlit a lot of these other little states. Again, whether you for these certain candidates, you're not. Again, don't take it personal. We're just having a natural conversation, discussion. Again, my disclaimer is very universal. I'm neither for none of them. So that way you can't paint me in the corner, right? I'm neither Republican, I'm neither Republican or Democrat. I'm neither of that. I'm old enough to know enough, but understand that. Again, you can't convince me to follow that foolishness ever again in my life at this point, because I understand what's really going on, right? So people that need to really understand that and realize how life is really, set up in this scenario, and so you don't fall into these little reindeer games, right? Good luck, though. But nonetheless, again, this is what you're having to deal with, right? This is what you're having to deal with, right? So it ain't nothing new. So again, people are becoming emboldened. They're ramping up. What they feel like is going to be a coup one way or the other. Because again, if you sit again in this case at the highest seat, literally, on the planet, they like to say that, right? You the leader of the free world, right? Every time an American president goes into office, he becomes what? The leader of the what?
Leader of the free world.
Free world. The free. Think about that statement right there, guys. The leader of the free world. They're literally broadcasting people around the world and saying, we literally coming for your country. We govern your country. We are going to be the ones to tell you when, where, how, and all that. Couldn't make this stuff up. The arrogance, the mere and sheer arrogance, right? So again, this is the part where people are starting to say, man, nobody, again, it's like when your society broke up, right? And people fled because they didn't like the monarch system, right? They fled from that. They didn't like the religious persecution, right? The Jesuits and all that stuff that was coming out of Europe. And they fled and started doing all this other, again, let history fall where it may, but all this worldly destruction and colonizing everybody else's home and then claiming like they discovered something, because you can't discover nothing. There are already people sitting on it. If you ain't figured that out yet, you need to go back and have a history lesson or understand what life is all about. You can't discover them when people are already sitting on it. But nonetheless, you mashed up everybody else's culture, made it your own, right? And now you kind of see how that stuff, comes into fruition when there's other people start to look at you like, okay, dude, you've been a tyrant, right? You've been a thorn in a lot of people's, lives since, you guys fled your own scenario. So how is it now that you are now turning a blind eye, when it's starting to happen, in-house again, as if you don't see what's really starting to happen. So again, people don't like to deal with that. But again, for what it's worth, keeping it 100, you need to be able to ID this stuff, right? You need to be able to ID this stuff and understand that if it ever pops off, you need to know what you're dealing with. Right, and because again, if they keep talking about, they're trying to start this little civil war in America, that's what everybody keep trying to say. They're trying to start a civil war. Well, with who? Well, it's only two pretty diametric, quote unquote, opposites in America. Who are those diametric opposites? Is it, the European Americans versus the Asians? Is it the European Americans versus the East Indians? Is it the European Americans versus the Arabs, or is it the European Americans versus the Black African, quote unquote, Americans? That's the only spectrum of people really value and view in this on the world. They are looking at two particular values, and everybody else is kind of caught up in the middle. It has always been that historically. Again, I'm not making this stuff up because the history book shows this. The history book shows this, right? So again, I don't know, but anyway, let's roll that bean for this some more, right? Putting it to thought.
What we're seeing here in Michigan right now, it's not just a Michigan problem. an American problem.
See, here we go.
And I think there should be more incidences to come.
See?
Problems forewarned by Tony B. A former neo-Nazi himself convicted in the 90s for a politically motivated kidnapping. I spoke to him days before the alleged Michigan plot was known to the public. What's the scenario in this election that would create what you're calling the potential of a race war?
I'm telling you, this is going to happen.
See?
States like Michigan,
See?
states like Wisconsin, the northern states, that's a wilderness area. There have been militias from other states training up there.
See?
They are waiting and hoping that something does go wrong because they want to hold up in them hills and they want to say, we don't want the federal government up here no more.
He says President Donald Trump's rhetoric
See?
has emboldened extremists.
See?
Whitmer agrees.
Of course, we know every time that this White House identifies me or takes a shot at me, we see an increase in rhetoric online, violent rhetoric. And so there's always a connection, and certainly it's something that we've been watching, but this took it to a whole new level.
And it's fluid.
A whole new level. Some of us were already like, okay, yeah, we know what's going on. Hey, come on, man. We ride by these same little, areas of quote unquote interest, in our own little respected towns and back road. Again, nothing outside of the norm. Well, again, unless you live in a vacuum, right? But outside of that, they've gotten what they wanted. They've gotten, again, my opinion here. They've gotten what they wanted, and having a person like President Trump in office to use him as a catalyst. Now, whether he know it or not, whether he want to admit to it or not, again, we know about his stand back and stand by conversation. We know about him saying there's good people on both sides. When we had the Charlottesville incident where the guy, one of the little, suspected supremacist guys, plowed his car, his Dodge Charger, whatever it was, through a crowd of people, right, and killed that one girl, right, the one little white lady, right. We know about, you know what I'm saying. We know about the whole Dylan Roof scenario. We know about how he actually gave credence to the guy that shot up people up there in Minnesota that killed those two people, right? The Kenosha shooting. How he's kind of gave that guy a pass. Like, yeah, he was just trying to defend himself. Like, what? Like, you couldn't make this stuff up. Like, so many times he's continued to doing that, but yet people who are, again, quote unquote apologists, so to speak, for him, they're going to make an excuse for those things one way or other, because people have lost their own self-identity. People have lost their own self-identity to the point now where, again, they're just so, I guess, I don't know, in a rage to kind of just follow somebody come help, as we say in the hood, hell or high water. Because, again, forbid they ever have to admit the fact that this person is, in some cases, not in all, but in some cases, this person is an actual dirtbag. Because that goes against everything inside their own psychological evaluation of a person that they're trying to rally behind when there's obvious wrong there, but you can't bring yourself to admit to it. So you go along to get along. Y'all know the theory, go along to get along, right? And that's what happens. So you put a person over your own preservation. Let me repeat that. You put a party and a over your own.
Yep.
Preservation. So party and person needs to be a t-shirt you put on yourself and walk around all day long. I'm this party and and this person is my guy. They can do no wrong in my eyes. No matter how wrong they, no matter, I didn't see them robbing that bank. I didn't see them, molesting that little child right there. I didn't see them sodomizing that old lady right there. I didn't see them, obviously making racist comments, and sending any racist innuendo, over tweets and this, that, and third. I didn't see none of that. And this is what we've become. That's what this country has become. It's like I said, it's starting to consume itself. It's starting to consume itself. This is history having its place in the food chain. Think about all empires over the historical aspect of our, of this country's reality. At some point, they all consume themselves, or they get ravaged by everybody else trying to consume it. Right? At some point, people gonna come to your door. Right? some point people gonna come to your door. Right? So I'm just saying. So I know I'm dealing with you guys. You guys are intelligent. You know how to think for yourselves, regardless if you favor one candidate over another in terms of this whole election stuff. But ultimately, at the end, we don't put our energy or our best foot forward in thinking that somebody sitting in a political seat down in 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue is gonna save us. Right? We're done with the savior syndrome, right? I'll speak for myself. I should say that, but I know I can speak for some of my family on here too. We're done with the whole savior scenario because the mere fact that we do what we do in terms of being, independent of the system through the aspect of being investors and traders and serial entrepreneurs or people saying, I'm not going to sit around and, again, continuously build somebody else's dream and not focus on my own. Well, their lives showed you that you are already separate from that kind of that sheep mentality. That's just the facts. That's just the facts. You don't walk into financial freedom in a way when you figure out how to do it on your own and going through the blood, sweat, and tears to get it. Just turn around and say, no, I feel like I need to go back and hit somebody's clock. Let me go ride this clock for 8 hours a day. I think I don't want to be my own boss no more. I want to go sit on somebody else's clock. Come on, guys. So we know better. So again, we just have to be serious. We have to understand, our place again in the food chain. I say food chain because I don't make it seem like we kind of, in this macrocosm of being churned up by the powers that be. Basically what it is, because again, it's those who are more equipped to levy decisions over your life. And you have to kind of somewhat fall in line or do your own. But the very nature of what that guy was saying, that neo-Nazi guy, because they say he's a former neo-Nazi, right? How many of y'all think he reformed?
Informed.
Right. Let that man inform. How do y'all think that so-called quote-unquote ex-neo-Nazi guy is reformed? Right? He reformed because he went to prison.
Right.
Yeah, okay.
Oh, yeah. That's exactly right. Yeah, okay.
Right. You see what I'm saying? He reformed because he can be on camera saying I still, hold down my post because he don't want to go back to prison. But clear as day, he told you in so many ways outright what a lot of people who think like him are already thinking. Sometimes people just have to go and accept the truth and not act like you don't see it. So again, this is what we're dealing with. So let's roll some more of the bean footage here. It's about over.
Donald Trump said that he does not support any kind of extreme violence. He also then again went after Governor Whitmer, calling her and saying she's done a terrible job.
See? Now, I get it. I understand the political sparring, right? The political, jabs that people take. But at some point, again, y'all know as well as I know. Show me the last time this country had a sitting president where a scenario like what we're dealing with now, obviously in terms of pandemic and all this kind of, upheaval and uprise and dissension and antagonistic energy and just get everything that's surrounding us right now in 2020 at this juncture, where a sitting president went after even a head of state in this perspective after they just pretty much had their life threatened and said some stupid stuff like this here.
Man.
Be honest.
Never. I've never seen it.
Again,
no tact.
None. Again, we understand that, you gotta, there's a point of we call presidential professionalism, right? I like the term there. There's a certain thing called presidential professionalism, where you have to sometimes, back down your little personal opinions to speak in a way where you don't inflame a situation that's already kind of heinous in its nature. Because people say to yourself, okay, well, if you take that kind of posture and that mentality, well, who the hell are you the president of then? Apparently, people who just love me, they follow me, they love me, they like to hug me, they want to always give me kisses. You couldn't make this stuff up. Again, people who are Trump supporters, though, they're going to be like, man, you wrong, right? Because, again, they can't bring it within their own psychological evaluations. Look at this as like, okay, this is just, this is a dirtbag.
Mm-hmm.
But I do like some of his policies. So that's why I tell people, if you have that mindset where you can't learn how to have a value of discernment A clock is right how many times a day? Twice.
All right.
Mm-hmm.
A clock is right twice a day. Somebody gonna say something good at some point or right at least once. Everything else after that might be pure like, man, that's pseudo. In the words of our common rod in BK, man, that's pseudo. Everything else you said, but that that point there, you right. But the fact that you got to stop and tell that person, okay, you right on that point when you just know they have a habit of saying a lot of pseudo stuff. You ain't lose nothing just because you use the fact that they said something right. You ain't lost nothing. So people have a hard time being able to do that. I don't, again, for the love of it, I don't understand how people can't accept truth, acknowledge it, and still have opposing views about other stuff too. It's like you have to be one way or the other. So what it is showing me as a person, again, because what we do in terms of trading the markets, we have to be very open-minded, right? And look at the market in so many different facets, right? There's no one way you can look at the markets, right? Right? If you have a linear view of the markets day to day, you're going to get your behind wiped. You will not last because you need to understand the market moves in shades of gray, right? It's a living, breathing entity in it in itself. And that's why it's not in it's not an exact science, right? It's not an exact science. So you have to study to know all the different variables, all the different angles, all the different nuances, all the different values. You need to study this stuff for a reason because, again, any given moment, it can It can pivot on you like Barry Sanders and break your ankles.
Mm-hmm.
Right? And you make it count. Right? So, again, for what it's worth, that's why these kind of scenarios, these headlines, these newsreels, right? And people say, okay, what does it got to do with the stock market? Okay, it's we talking about everything, right? Because ultimately, if you go into the election, and let's say the FBI did not, spoil their little plot to, hit this woman up, they tear it out right before the election, because who know what they're playing? It's more gonna come out as to go. What does that do to, number one, the whole state of Michigan in terms of its voter value? And then it spreads obviously nationally, right? Because now you're like, okay, when they say, well, who's responsible for it? Who do y'all think they're going to look at?
Yep.
On the presidential side of the house. Who do y'all think they're going to look at?
Wait, what was the question?
Who do y'all think they're going to look at and blame if they would have carried this thing out, if the FBI didn't spoil his plot to do this, and it happened, they kidnapped this woman?
The protesters, didn't say the protest.
Black
Lives Matter. They ain't blaming Trump.
Shit.
They don't say it was a reaction to Black Lives Matter.
Keep on, I'm saying nationally now, because it's going to spread. First, they're going to have the state repercussions, and then it's going to go nationally. So,
yeah,
say Black Lives Matter, right? Because that's the whole benign neglect, right? Yeah. Benign neglect. They blame Black Lives Matter.
They're going to say Black Lives. They're going to say it's a reaction to Black Lives Matter.
Look at that. See, that's a mess. See, now Black Lives Matter didn't even cause the pandemic. See,
right.
I know what you're saying. I know what you're saying.
Yeah, that's insanity.
But that's how this country operates. It operates under the mandate that what?
Yep.
It has to have cover. It has to have it's like being in a foxhole, right? With 7 people in one little 2-man foxhole. Like everybody's stacking on each other hide. Right? And it's just like there's no leverage in that perspective. But they know the obvious is that this is just an overcrowded, nothing burger scenario. We know the obvious here. The obvious is that you can't see this for what it is besides what it actually is. But they'll convince you that it's somebody else's fault. Or in this case, because again, they've taken the initiative and the energy to side with these two gangs, right? Because that's basically what the Republicans and the Democrats have become. They become what? A political gang.
Mm-hmm.
Right? They are political gangs at this point. I just refuse to think anything different after I've seen what I've seen, because these are moments that test your what? Your government, right? What have we seen since this pandemic hit? Out of both parties.
You said what have we seen?
Mm-hmm.
They ain't got no backbone.
No backbone, no money.
No, they got money for them.
Yeah, and they are. You know who on the clock right now? Nancy Pelosi and Steve Mnuchin, what they talking about? Having tea in South Africa or something like that? Because I want to know what the conversation is. Because this is interesting. This is hilarious how these two going back and forth with each other like they ex lovers or something, and they having a conversation or reminiscing on the past times or whatever. What's going on with these two people?
Yeah,
Power, man. Power.
right.
One wanted one. If the bill come out the House, the Senate ain't passing. If the bill come out the Senate, the House ain't passing. It's like a back and forth deal. Everybody want to be right.
Mm-hmm.
I don't really care about whether or not. I think somebody said this before on the show. Those folks they don't know what the average person is going through on the ground. They only think that's why it doesn't really matter to them in that manner. But in the same sense, I think shows like this is important to unravel the residual income that's out there that you can do for yourself. Because if you have to wait July 31st, they cut off the extra $600 from the unemployment deal.
Facts.
And people who were they pretty much did you a favor by allowing you to apply and get some extra money in your pocket. And all those people went out shopping, doing whatever they wanted to do, didn't think that the government would thought the government would throw them another bone come August the 1st. And here we in October, and some of your states you might have gotten a check or started receiving an extra dollar again, but they're not really concerned, but the sad thing is that you get the unemployment every week, you still looking for the stimulus. Like, when are you going to leverage your money to stop relying on them? Because they're not really concerned about you, as you can see. They're
Right.
not. Somebody just, who is it? Yeah, Garfield just sent me the article on the 30 billion that JP Morgan is wanting to put out in the Black community in reference to the wealth gap. Yeah, you want to give us a whole bunch of loans. We're in a pandemic. You're going to give us a whole bunch of loans. How you going to pay them back? Same problem we had with the CARES Act. You gave everybody else grants. You open up that SBA like a floodgate. You threw out loans. Knowing these people can't make no money. You can't open up the doors due to the pandemic, right? So what do? Throw you a whole bunch of debt. But we excited. What are you excited for? What? Well, you ain't coming out no well gap with no loan. But they giving everybody else a grant. Come on.
Go right back to what Don Creel said.
It goes to the heart of what I've been saying and what we've been saying on, again, our Urban Economic Empowerment Show, this channel, and our own little general conversations, where it's the ultimate hustle, right?
Yes.
It's to go to school, right?
Yep.
So you can get an education.
Mm-hmm.
So you can get a what?
Good job.
So you can acquire you some what?
Oh, so yeah, some debt.
Some debt.
Debt.
Debt. A lot of it too.
A lot of it, more than you can handle.
That's what Anton Creel was saying in the video. If
Facts.
people paying attention.
Facts. So, so you can live out the rest of your life trying to find a way to get out of what? Out of to end up back in what? More what?
Debt.
And it goes back to how you started this video. One of the simplest ways that people accumulating residual income is by just going live social media. How many of our people stroll up and down on social media all day long, but won't subscribe to a channel just so we could subscribe to each other and get checks in the mail to help out. But but you
that's my next campaign. That's my next campaign, because you got people who are already doing it in certain spectrum, and they ain't even saying, hey, look, we need to do a blitz day. We're gonna have a blitz day where everybody that comes on to a live, it's gonna be mandatory. You go subscribe to everybody, each and everybody channel out there trying to put out content, because other people understand that from a code perspective. They just go do it religiously, whether they like the content or they like the person not. They gonna do it because they understand the what.
Yes.
You got people who are politicizing something as simple as that, and here it is. People are willing to pay you just to put out something. And you got people who are of our value trying to politicize whether or not they feel like you should have it as opposed to somebody else, when they can have it themselves too. Right. This is that sickness. This is the psychosis. This is why I say, again, me personally, I don't have the time anymore to donate to things that cannot produce a ROI or a return on my time, when I know unequivocally you're just sitting around letting it's like the IRS, right? When you don't file your taxes to the complete full potential value that you can get everything that's owed to you, and we let all that money go back to the way, to the system.
Yes, and it don't come back in your community as in form of a grant for you, knowing that they keeping all your money. They put you through this big checklist for you to become eligible, and then for them to sit back and deny and say, "Oh, we tried, but ain't nobody else. No, nobody's can meet the requirements."
So guess what JP Morgan doing right now with this whole idea that they finna pump 30 billion into the black community? You know what that's all about?
Oh, trying to keep their accounts.
That's a chess move. A lot of people don't miss that. That's them knowing that they already what?
Yeah.
Wits in, because financial sector ain't making no money right now.
Right. So
they
in order
to no money right now,
to get the money right back.
They trying to set up meal ticket for later on down the road.
Oh yeah.
They know the defaults are coming.
Yeah, defaults, and think about this too. If they award you the loan for you to do business back with them to buy it, so money gonna come right back to them. So you put it in the form of housing. They give housing mortgages. So if they give you money, 5, 10, whatever $1,000 they giving you to leverage to get that money, right? Whoever you're gonna go with, they're gonna probably recommend that money comes back to, that they do your mortgage. So the money comes back to them, and you still gotta pay them the money. That's different all day.
It's a revolving hustle. It's a revolving hustle, and it's situated where it's like those who are in the know, and those who are trying to know, and those who don't know nothing, right? And so, for a lot of us, again, that's why we're in this lane. That's why we're traveling down roads that are untouched, so to speak, in a lot of ways, unpaved roads.
And so, and you know what else, Brother African Poor and Chris? How people get excited over the worst things. Oh, at least they saying wealth gap. At least they saying
buzzwords.
Deprived.
Buzzwords.
Yeah. At least they said. I'm like, you call me back when they said, here's some grant money if your thing is set up. Come up here. And I don't mind giving you deliverables back. You know what I'm saying, some canceled checks and some receipts. I'm cool with that because I'm gonna do the right thing with the money. Oh, come over here talking about you about to give my community a whole bunch of loans and they already broke, ain't got no job.
Right.
when it was an opportunity where they could cut the grants loose, they gave the grants to who?
They gave it to Red Cross, United Way, Salvation Army,
Shake Shack, New Chris, LA Lakers, Harvard.
Yeah. Yeah.
And then the small business that needed the mama park to pull teeth, give a fitness, break a leg, get on the corner just to get even ideal of seeing if they get the application pushed a little bit faster.
Yeah, and even with the whole housing deal that they're gonna do. Okay, yeah, you still, the money's still gonna end up back in your court because they already said we're gonna allow low income to get accounts. Of course they will, because when you get the money, it's going back in their bank.
Mm-hmm.
You know what? We get excited for the wrong stuff. I tell you, they pull the wool over your eyes, and you excited because you're like, "Ooh, they're gonna give us some money." Man, listen, I'm upset that SBA gave everybody loans and gave everybody else grants. You're not the banks. And then here's the other thing: that money that they pulling out of the woodworks, they was already that Community Reinvestment Act of 1977 had already had them in the window. All of those banks in the window of giving low income communities the same stuff they talking about doing with the housing and revitalizing the community, things of that nature. That Reinvestment Act was already there to do that. They didn't make it relevant and available. So that same money they trying to put out like it's new money, that ain't no new money. That's money they already had there. They just know that auditor is getting ready to come tip at their door for not getting, because of the pandemic. It's very relevant now who's been getting the money because they have to report back. And so when they see, okay, you still sitting on funding, they ain't gonna tell you that. But ain't no banks just automatic. How many the natural disasters we done went through where a whole lot of money needed to be going to communities and they ain't pulled no money out the woodworks? No, you got exposed. Now you got to get up that money.
Red Cross been hustling forever.
Mm-hmm.
Blue Cross Blue Shield been hustling forever.
Yep.
Aetna been hustling forever.
Yep.
Aflac been hustling forever. That little ugly little duck Aflac, they been hustling forever.
It's called an ugly duckling.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He coming to hustle.
Humana, don't forget about Humana. Yep, don't forget about them. They got money. They got a lot of money.
Amway.
You know, Blue Cross just gave 5 of the HBCUs $2 million. Well, altogether, I think they gave $5 million to like 3, and then I think $2 million to the other HBCUs or whatnot. In reference to that same line of thinking of low and moderate income communities. But listen, you've been having these employees on your insurance for years. That should be an automatic every year dollar going back into those HBCUs.
That revolving door, like a revolving line of credit, right? But in this case, a revolving line to keep an institution in place to turn out the type of people that can potentially come back and work for your organization to increase the value of what? The growth in the GDP in this country, to say that we're going to put people first, which is something that they're never going to do because they realize now that the people can never be first in the mind of big government and big business, because corporations levying the policies that go through that you and I have to live through and live under, because it does not necessarily give you the right of way. It does not give you the right of way, right, to really live out the so-called democratic hodgepodge fantasy that you think your vote actually counts, when it does not, because your dollars count. Until people understand how this is set up at this point in the game, it made it matter back in the old days, but it doesn't work that way now. People find a way to become wealthy off the suffering of what? Others. You think you're going to walk away from that?
Nope.
Just so you feel good?
Nope.
Keyword, feel good.
Feel, yeah. So you're getting excited. Hey, they're getting real excited too. And guess what? You still gonna be trying to figure out 6 months from now that 30 billion, you're still gonna be trying to figure out who in your community benefited from it, even from the loan perspective. Because they're gonna come in from other places and gonna sweep that from right under, they don't claim a percentage of black here and there, you know how they do, or whatever, and they're gonna sweep that right from underneath you, and we still gonna be looking crazy.
Mm-hmm.
Because the gatekeepers that they have in their banks, they're gonna be asking for some. They're gonna say, okay, yeah, you don't have to have this or that to qualify. Same thing happens with the CARE Act. They're gonna start asking you for some tax returns and some W-2s and some 941s and some 1099s, and you know how we getting it in right now. 2020. Some of them we ain't gonna be able to find a W-2 because we've been on unemployment all year. You ain't give them no taxes, so they're gonna send you that 1099 with all that money, and you ain't gonna qualify.
Thanks.
Yep.
We got to be a little bit more smart. Like, come on, man, give them a couple little cents so that when these banks and everybody else, if that's what you want to do, leverage the loan, I'm cool with it. But, just make sure, tune into Urban Economic Empowerment shows like this so you can know what to do with the money, so you can be able to pay it back, so that you won't put yourself in another frenzy.
Mm-hmm.
Facts.
And that's the only thing I say. I'll teach you how to duplicate the money or match the money with agreed upon programs that's going to bring dollars back into your pocket. But guess what? You get that money, you will be a shoe-in for some of these set-aside programs to get these contracts, because you would have money in the bank. So you would show a financial strength. Like some people, they be wanting me to get excited about this stuff, but I can't get excited with you, because when I try to tell you, if they're going to give you 150, 200,000 or whatever it is, and you don't know how to leverage that and get into these set-aside certifications, get in that AA program or DBE or VetBiz programs, so that you can get these source contracts, and then you could let that money revolve and pay that back properly, you're going to find yourself in the same or worse situation after that money's gone. Because let me tell you, debt or what you call it, expenses shows up at your door that never was there before, that you feel like you gotta have.
Mm-hmm.
You look again, that 150 going in 30 months, done. You know what you gonna do?
That's crazy.
Throw the bomb, African Emporium. Light the bomb up.
Well, again, but this is why, again, where we say it, what we're always saying, again, like I said, it's those who are what? In the know, those who are trying to know, and those out who ain't trying to know nothing. Right? They can care less. They walk around, again, zombies, either head in the dirt or head completely in the sky, in the clouds. Right? They're missing everything else around them. Again, I'm just saying that from a place where if you didn't get a very lucid picture in 2020, when your government was really put the test from a state, a local, or a county parish, or a township, to a city, to a state, to the whole national makeup. If you ain't seen what this country is truly about after what we just witnessed, what is else out there that can happen at this point? It's like when the person say you become so desensitized to seeing people get mistreated and murdered and all this, that, and third, you just kind of like, well, stop, man, it's gonna keep happening, right? But no one actually does it. That's basically what they're trying to do. They're trying to put you into a place where you start to take more so the lead, right, from people, again, who are sent to so-called Washington to do your bidding, right? My little backyard over here. And exactly when it comes across their desk, the first thing they're looking is for what? A check attached to it.
Yep.
Is there a check attached to that?
Yeah.
Put that pile over there. Is
Yep.
a check attached to this? Nope. Put that pile over there. Is a check this? Oh, yeah. Put this right here. Put it on top of my desk. Leave it right here on my desk. Leave it right on my desk. And don't put your little coffee on. I don't need a little coffee stain on it. And leave right here came with a little check. This is how they're playing the game now. It's nothing new, but it's again, it's just a more of a, again, like I say, a paradigm shift in terms of how people look at the voting process is no more than a charade game. It's becoming that, and so it's like, okay, we weaponizing votes that have no value. And people don't want to hear that because they don't want to feel as if the government can ever do no wrong, right? Man, the government good, man. Man, want to again get serious. I'm like, okay. So you put trivial things or the minuscule things that we feel and understand that the government's supposed to do for you, regardless, as a privileged position, so you can say, at least they did this. At least they picked up my trash, right? Yeah. At least they cut my water on.
When COVID, when they came out and started doing the COVID grants in the states, right? They in Carolina, Richland County pushed that was $200,000 to start. Once they filled the pockets of their people, they pushed that junk down to 10. The us it says 10,000. What happened to the 200,000 you started off with? Why we got to get 10,000 and they get 200,000?
People been parking that money since time immemorial. They've been hustling since hustling been hustling.
That's what Dr. Johnson. When he get in there, he better talk. He better walk the walk like he talking the talk, because we definitely need that favor, in coming our way, because they took care of their people.
That's what they do.
Remember how many houses I could have repaired with that $200K? I did 33 with 55. So with 200K, could have made some elderly people very happy this winter. What you say, Brother Emporium?
Now I'm just saying this is what we're dealing with here. Again, at this juncture in the game, where people have really realized that they're going to have to make a real grown person decision.
Yep.
Again, grown don't necessarily mean age, right? Grown don't necessarily mean age. Grown in the aspect of you understanding what you're dealing with, what environment you're maneuvering in, how you need to be thinking and leveraging opportunity going forward. Because if not, you're going to be, again, put in that same box with everybody else. The wait to box, right? We all waiting. What waiting on? We just waiting.
The event I'm putting together, one of the opportunities that's going to present, Coach is going to talk about the group home, how you can use that concept. Like we have a lot. I mean, we already doing it, nieces and nephews, cousins, you know what I'm saying? Where you can get funding. And these kids is on, or these intellectual disability or veterans or elderly or social security, whatever, right? All these people, this group, demographic group who getting, aging out of foster care, coming out DJJ, re-entry, all these demographic groups who need transitional homes or residential opportunities. 1 and 2, 3 to 4 people can really put a lot of money in your pocket, in your household, and in your community. You can hire some people, and it's getting paid for by the government. Is that's going to be one of the presenters on the panel, and I hope people take advantage of it, because I mean, like I said, we're already doing it. How many people done house, cousins and uncles and aunts and nieces or friends temporarily until they got on their feet, when you could be having a transition, or maybe you already have a home that you can rent out to someone who has a nonprofit to leverage some of these programs that are out there. So maybe they won't give us money directly, but there's a way that we can get some.
Mm-hmm.
If I wasn't injured, I sure do it. I would definitely do it. Because that's steady money coming in. Think about it. You get a couple vets, you get 2 or 3 vets in a home, they already got checks. And plus you can get it for them going through the HUD-Dash program, which is like Section 8. Man, listen, or re-entry or group home folk, just get the right set of kids. You get older people, they ain't really bothering nobody.
Leverage.
Yeah, leverage.
Again, so it's no secret when you see people in power, empowering the people closest around them that they would.
Yeah.
Have a interest in.
Yep.
Yeah. The whole issue, even let's use Trump, right? This whole idea of how he paid Ivanka, sorry.
Yeah.
A $250,000 consulting fee.
Yes.
To write off on his taxes to evade.
That's crazy.
Ain't that crazy?
Mm-hmm.
Yep. And you know what? I don't understand how they allowed him to commit nepotism. I'm still trying to figure that out.
But you know why?
Because any other governmental organ, they probably tried to say, oh, well, she don't work directly underneath him. Yeah, right.
You know exactly why. It's the same reason why we've seen the Justice Department and a lot of the other government agencies within the White House that affect certain people, like the housing side of the house, the education side of the house. We can go down every cabinet in the White House, and we have seen how it has been politicized and stripped its value of doing the will of what it's supposed to be doing in terms of people and citizenship, and it now has become political.
Yeah.
Gender mind. You had Betsy DeVos trying to strip away.
Yep. The student loan.
Student loan.
Yep. And it was a law President Obama had put into place. He added those different categories. Me and Brother Emporium went extensively through that list. And
Supreme Court backed it and everything that you can't. Into 2020, they were still trying to do it.
Yep. She was still trying to do it. Still trying to hold you up.
You got a neurosurgeon over the housing division.
A neurosurgeon
over the housing division. Bro, we ain't gonna house people for hospitals. You talking about unqualified people being in places of heavy interest.
Now I will say when they gave they gentrified the area and they put Section A in some of these subdivisions out here in the Sand Hills area. I would just say that people, when you get the opportunity and they move you in, and you have the opportunity to live in better neighborhoods, this and whatever, don't go and mess it all. You don't do dumb stuff.
Right.
We really have to take responsibility for ourselves too, and not not go in doing ignorance. And that's what drives me. Like, you could take some, not just our people, they're crazy people too. Whoever is getting the opportunity, or just, because don't bring the bad habit with you, because then it leads you to believe, do you really want to come out of your habit?
So again, when we put it in the context and say, well, okay, if the political theater is now it's a window into how people who are willing to play ball, quote unquote, right? Seeing that this is now so much, it's not so much the ideal of doing the will of people, but doing the will of those who got the bag and who gonna get on code, right? So we can get this for our own well-being. If that becomes the opposite, well, it's the obvious, but if that becomes the norm, then again, I ask, what's the significance of your vote? What's the significance of your rally, your cry, your protesting, your marching, your again, whatever it is? Because if the things that we've witnessed over this 2020 scenario so thus far hasn't presented you enough to give you some insight, right, on what exactly government is supposed to be doing as opposed to it's doing. If that haven't given you any insight at this point, I just don't know what else to tell you.
Listen, when we go into those third world countries, we build it up. We pump money into the economy. We hire their people. We do all of that. And right here on America's soil, we just act like, huh? Like, how are we going to benefit from doing that in your own? I'm like, you do it all the time. You go overseas and create whole nother cities.
It says that you are the leader of the
free world.
Never mind the fact that I just spent a generation building this up. They come in tomorrow. That's mine. I need that.
Yep. Take that.
I mean, literally. And yet, still, again, you got sewer issues down in Mississippi. You had dirty water in Flint. You had chaos and confusion in and around all places around this country. Infrastructure's trash. Schools are trash. The system in itself, in terms of education, is becoming trash. Right? Again, we can just go on and on and on and on and on and on. So it's this thing where, again, it's a thing where y'all seen this happen before in the past, right? Especially if anybody's going through any kind of level of a bad situation. Probably even when people outside your home is starting to begin taking care of more than you are from a person that's inside your home. And you still convince yourself that this is fine when all the breadcrumbs are there. What does that tell you about you? As the saying goes, fool me once, shame on what?
Shame
on you.
Mm-hmm. You.
Fool me twice,
They put the blame on you. Mm-hmm.
No third time.
How many times we got to keep being fooled until we act on it, until we do something, until you galvanize, so you circle your own wagons, follow people who actually out there trying to present what? Opportunity, real opportunity, not all this theoretical opportunity. We're talking about opportunity that you can eat, touch, taste, smell, right? Fold, right? No more theoretical hustling. Here's the tangible end result. That kind of reality. I don't need any more feel-good speeches, right? Because feeling good ain't never fed nobody. It motivates you for the moment, though, but just for the moment. But it has nothing to do with the actual entire what? Movement. And so it has to be a shift. It has to be a shift. People have to start realizing that power, right, has to come through you being able to harness it and take it, not waiting on it. And what do we mean by that when we say it? We ain't saying take up arms and go pull a Michigan militia, right? Unless you feel like you have to, right? What we're saying is, this is the cards we've been dealt. These are the lanes that we obviously have afforded to us, and a few extras that's not on the record. You say to yourself, what's my least path of resistance to get to the end goal of the prize, of the opportunity. If you convinced that it's punching the clock for 20, 30 years and grinding hard that way, sweat equity, more power to you. For others who out there who take the serial entrepreneur perspective, you already know that your biscuits, wheels, and gravy valley, that prize obviously is going to come through you and your own mental faculty devices, your own hard work based upon you saying, let me not sit here and play the games anymore with myself. I know what the system is already kind of set up for me to kind of to fall into so-called all these different traps and dive temptation, right? It's a debt game. It's a debt-laden chess match where you are sitting on your side of the chessboard, all your pawns on your front row, all of them gone. Your knight, your bishop, your rook, your queen, and your king is already exposed. On the other side, they got 2 rows of pawns and all the hierarchy in the back, well protected, well insulated, well organized lies with their lives, well organized in their lives, the benign neglect, the red line, the dissension, the deny. No matter what you see, deny. And you still trying to convince yourself that it's even in what? Even chess match. That we have the same apparent heir and apparent chances. And so when you have 1 or 2 that obviously makes it, you say, look, that person made it. But the ratio is far and few between. And you say to yourself, well, it's because people ain't trying, they ain't doing this, that, and the third. Well, how about maybe the people ain't educating them properly or giving them knowledge to get in a position where they can do that? Have we turned the lens back on that kind of reality? Are we willing to accomplish it from that perspective? Are we willing to sit around and waste 7, 8, 9, 10 hours a day pontificating and pandering and posturing for political ego points, right? Or again, for clout chasing information that does not put food in your belly, clothes over your back, or shelter over your head, and say this is the new norm, right? Because it's in the feel good, the feel goodology aspect of my life, because I see ain't nothing else out there fruitful that's giving me something I need to jump off the porch fast enough. Besides going to work for Mr. Charlie, get off, don't do nothing else productive, but I'm finna go waste this other time. I'm finna give LeBron 3 hours, right? No sweat, no shots fired, no slight there. I'm finna give, Tom Brady 3 hours or 2 hours, right? I'm gonna give Facebook 7 or 8 because I'm hitting them on the job and when I'm off. Instagram, all this stuff, finna get them about 7, 8 hours. And then when you do your tally up at the end of the night, before you go to bed, well, how much income did I generate today off any of these faculties, these devices, or these entertainment apparatus? How much money did that generate off any of that today? Go. You wake up and do it all over again the next day, if able. And then the next day, and then the next day, and then the next day.
Year after year.
So consequently, inherently, what happens is you're building up debt, wasted time. Your time is a commodity. You expanding your debt. You're falling behind. You're convinced that it's okay. You don't see the power that you really have if you can put it, again, to use constructively with proper education and knowledge, obviously, procuring. And we start accepting it. So that's why I said earlier that what happens is you fall into a dynamic where now you're trying to find people who share that same mindset. So you can say, okay, as they say, misery loves company. Not that you miserable to anybody else, right? Because you comfortable. Everybody's looking at you like, bro, you live in an act of misery though. You ain't growing. You ain't doing that. What are you doing? No, man, what you talking about, man? You crazy, man. I'm straight. Man, Mr. Charlie talking about giving me a raise, tomorrow. What you talking about? Oh, okay, all right. So the game is that, again, once we convince ourselves that that's the norm, ain't nothing going. It's nothing really out there that can change it. Because here's why I say that: if you look what happened this year alone, if that wasn't enough, after you heard the stats that came out in terms that we've been brandishing, since forever, especially not in the investment side of the world where we're getting all this kind of access to what real time data that's dealing with what money, where you had billionaires, clock in over what $200 billion under the coronavirus, the $400 billion during the coronavirus.
Mm-hmm.
Those are not hypothetical, right?
Right.
You see what I'm saying? We're not dealing in the hypothetical game anymore. We're not dealing in the it sound good game anymore. We're saying, okay, here's the data based upon it could be all plus minus. We get it, but we're still dealing with where we know something happened here. There was a miss opportunity here, or a inequality moment that happened right before people's eyes. And you heard people sit up on Capitol Hill, like the Federal Reserve Chair Jerome Powell, literally look people dead in the face after he's been getting hit over and over with the same question. Okay, are y'all doing enough to kind of narrow the racial inequality gap? And he looking people dead in the face. That's not our mandate. What?
Yeah.
Wait, what? But yet still, Wall Street keep getting the bag every day. Corporations are still got their hand out right now, greedy as ever, still trying to get it back. Airline industry right now begging again for another $20 billion, and they just got $58 billion about three months ago. Couldn't make this stuff up. 3-4 months ago, they just got a $58 billion bailout the first time, and a lot of that majority of that was grants. 2/3 of it turned into grants. Like Sister Mo was, 2/3 of it turned into grants, and they finna get another $20 billion.
Mm-hmm.
As if we already knew that this was going to be the end result consequence, because they didn't do nothing to backstop the virus. You can't have it both ways. You can't keep using it as leverage to keep getting money out of people to backstop the same people who ain't did nothing for their particular community anyway. Now all of a sudden they want to turn around. Okay, well now we got to start showing that we care. Let's say we're gonna do a 10-year, $50 billion, surplus and back into the so-called communities. They hustling. Anything that comes with the word L on the front of it, like loan, throw it in the trash. If it comes with the letter G on the front, let's talk. Let's play ball. Grants. So where we're disconnected, because again, we don't play that side of the game, right? We don't play that side of the game, right? We play, okay, let's, hey, I'm just gonna wait, or let me see if I can get a loan. Let me see if I can get more debt and try to find myself out of debt, that only end up acquiring more debt. Because we've been convinced that that's the only way. That is the only way. So it has to be a change. Again, that's just my opinion. That's just my opinion. It has to be a change. Right? It has to be a change. Yeah, and so that's what I'm trying to again, for what it's worth, we're trying to strategize. We're trying to think tank. We're trying to come up with some kind of value where we can present it to our peers, right? And say, hey, let's go. We got this information. We got this data, right? It doesn't really require really much of you besides the one thing that you give away more than anything, which is your what? Your time. You give away your time. Man, I was about to say something. They make it to the point it's almost sexual. You just giving away your prize. It has to be of that same magnitude, is it not? Is your time not that important to you? Because if not, you just giving it away to everybody. You want some? You want a little bit over there? Okay, I give you some too. You want some too? You want some? We're talking about unprotected and all that. You want some? Random stranger, you want a little bit? You want to go? Right? That's how it has become. right? So no one wants to deal with that. So when you got people again who are now, again, like the story that we have on the screen, again, these militias popping up, all these different things, these different sects of society popping up, this whole idea that we're in a fascist state all of a sudden, we almost close to being in a Marxist, to a dictatorship, to a level of division where, again, they're trying to make it more of a diametric opposite in terms of the political parties, which is obviously still the same, two wings on the same bird, right? This stuff is becoming comical. And so the one thing people say, well, man, you still got to what? Find hope in America because it could be worse than everywhere else, right? Or as Warren Buffett just said way back before he dumped the airline industry, he said what? On a CNBC interview, literally before he dumped the airline industry, he said what? Don't bet at what? Bet against America. Words out of his mouth. Then he turned around and betted against what? America. Couldn't make this stuff up. A Warren Buffett. So again, that's why I said again, we understand. Us who are paying attention today, we understand. We're learning too, if not, because we realize now that, see, this thing called capitalism, what we know it as it being the archetype, so to speak, over the world value and view at this point, because the power and wealth is in the hand of what? Only a few. The fact that you can get somebody to do their own destruction and you had to do nothing. You didn't have to pull no triggers, no nothing. You just put in a lot of policies and mandates and a lot of things to put them in a position where they're going to slowly decay from the inside out or from the outside in, either way. That in itself is crazy. Some people say it's gangster, right? The art of war, right? Shinzu, right? Get your rival, your opponent to pretty much off their own self, right? So to speak. So again, we again, circle your wagons, guys. That's all I'm saying. Circle our wagons, build our base. When I say our base, meaning people who are, again, understand that they're tired of the norm, right? They're tired of that same cookie cutter monotonous approach to saying that this is the only way you're gonna be successful in life, which is, again, y'all know I like to say we anarchy 99, right? We're in the business of what? Breaking that mold. We're not going to just convince, or indoctrinate, our children to use the old ubiquitous playbook: school, education, job. Right? No business ownership, no producing, no selling, no distributing. No, just go consume, go wait, and just sit down somewhere and be entertained about 7, 8 hours. Go watch a little sport game, something. Sit down somewhere. Waste your time. It's yours to waste. You earned it. All right? Y'all get it. Let's roll some more of that bean footage.
When it comes to the COVID response, but to be clear, the governor has done what many other governors have done to try and slow the spread of this deadly virus.
So, again, the whole issue with that, we're going to see how this is going to play out, because if it's going to ignite a firestorm and they're going to go now head hunting other militia groups out there who are obviously trying to do that stuff, is to be determined. I rarely think they're going to do it unless they feel like it's necessary, right? Again, it just goes back to what we already know, because, again, there's a narrative out there where people are starting to fall in line to what they value as what they want as a political value in terms of a leadership. That, again, Trump has obviously been able to kind of galvanize, right? In his little so-called, little world, and people kind of just listening to him for everything that's dealing with science, everything that's dealing with technology, everything that's dealing with innovation and moral aptitude. People are looking to that from a guy like Trump. Again, no swipe if you're a Trump fan, but y'all know exactly what I'm saying without me having to say it. Trump said he claims he's cured from the coronavirus. He says he's cured. How many of you guys believe Trump is cured from the coronavirus? Right? Anybody? He said he's cured. And some people are like, well, I don't think he ever had it. Right? But he said he's cured. So him saying that makes somebody else who have no knowledge of scientific literacy feels like they what? They good. If they catch it, they good. Trump called it, he good. They don't understand what he was privy to receive at Walter Reed that they can't get. And I'm not saying he cured. I'm just saying that the fact that he got some kind of level of medicines and care that only, some quote unquote, the initiated can receive. Not the average everyday person though, but only the initiated can receive. So again, he held a rally today down there on the lawn, on the South Lawn, wherever, right? For, again, people who are rallying behind their guy, quote unquote, their guy. And today's rally, quote unquote, was sponsored by, right? They say sponsored by, all right, right? Today's sponsor for his rally on the White House was done by no other, right? Let me pull this up right here. Let me pull up this beam footage here, so y'all can see this here, so for yourselves here, because see, jokers like, man, look, and I'm like, man, look, it's serious out there. Again, this is no, it really doesn't matter, ultimately, but it matters, right? Because people are trying to. Hold up, let me pull this picture up. I lost it. I'm sorry. There we go. So this picture right here. Let me share this here. Can y'all see that right there? This rally today was more of American Africans than anybody else. Now, you had other people springing into it, meaning other nationalities and nations and ethnic background, whatever, but it was more so for the Black Republicans for Trump push at today's rally. And it was sponsored by none other, right? None other, right? I'm going to write on this while we're talking, right? It was sponsored none other by the one person who's been clout chasing for the longest in terms of our community, right? Or clouting for the, everybody else that don't look like her, Candace Owens. This event today was sponsored by Candace Owens, the one that's been trying her best to get into Trump's good graces, right? She wants to be the next Omarosa so bad, right? Again, no swipe, but y'all know what I'm saying. She trying to be the next Omarosa so bad. He ignored her literally all the way up until today. He ignored her the entire time under the pandemic, literally all the way up until today. Because today he found a great way to what? Leverage her. To leverage her. To leverage her. Because what little Black Republicans that are out there, again, they're going to still always fall back to what they consider to be the norm and follow their like-minded individuals that look like them. Now, these people may not have the same ideology like many of you guys probably. They maybe do. Who knows? Again, it's all political or opinionated. But nonetheless, this is how the ideal that we're trying to still capture the Black vote. The first carrot that was dangled from Trump was what? That $500 billion what? Bill that he was looking to pass for Black people if he get elected. His words, not mine. From an African American community, I'm going to dangle this $500 billion carrot if y'all put me in office. If, not the fact that you already deserve it and it needed to be done a long time ago anyway, obviously more than that, but yet still, y'all finna get a bag too. With me in office or not in office, y'all gonna get a bag too. But we know that's not the case. Again, it's chess, not checkers. It's obvious now that the politicians know that. They know how to leverage you guys through your emotions now. They figured it out. They got think tanks, quantitative metrics, algorithms out there that actually compile this data and know exactly how to target you to make you disenfranchised to not want to vote. True story. So report on the other day. Right? So report on it the other day. They are that sophisticated now. And I don't think a lot of our people are sophisticated with what? Xbox, cell phone, and maybe, in terms of how to use on Facebook and Twitter and all that, but that's it. People out here think tanking to cement themselves for the next 50 to 100 plus years. Next 10 to 20, 30, 50 to 100 plus years. While others are saying, okay, yeah, 20 years on the job, 30 years on the job, I'm straight. I'll take that. So Candace Owens got her 15 minutes of fame today, finally. This late in the election, and only because Trump needed a way to leverage it. Didn't nobody else really want to touch him like that, especially knowing he's still, infected and all the other stuff. That's a whole nother political whirlwind in itself. Dude, you ain't got through the whole entire quarantine period, but you finna defy science, doctors, Hippocratic oaths that people are sworn to take. He got people going against their own Hippocratic oath right now, just so he can hold a rally. My African American community, I've done more for you than any of these do nothing Democrats have ever done. Again, two birds, same snake, or two wings, same bird, whatever. Two heads, same snake. Again, so I'm just saying, this is what we happen to kind of understand. This is what we have to deal with going forward. And it's not me just saying one side or the other, because y'all know, again, I can go just as thorough on that Biden side. And it's so easy on the Biden side. Again, it's just what it is. It's easier actually on the Democrat side, because we know that they are horrible when it comes to actually doing something for quote unquote certain communities over others. They are really the party for hire. They are the real true political, excuse my language, they are the true political prostitutes. It is no secret. It is no secret. They definitely always go to the highest bidder. And people, again, religiously always go Democrat, because their parents did it, and their parents probably had a chance to do it, when voting obviously came into play for black folk. I'm speaking strictly to my black folk now at this point. It's a problem. So I'm saying, if you playing a political game and you looking to get nothing out of it besides a symbology, right, or symbolic win or gesture, the whole Obama thing, at this stage of the game, keep in mind what I'm saying. Now, don't get any feeling because I'm hitting certain names that you might favor. Think about what I'm really saying. I'm talking about what you're getting from it. Give me some tangible benefits that you've gotten from these people. Give me something. Throw me something. Throw me a bone, as they say. Throw me something, bro. Right? If you can't name me a list of things that you got that you what do you call first person value benefiting off of, then that means what? You got nothing. As they say back in that movie, Nick Cannon, you got served. I don't know who was in that one of the movies. You got served. You got served to what?
You talking about Marion?
Marion, you got served. They serve you a debt check. That's what you got served, a debt check.
Mm-hmm.
Because you ain't got nothing tangible. You got served a debt check. Hold this until next time. Maybe we'll think about it on the next time. Go around. Well, you've been holding that debt check for how long? Ever since John Lewis on Edmund Peterson Bridge? He's been holding out how long? That kind of check. Getting cracked across the head and everything. You still saying, I would have never had it no other way. What? So again, hey, we have to start realizing, man. We have to start realizing. What are we here for? Right? We understand what the world is doing. We understand what the world is trying to present to us, you know, but what are you doing to make sure that you don't get caught up in, you know, the dive of temptation? You lay your own framework, you lay your own path. You get serious about something for a change that's, you know, as the people you say back in the old days, you got to do some, you know, again, that whole community scenario, do something greater for those, do something greater for others than that of your own self. Right? Well, I beg to differ in that right now. I beg to differ following that thesis right now. Because basically all that did was just what? Empower you to shed your resources, your time, your energy, again, your well-being, your knowledge into scenarios, apparatuses, programs, and people that don't give a darn about you. They just leveraging your what? Your loyalty. Let me repeat that. They're leveraging your loyalty. Not for it to be a reciprocal benefit on the back end, but for the fact that they're going to take it and go out there and what? Run off and do something else with it. Go feed somebody else. Again, go lay down with somebody else. That kind of mentality. Again, that political prostitution. Right? Again, people ain't understood that yet. They're still battling that. So when you go to somebody like, hey, man, what you doing right now in the pandemic, man? You got other streams of income? Right? You got other streams of income coming in? Are you finding other ways to make you some money during this pandemic? No, man, I'm straight, man. I'm gonna wait on this check from Trump, man. Or my job will be back at some point. They'll hire me back at some point. Right? I'm just gonna wait. I'm gonna sit around and watch, 20 for 20 or 30 for 30, whatever the ESPN special. I'm gonna sit around and watch that all day. Well, I'm gonna have a whole lot of do nothing conversations, on the internet all day long, and then I'll be fine with it. As long as I get through the entire day, right? I'm good. So again, I just don't. For me, again, these are just my opinions. Of course, I always put my disclaimer down there, right? These are my views, right? Using them, even the videos, the sound bites, and everything under the Fair Act, use for education purposes and education purposes only. It's just a form of it's just an idea to get you to think. It's an idea to get you to think. Right. So again, Trump ain't got the coronavirus now. All of a sudden, he's magically cured. He can host these rallies. We know what's going on, but nonetheless, he's cured now. Right? He ain't got the Rona no more. So he says. Right? So let's roll it.
Well, good evening once again as we bring another week to a close. Day 1359 of the Trump administration, 25 days until our presidential election day, with the number of confirmed coronavirus cases now rising rapidly across much of our country. Tomorrow, the president, who is still recovering from the coronavirus, who still may be contagious and shedding virus, is scheduled to hold his first event since his release from the hospital 5 days ago. He's expected to speak to supporters gathered on the South Lawn about law and order. On Monday, Trump plans to travel to Florida for a rally. More on that in a moment. Meanwhile, the White House is still refusing to answer questions about the tests the president has been given, whether the virus is still in his system, for starters. This week, Trump's been working overtime.
So I asked you this. If he's not willing to give up what he's getting, how he's getting it, this, that, and the third, and he's telling you he's got your back, but he's keeping all that, and the administration is keeping that all under wraps and hush hush. Convince me that he got your best interest in mind. Go. Anybody. And I'm speaking strictly to the virus because I know how to stay on topic. In terms of the virus, right? Anybody, let me, what is he doing? But no, it's whatever, right? Because they've already pretty much ID'd that people have died following his pseudoscience, following his, pseudoscientific approach, right?
Yeah, that's crazy.
You see what I'm saying?
That's crazy.
Think about that, right? They're following him for scientific advice on a coronavirus pandemic, a novel virus, novel.
And the numbers and the body count, the numbers are adding up in the White House every day, and they still following them, going to open events.
The event that was held today, sponsored by Candace Owens, was our people out there, meaning
Wait.
Black Republicans. Now, interesting about that event. Now, this is why I say here's where it becomes cultural. Right? Again, y'all know how this stuff work, right? This ain't got to do with no more than just the reality of the facts of things. You got to be able to deal with that and be an adult about it and get out your little feelings, because everything ain't got to be racial, but it has to be understood in terms when you're doing a case study and you're trying to realize the level of value of pathology or how people act that some people don't act, as opposed to some scenario. This is a clear example. The White House lawn event where they had that event, right? For that aspect of nominating this new so-called Supreme Court judge nominee, where it was a super spreader event, and out of that entire event, I may have saw maybe every bit about maybe like 4 or 5 black people. The entire event,
right?
And one of them was a little black kid, adopted kid by that particular judge.
By the judge, yep.
Nobody else was privy to that, except there was a few little sprinkled in it, and probably a couple of them was probably reporters anyway. So now, in saying that, right now, real quick, let's run over here real quick.
Hi, everyone. I'm Lana Zach. I want to take you now to the White House, where President Trump is speaking at his first in-person event since his positive COVID-19 diagnosis. Let's listen.
Get out and vote. We got to vote. We got to vote these people into oblivion. Vote them into oblivion. Got to get rid of them. So bad for our country. First of all, I'm feeling great. I don't know about you. How's everyone feeling? Good? And I'm honored to welcome, we call this a peaceful protest.
Shots fired.
Wow.
Shots fired already out the gate. He couldn't even contain it no longer. Out the gate, coming out, shots fired. As if what people was doing as far as Kentucky with Breonna Taylor, what people was doing up there in Minnesota, right? For our brothers up there, George Floyd, as if everything that they've been doing since every time a person of color has been gunned down, and I say color, but I just know what it is, a black person has been gunned down. It's you don't have the right to protest. You're disturbing my peace in my community. Because I can't drive down the street,
He said White House is his house.
Basically. Out the gate, he come out firing. And now that's the point I really want to kind of touch on, but I had to stop right there for that moment because, again, you got to understand the pathology here. Let's roll some more of that bean footage. I want to show y'all something here.
The White House in support of the incredible men and women of law enforcement and all of the people that work so well with us. And
see, out the gate. He's speaking before a crowd of majority black Republicans. And he's using words like law enforcement, all this, that, and the third. Again, don't get any feeling. I understand there's a place for what? Law, quote unquote, enforcement in this country. It's not about the how can I say? It's not about the institution of it more than it actually is, but it's more so about how it is what? How it has festered into what it is to the point where they are comfortable with it.
Yep.
Because it levies its power and pain on people who do not look like them. Let's roll that footage.
I have to tell you, our black community, our
see?
Wow.
The prerequisite, right?
Black
Y'all heard all the prerequisite, right? Him leading up into what he's going to get into. He hit all the buzzwords out the gate.
black community.
After he talked about defying law enforcement and high law and this, right? Right now, you still have political unrest down in Kentucky because there was an unjust raid on a woman's house that got that woman murdered. Shot over 21 bullets went into that woman's apartment. Not a standalone house, but an apartment that got other people that live in that apartment building. Recklessness. 21, a hail of bullets for a woman. It was a false raid, a false ideology even to raid her. And this is to find. Okay, let's keep going.
Community, thank you very much. Thank you. But before going any further, I want to thank you that you've been praying. That hospital, I was watching down over so many people, and I went out to say hello to those people. I took a little heat for it, but I do it again. Let me tell you, I do it again. And on behalf of myself and the First Lady, this has been really an incredible outpouring. And we're starting very, very big with our rallies and with our everything, because we cannot allow our country to become a socialist nation. We cannot let that.
Look at the drawing stone.
How much money is going into the federal debt book?
A lot.
In less than a fiscal calendar year, how much money has gone onto the national debt clock, the fiscal debt book?
Trillion. It's like a couple trillion. Mm-hmm.
More than 2 or 3 sitting presidents combined.
Yeah, I heard. Because a couple of sitting presidents was in a surplus. Hell. Bro.
Clear as day.
He inherited a surplus.
And the reality is, again, this is not me beating up Trump. I know people like, man, you get on Trump. Like, y'all already know, because if I go roll the beating footage on Biden, it's going to be equally devastating.
This reality. This ain't nobody beating nobody up. This happened today.
You got to learn how to decipher news and not be in your feelings, because it's your guy. That's my guy. Right? Your guy is a dirtbag, right? Right? Your guy's a dirtbag. Right? Biden, crime bill, no excuse, dirtbag. Biden on Breakfast Club, right? To who's that? Who that he said that to? He said that to Charlotte. Who that he said that sound back to? If you don't vote for me, you ain't black.
Yeah, if you
don't vote Democrat, you ain't black.
Right.
If that wasn't enough to make you see what you're dealing with, I don't know what else to tell you. You just a glutton for pain. You're a glutton for getting nothing. You're a glutton for just saying, I'm fine with the symbology and the feelings. People in 2020 still feeling. In 2020, they still feeling as opposed to financing or being financed. Couldn't make this stuff up. That's a t-shirt moment. That's a t-shirt moment. 2020, you still in your feelings as opposed to financing them or being financed. T-shirt moment.
That's what would happen. Or worse, by the way, or worse. I want you to know our nation's going to defeat this terrible China virus, as we call it. And we're
right there. When he was still there, Walter Reed, with all them drugs in his body, looked like he was about to pass out. He was peddling a piece of paper. He was sitting up. I understand a lot about the coronavirus. I understand a lot about COVID. And I can't wait to get back to the White House to tell y'all all about it. Now it became COVID when he was at the hospital.
Yeah.
He was talking about it with China virus when he was at the hospital. Knows that, right?
Right? Yeah, you're right about that.
It was
He
COVID coronavirus when he was at Walter Reed. Now he's back in front of the White House, got a little chest stuck out, standing with his chest, like Jim Hart say, right, with his hands on the chest, standing up today, with all them steroids pumped in his body right now. Because that's how I was able to do this event today. You know he was pumping them steroids today.
That was funny, man.
Gave him a shot right before he went out on that stage, right? Loaded in that steroid and them roids right now. Them roids.
Yeah, boy.
Them roids got it.
He is funny, man.
Now all of a sudden, back to what? Back to the same rhetoric, the China virus.
And he ain't even out the woods yet.
No, but he cured. That's what he said.
Cured. He said he cured.
He said he cured. He said it's an act of God. It was a blessing that he caught the coronavirus. His words not.
I bet they won't show us them tests.
Not one.
Exactly.
No, he can't do that.
Not one.
Absolutely not.
His own integrity just to win an election. That's stupid.
They politicize it, even that.
Yep.
People out there thinking they finna get the same thing that he got.
You didn't get nowhere near that. Oh, and it's free.
Couldn't make this stuff up. Only if he get elected, though. Only. Keyword. Only if he gets what? Re-elected.
Sure, they won't have no them same people. It's universal insurance that they ain't gonna be able to get to. Keep going. Play the clip.
Couldn't make this stuff up, guys. Am not making it up.
This guy is funny, man. Went back.
For that footage, guys.
Powerful therapies and drugs, and we're healing the sick, and we're going to recover. And the vaccine is coming out very, very quickly in record time, as you know.
Okay.
He just be lying, man.
Time.
Dog back in May, June, July, especially even July. We're gonna have the vaccine by when? August, September.
August, yep.
Yeah.
September, August hit. August, September hit. We're gonna have it by what? October.
Then election. They had
that's record time for you right there.
Put it in writing that you wouldn't get no vaccine. Don't even
Come
think
on, man. Record time.
FDA put out a mandate guideline the other day that signed into law. That the White House had to sign it into law.
Yep. Cease and desist.
We are not finna put out anything else out there where we're going to allow it to be politicized in terms of the safety and the welfare of the people that you're finna get a vaccine in a rushed environment. It's just not gonna happen. At some point, somebody had to grow up over there, or they say grow a pair, they say in the military, grow a pair, and go out there and tell the truth, because people finna get what? Murked out here playing around with this doofus here. Under their own reconnaissance. The same way people went out there and injected themselves with bleach and drunk bleach and injected themselves with Lysol, following behind. Couldn't make this stuff up. T-shirt moment. Picture of Trump pseudoscientist underneath it. T-shirt moment.
Coming out very, very soon. Great companies doing it, and they'll be distributing it, and we will through our military very, very rapidly. Through the power of the American spirit, I think, more than anything else. Medicine will eradicate the China virus once and for all. We'll get rid of it all over the world. You see big flare-ups in Europe, big flare-ups in Canada.
It's a hoax. I'm cured. Once it goes, it doesn't come back. Hot weather kills it. I love playing it down. I've always liked playing it down.
Man, this is hilarious, man.
Do I need to go on? I keep going on the sound bites.
You summed that up pretty good.
His words, not mine. That's why I just use his words to dagger his own self. Dagger.
Yeah.
Boomerang dagger.
Boomerang dagger style with the barbed wire on the end of it. That way it know it hooked when it hit.
Yeah. Chinese virus, man. He gonna keep saying that because he recovered. And when he was hurting, he was calling it COVID.
I'm talking about, and it sounds like a 2-year-old. I understand now. I understand about COVID. I got a lot to talk about when I get back.
You heard him on Fox News. He was gasping for air.
Y'all seen that picture put up? That gift when he went back to the White House that night?
Yeah.
That when they let him cut him loose? He was up there gasping for air like he like when the people like he just the steroids had already kind of worn off a little bit before he got back to the White House, because they gave him that shot before he left. And the steroids don't last for so long, like getting a speed shot.
So he could try to walk up them dang stairs.
And he already 300 plus 322 pounds. He didn't even want that to get out. Like this he trying to hide everything about his. Man, look here, Larry Holmes, looking like Larry Holmes, flabby and sick. Come on, Tupac, come through.
That's funny, boy.
And Marquis say the Lysol game.
A lot of flare-ups much, but it's going to disappear. It is disappearing, and vaccines are going to help. The therapeutics are going to help a lot. I just want to thank everyone this afternoon. What beautiful colors. Where did you get that color, Candace?
See?
Where did that come from?
See?
Oh my God, man.
Candace ain't bringing you no vote. Shit, she gonna be in the doghouse with you.
She been trying her darndest for the past 8 to 9 to 10 months.
You want to position them
on his radar, and he been downplaying her. He's been chomping her, and the only reason why she was able to get this ticket today was because he was what?
Because he was desperate.
He was desperate, and he saw an opportunity to leverage the black audience to the election.
Ain't no other time he was bringing no black Republicans together.
Couldn't make this stuff up. And y'all saw the little meme out there with all these little so-called sororities, these Greek black sorority women.
Oh, yeah.
Deltas and they stepping for who?
For Kamala Harris.
Couldn't make this stuff up.
Of course they're going to
Crazy,
stand by
man.
her. They come deep. They ain't playing with it. And the men gonna follow.
The political game banging. Political game banging. We never seen it like this and again since forever. We're entering into a whole new different dichotomy in terms of American quote unquote democracy especially when it comes to the political arena. Let alone the more day-to-day policies, local, state, whatever. But this is becoming a minstrel show of epic proportions. Let's roll some of that bean footage.
One of them. I want to put one of them on instead of a white shirt.
But you had a chance to do it. You knew you was hosting how the event was being hosted. If you want to show that kind of level of solidarity, why not put that t-shirt on? But you don't want nobody to see. I know that you don't want nobody to see your little man boobs. I get it. I get it.
I want to thank you, though, seriously. Every day, more Black and Latino Americans are leaving behind left-wing politicians and their failed ideology.
I don't disagree with that.
I don't either.
I don't disagree with that.
Wait, what did he say?
For the record.
He said that every day Black and Latinos are leaving the left wing.
No, seriously. Every day, more Black and Latino Americans are leaving behind left-wing
Home of the men
and their failed ideology.
I do not disagree with that.
I don't think
good.
they going to the right. I think they're going independent.
That's where I'm at.
I don't think they going to the right. So I hope he don't think that because I don't see that.
Damn.
But the men like I think 1% or 18%, something like that. 18% of the men did, but mass majority went independent.
Exactly what I was talking about earlier. How you can't, again, you still dealing with the same bird.
Right.
No matter what the wing is, you're still dealing with the same benign neglect on both sides.
Yep.
So what else do you have? Well, some people like to convince you that there's no other choice.
Leverage your benefit. Which one?
Right. You got either one or two options. Divorce both of them, or find a way to what? Leverage benefits.
Yeah.
Benefits. Not symbology, not feelings, not saying that's my guy. No, leverage benefits.
Right.
Hence my thumbnail. Hence my thumbnail. Hence my thumbnail is what? The dangling of the what?
The dollar. Carrot. The carrot.
Right? Because they figured out how to do it masterfully. They have figured out how to do it.
They drop you like a hot potato too.
If this ain't, again, this picture, like I said, they say a picture's worth of what? 1,000 words. This is, again, you got Republican, Democrat, and just a person that they don't care about them but just money. Money person, you know, that's anybody that's in the treasury. That's anybody. Y'all already know I had that conversation before, but even break down the whole litany or the lineage of the Treasury Department and how it's been controlled by old investment bankers and people of Wall Street. You know, those who always controlled the money in terms of the Federal Reserve has always been of the Jewish descent value. When I say descent, meaning that religious aspect of philosophy, right? Because it's a philosophy, it's not a race, right? They've always controlled the money. Republicans have always tried to garner what? Power. They've always been on power trips. Look at Lindsey Graham. That's why you get time whooped right now in South Carolina by Jamie Harrison. Get whooped right now.
Voted for Jamie on Friday.
That bomb even dropped out of debate the other day just because he was mad that they was going to test him for the coronavirus before you took that debate.
Yep. And
the reason why he did that for one reason, because he knows well as I know. If it would have returned back that he was positive for coronavirus, it would have took him out of the position potentially so he can't get out there and vote for that Amy Barrett woman.
Yep.
These people are crazy, family. Couldn't make this stuff up. And y'all know the Democrats, their only mandate, since I'm speaking for myself when I say this, their only mandate is that they've always been trying to always garner what? Respect.
Yep.
They always they put respectability over tangible benefits and things of that nature.
Want to be known.
They want to be known. They want to be the people, the party for all peoples.
Yeah. And
no necessarily perspective when it comes to really putting policy into place to help people who often deserve it most, need it most, and they're playing again games and politics with people's well-being.
Yeah, this year gonna be definitely put your money where your mouth is, or they all both gonna be losing.
And so the carrot is the proverbial dangling of the carrot. Y'all know this thesis. Y'all heard it before, this theory before. That's all this proverbial dangling of the carrot. Keep you on the line long enough.
Yep. Keep you from acting wild. Oh, it's coming, it's coming. Oh, it's not coming. Act up. Oh, it's coming, it's coming.
We were talking about this way back in April, was we not?
Yep.
We were talking about in April and May that this was they're gonna string this thing along. They're gonna mess. You know what, man? These people probably.
That's why they took the mandatory 2 off the table and went with 1, and we'll revisit it in June to give you another one. If they would have kept the mandatory 2, you wouldn't have got the first one
out the gate
because they'd have still been fussing about it. Canada then gave their people a check every month,
loaded up there. European nations already contracted to the point where they was already going into a recession and GDP collapse before the coronavirus even hit. And they're dealing with Brexit. And they still find ways to put money into the hands of their citizens.
Into their people. And they gave them $1,000 or whatever it was every month. Didn't even worry about it. Go ahead and activate it and keep it moving.
Asia. And I mean, this is you go in the richest nation on the planet.
Mm-hmm.
In the best of everything. We got the best education, the best science, best all that, right? That's what they say, right?
And issuing out a whole bunch of loans to people who can't pay it back.
Their words, not mine. Couldn't make this stuff up. So we're again, obviously the bull is indicative to who? Wall Street.
Mm-hmm.
No, this picture again worth 1,000 words. The bull is the symbolic of what? Main Street, right?
Do the bull like carrots?
Right. I don't even know they eat carrots. Oh, GMO carrot. Oh, GMO.
Hey, looking at that carrot. Like, better give me some red meat. Y'all tripping.
I mean, my Dr. Saber Lane, right? That old GMO carrot. Ain't no carrot come out the ground and that Mother Nature owns like that. That old GMO junk. Wall Street. The bull is symbolic of Wall Street, not Main Street. Right? And the bear is obviously more symbolic of probably, Main Street, if anything. Because he knows what's up.
It was them little green things. That's the corona coming out of Trump's head.
You know it, a trail of corona. You got a trail of corona behind it. A trail of that corona. Right? Everybody else got on masks except, him. The original picture. I put this face up here. The original. He ain't got no. Yeah, he ain't got no mask on the original picture. But the same thing with this because he got that Rona. So I had to put up the one with him actually. What? You got that Rona now. Finally got it.
Person zero. They already think he person zero. He is person zero, I think. Giving it to everybody.
So I'm just saying, guys. Yeah, I know people like, man, Man, ease up off my man. You're going hard on my man's right now. But you know what? Your man's can get it. Right? Your man's can get it.
When
Same way
you
Biden can get it.
he's this straight irresponsible. I think this takes the
That's what I'm getting
for
at.
everything though. We talking about a pandemic. We're not talking about just a regular, maybe an illness or whatever that's not contagious that can't be passed on. You don't even care about your employees that surround you.
That's what I'm
You
talking
don't care
about.
about your family. You don't
That's
care
what I'm
about
talking about.
anybody, and you don't even care about your own self. And whether you had it or not, you bound to get it if you didn't. You gonna mess around, it's gonna take your little crazy self out. All the drugs ain't gonna be able to help you.
That's where I'm getting at. People have to learn how to look deeper than what they've been positioning themselves, how to always be surface dwellers of information and data and look deeper. At some point, we have to take responsibility, knowledge and data analytical approaches to life in a way where you got to start realizing you can't play this game being late to the party and think you know it all. When people have already went through it, digested it, benefited off it, and they threw you the carcass, and you act like you got something, you act like you got something after what? A week or 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 weeks, a month, a week, or a year later, and you think you got something.
I want to see what his hair looked like when he was sweating with that 104 fever, with that $70,000 due.
Y'all saw that picture of him and Walter Reed. That joker was peeling a piece of paper. And as soon as he got back, before he left Walter Reed, he called the White House and said, "Bring me my orange spray tan paint up here." Couldn't make himself up. Got back to the White House, took that, again, epic picture on top of the White House up there in the foyer, whatever that area at, with a nice looking tan, like he been sitting on the Florida beach for a week. After sitting in the Walter Reed, man, if this ain't the most, I'm like, look at this mess here. Okay, let's go back to that other footage. Let's go. I don't want to. Let's go. Sorry about the open crowd over there sharing mist. I'm sorry. Let's get back to that beautiful being for. Let's listen in right here. Let's listen in.
What they are. They failed for many years and many decades. Democrats have run nearly every inner city in America, and I mean for 100 years. And their policies have delivered nothing but calamity, poverty.
Push pause right there, brother. African Emporium. And you guys tell me if this is a good point or not. He keeps saying democratic cities and inner cities, but we know a lot of inner cities is ran by Black folk. So for me, every time I hear him say it in the cities that he point out, which is the predominant us's, I'm like, he talking about us in our face. And y'all follow? Am I thinking about that wrong?
You know what? You are a nurturer. You are a woman. Women always have a more diverse, point of view, right? In a lot of ways, which is a good thing in being able to ID these kind of things, because you're saying, like many people have already known in a lot of ways, right? Again, reading through the what? As they say, sifting through the what?
Yeah.
We said in the military, sifting through the BS to find the corn, right?
Yeah.
Pull the mess apart. That corn in there somewhere. Somebody ate some corn. Because that's basically, again, it's always going to be some shots fired.
Yes, because there's
Chicago is ran by who?
Yeah,
Black
Lightfoot, Bottoms.
Detroit, before they ran Kilpatrick out there, and it still is, for the populist aspect, it's still more comprised of who?
Black people.
Atlanta is comprised of who?
Black people.
Got a what kind of mayor?
Black.
Okay, New York, even though it don't have a black mayor or a black governor, it's still comprised of a lot of who?
Black people.
Black people mixed in there. It's a melting pot, but it's still the inner city roads are still dominated by a lot of black people.
He says as soon as he says inner city, he's talking about black folk.
DC used to be the original chocolate city. Now the gentrification been happening over the past 10 years. They're trying to milk chocolate that thing up, and now coronavirus hit. Now they running back out of the city to get into the suburbs now. Couldn't make stuff up
and put that half and half in there.
Right. So every city, all of the cities he's pointing out with the predominant black or have the problems, with the violence and all that stuff. I'm like, y'all, he talking about y'all in your face, and y'all like the Democratic Grand City. No, he talking about your little black butts.
Michigan always been pretty much a democratic society because of the fact that it's the auto industry, right, of the world.
Yeah,
plants there was more than none. They always kind of voted Democrat because the value. Now they've had Republican governors, but still, the overall cultural aspect of an industrial society like that is more people orientated, and people obviously understand that they need leverage and power to access government. They always typically try to go the Democratic route in terms of what the thesis of what the Democratic Party is supposed to be. Again, we're talking about the thesis, not about what they're doing now, but the thesis of it, right? Because they're not holding those things relevant any longer. That's
they want the government Kool-Aid,
right? So they again, because they know Republicans ain't giving nothing, right? Republicans like, nah, look, bro, we the party. That's why we call it conservative party, right? We try to keep the wealth we've already robbed you of, bro. Move on,
right?
Bro.
Pull yourself up by your bootstrap.
Right, get them little dusty little bootstraps you got there. Put some tape on the bottom on that boot there. I know you flapping in the back. That's all right. You'll be there one day. You'll get there.
And that's been the message for 10 years, and
plus tax.
Right.
Times 10.
Roll that foot some more.
Joe Biden's betrayed black and Latino Americans. If you think he can run this country, you're wrong. For half a century. Shipping your jobs to China, that's what they've been doing. We're bringing the jobs back. We've been bringing them back.
Okay. Trump was a businessman before he came into presidency in his former life, was he not?
Mm-hmm.
Now, a lot of his business procurement things that he was doing, obviously more later in his business practices based upon, again, the so-called tax filings and all this stuff like that. Well, a lot of procurements that he was trying to now garner and also business deals trying to set up that were more abroad.
Mm-hmm.
He almost got caught. You're trying to buy that golf course over there in Sweden, and the Sweden's like, man, where I think it was Sweden somewhere. It's like, man, you don't get your F behind out of here.
Yep, he tried to Trump Tower in Russia. Remember?
Yep, all these places. Always, he'll get run out of certain places. Like, man, we don't want to do that over here. We won't deal with you like that. So he spent a lot of his part of his time building out golf course, because all this, his business endeavor for casinos was just, especially New York, Atlantic City. Atlantic City. That was his so-called quote unquote claim to fame.
Mm-hmm.
All that went to ashes. All of it.
Look at the one in Canada. Didn't he just have one that went bankrupt in Canada or somewhere up there?
I wouldn't doubt
it.
Filed bankruptcy with name on it.
So again,
Vancouver, I believe.
Enriching him with the mentality to use the system to get away with only paying $750 in taxes over 10 years.
That's crazy.
A dope dealer that paid more taxes than Trump.
Yeah.
A dope boy that paid more taxes than Trump.
Yeah, I paid that in a month when I was on active duty.
Make stuff up.
$750 in 10 years.
He's trying to lecture people about, code, moral, ethics. Again, this kind of stuff. This whole make America great again, right? How you make America great again if your business overseas, his clothing line was Mexico and China. Before he went on this make America great again tirade, and they were still getting his clothes manufactured. Remember they exposed that about him way back in 2017.
Mm-hmm.
It wasn't no secret. I ain't making this stuff up. I'm just painting a picture. Again, it could be equally devastating if I put Biden on the hot seat. I'm just doing it because Biden is not the president right now. Trump is. So
right.
Everything he's saying that is supposed to be something great about what he did in terms of how he made this, country this, and he did this, not done that, and he's taking credit for everything, but he takes no credit for nothing that shows that you have to be a grown person and admit that, okay, we could have did this better, did that. He does none of that. This is a pathology.
Mm-hmm.
And keep in mind his the jobs that they bring. This the other thing too. They brought them jobs overseas because they didn't want to pay. They didn't want to give up They didn't want to get a wage rate.
It's the unions.
Right. So when they bring them back, it's gonna come into the same thing, and they're gonna ship them back overseas again because
they don't want to pay.
Don't want to pay you
a livable wage
rate.
Minimum wage been at $7.25 for how long?
Oh my God! Since I came out of high school, I know that for sure. Probably for then.
Anybody, please, somebody tell me how long has $7.25 been the federal minimum wage in this country? Anybody in the back chat? Anybody know that date? It's been so long you can't even remember it. That's how serious and insidious it is. The minimum wage been at $7.25 for how many years? Right?
2009.
2000 when?
9.
Before that, it was at what?
So before that, it was at.
Remember, it's gonna hurt you hard. You look at what it was before that.
I think it was like 5.25 or something.
It was 6. Oh, wait a second.
Yeah, pull up that data up. How much was it?
Hold on, let me pull the history. Oh my God! Oh my God!
That's why I say it hurt you hard. What it is?
Wait, I'm still tripping on the ones before that. Oh my goodness! Hold on, I'm coming up to the year. Oh, I should have just put it in a chart. Let's see, 85, 90, 91, 96. Okay, so 90, 97, 96, it was $5.15. Oh my God. 2000, okay, so 2007, it was $6.55. Effective July 24, 2008.
They gave America a 75-cent raise. Excuse me. And now, here's what's significant about that. Because that's why I asked you, when did it happen? Right? That's been now going on how many years? 13 plus years, right?
Yeah.
Now, what happened in 2008?
Obama became president.
Right before
what really happened towards the American
economic system collapsed.
Yeah, housing.
Subprime lending hit.
Yeah, housing.
Crashed everything. Lehman Brothers, everything.
And then before that, oh my goodness. Oh, it was worse.
Couldn't make this stuff up. We talking about a family of 4, literally in the turn of a new decade.
These corporations, we've been slaving
for a long time. They paid a family of 4, a mother, or whomever, $6.50 an hour in the 2000s. $6.50.
Oh my goodness.
And in the latter part of the 90s, early mid-90s, $5.15.
Look with that.
And they say you're supposed to be able to live in the most decadent society on the earth under that aspect of minimum wage. And it's the only reason why you stuck there, because you ain't pull yourself up by your what?
By your bootstraps.
Well, it was different minimum wage in different states. All states weren't like that.
Well, guess what? It wasn't for off.
Right. That's what I'm saying. That's why I say the federal mandate was that was the bare minimum. They couldn't pay you anything under that, right? Because the state can go and say, well, no, we're gonna give our citizens more. They can't pay under it though.
Yeah.
Right? Because now it becomes a federal block, right? This is it. This is our cutoff. You can't go under that, because at that point, what's gonna happen? Bond market gonna crash. The US dollar going again. Because as we learn it now, as investors now, we learn how the monetary system works, right?
Absolutely.
You understand how that debt is carried over in terms of how they profiting off debt. They need you to constantly keep working, because it's just a revolving line of what?
Yep.
Debt.
Yep.
It's not paying it off. It's a revolving line of debt.
Right. Somebody gonna get robbed tonight.
Exactly. It's a robbery. So this is the hustle. As I said, it's a revolving hustle.
Yep.
Understand, right, Sister Andrew? Rich dad, poor dad, right? Understanding how the system works. Because
I put that post up the other day about somebody I was reading. They was worried about the debt going up because of how much the stimulus package was, and I'm like, bruh, the debt been going up every year. Like, so what are you talking about?
Yeah, the stimulus ain't your problem.
Right.
You think these boomers?
You
You think
ignorant.
boomers care
You
about?
gonna get your money back from the stimulus shit. What you talking about?
Yeah.
I'm just tripping because I'm like, how do y'all think these boomers actually care about your future?
Right.
These people that got to hit their heyday.
Yeah,
They hit their bag. They got their bag. They put away hit their money in overseas bank accounts and this, that, and the third. Man, look, man, America is man, look.
right.
Y'all that I've been sleeping lately. When because I post my little documentary video. I got a lot of good ones. I just been putting out. But again, this is just it just brings more truth or a microscope to what we've already been
talking about
and learning and talking about day over day, especially on Urban Economic Empowerment Show, our natural conversations we have on this channel, anybody else who's dealing with what we deal with, because we're not blind anymore. Mm-hmm. We're at a point where we were kind of slightly blind, right? And still knew something was going on. Now we got even more clarity now, right? Mm-hmm. Because we're learning, right? We're learning from our mistakes. More so we're learning from their greed.
Their greed, yep. And it's so transparent. It's right there in your face. You can't even ignore it. You got to do something about it. If you don't do nothing about it, it's not like before. You can continue your life as usual, and you could just probably just live and not have it. Now you're gonna mess around and be starving. You fool around, can't put no food on your table.
Did y'all see the news the other day?
What?
They gave out a Nobel Peace Prize.
Yeah.
Peace Prize, a Nobel Peace Prize to who?
I didn't see it.
What was it? World Forum or something like that.
Bank Organization.
Yeah.
How compelling is it that you got to award the World Food Bank Corporation a Nobel Peace Prize in a time of a pandemic, a global pandemic, as if this is the only thing out there that's good for the world at this point? Because we've shown that these leaders who run these countries have run them into the dirt, and they only care about aligning their own politics, their own pockets with their own value.
Yeah.
To the point where you can't even feed your public.
Yep. You got to go to them for help.
Tragic. How many food banks, even in America now, has just been overrun lately?
Yep. That's true.
People with master's degrees, bachelor's degrees, they're in the same line with the person that works at McDonald's. The unemployment line and the food bank is of the same echelon of people.
Same line.
Couldn't make this stuff up.
Yep. It's so bad now. You got to be careful how you hold a conversation with people, because you don't know which one of them is in the situation.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly. This is the world we've been, again, man, I'm just saying, I don't know what else I say. I don't know what else sign that's out there. Some people just, again, want to live with their head in the dirt or their heads in the clouds. Some people just comfortable with that.
Yep. Oh,
press the play.
All that being footage.
Let them see that documentary.
Charging China a lot of money too with the tariffs, a lot of money, billions and billions of dollars. Opening your borders to mass illegal immigration. The wall is now 380 miles long. It'll soon be finished.
Which was? I thought they said it was only like 5 or 8 miles.
All right. Sure, there wouldn't be no point of putting it up.
No, I thought I seen something where they said that wall was not that long.
You know, they politicize anything, and it's weird too, because like anything, you got to be down there to see it.
Yeah.
It's like anything when it comes to politics, out of sight, out of mind.
Yes.
That's how they roll. I'm serious. That's how they do it. They roll with it. If you out of sight, out of mind, you don't really know, you can't question it.
They can't have it.
Mm.
You know, so again, ain't no telling how long it is. It probably ain't as long as he's saying, probably, but you know,
they're probably exaggerating.
So you're gonna throw a couple miles on that thing, put a couple more miles on that thing. Y'all know a couple miles is a lot. That's a lot. That's everything to some aspects of concrete and supply. That's a lot of money, right? So you know, this is the game. Again, we know what's going on. They hustling. Let's see what we got to say.
Trapping us in endless foreign wars, these ridiculous foreign wars that lasted 19 years. Our people are coming back home, you know that, and selling you out to the rich globalist Wall Street donors. They have the Wall Street donors.
Oh my God!
He should be the last.
Look at his face. Look at his face. That's why I had to pause right there. Look at that face. He can't even contain himself.
He needs to stop, man.
You know he's sitting there like, man, but I didn't fat. Because what he said, y'all remember when he was saying this way back in May and June? If you ain't in the stock market, what I'm doing for y'all, he been saying the top stock market since what? Since he got in the office. He using that as a political clout benchmark, right?
Mm-hmm.
How can he sit up here with a straight face and tell you now that he sold what? People selling out for Wall Street when he sat there and sold out the biggest to what? Wall Street. He literally performed the most heinous form of socialism ever in the history of mankind. Now they liken it to that of a fascist because, again, you know exactly what has happened. They've used the American taxpayer as the catalyst or stepping stone to fatten the pockets of who?
Wall Street.
Asset holders, which is another name for Wall Street.
Right.
His buddies, his son. If you ain't invested in the market right now, you got to be all that kind of mess. If I was you, I'd be buying stocks right now. All that man.
Appreciate it.
You see what I'm saying? We get it, but a lot of people don't.
Right.
Throw that fuck.
Man, I'm not cash apping you for no float.
Sorry about that. Black and Latino Americans are rejecting the radical socialist left, and they're embracing our.
Now, hold up. I gotta run that back 2 seconds again. I'm sorry, guys. Y'all gotta. Now he's speaking to Black and Latino people, right? Because this rally again mainly for them. Now we know other people there. We said that. Now, this is a question I asked a lot of my people. Again, this is not no more than what it is. We're doing case studies and case studies only. We hit everybody. No one is off base here. How many Black people that y'all know of are invested in the equity markets on average?
If they don't have a job that has the 401k, then they not.
Tino, right? Well, Tino, how many of y'all out there got family out there or people that y'all know invest in the markets? Go.
They definitely probably not. They
Absolutely zilch.
Closest they come to the market is their retirement plan.
Now, here's the other question. How can you leverage wealth and riches without it?
You can't. You definitely ain't getting it from Uncle Charlie.
Sure ain't.
And you're just over broke. We ain't used that word in a while.
So in one sentence, he just sat there and killed the ideal that making them say that, hey, you can trust Wall Street. Don't trust Wall Street.
He wants you to stay on your job, man.
We need Black and Latino workers.
Yep.
I've given them so many jobs. I've reduced the unemployment. I got Black people back to work. Wall Street cannot be Wall Street without Black what? And Latino workers.
That should have given us on the run on right there when you was getting more in unemployment than you doing your job.
Yep.
How'd you come? I'd be like knocking their doors down. Like, how'd you come up with that number then? Then that should tell you that we're not getting paid fairly.
No.
I don't know how to explain this. No different. If the writing's on the wall, the writing's on the wall. Come on, Stevie Wonder, come through. If he can see it, why can't y'all?
At a minimum, they say you should be making $3,200 a month. Y'all can't even make. Some people can't even make $1,200 a month.
You talking about $7.25 an hour in 2020, and the inflationary aspects of how this monetary system is turning over, and how debt is obviously still compiling, and it ain't really enriching your nation in a way on the equity side when it's kind of equally distributed. You know it's that way set up for a reason. The same reason why the feds can't look people in the eye and tell the truth why he knows they need to be doing more to fix that, but he said like he can't because he needs Congress to do their part. Yeah. You know that's a farce because it's Congress. Congress is supposed to be what? Republicans and Democrats, right? So if they can't agree on it, now how in the so-and-so, you think they finna sit here, man, look.
And then when you talk to one of them about it, they say, well, you ain't gonna do nothing with the money, but spending on sneakers and cars. It don't matter what they do with their money. Pay them properly. They don't care if they wear Jordans every day. That's on them.
And the same thing, the people saying that they were crying when they were saying we need to stimulate what? The economy. We need consumers to go out there and spend what?
Money.
Couldn't make so I tell people, man, y'all stop backwards hustling.
They want you to spend money, but they want to tell you, oh, we ain't gonna give you no money because you're just gonna spend your money. Shut up.
Again, the proverbial dangling of the carrot, even when it comes to the little dusty little stimulus checks. It's a
He
revolving
might not be qualified for this
hustle.
no more.
That's basically what it is, a revolving hustle.
He keep on. Look, they keep on going month to month. By the end of the year, I won't be getting no stimulus check either.
That's how they. I can't. I'm like, I be sitting there some days. I be like, I'm so mad at myself. Willis, why did it take you this long? Why did it take you this long? Why did it take you this long?
It's okay.
Thank you, sis, for saying that. Because a lot of times, we are always trying to live in a reflective value of what we feel like is the quote unquote
right
way to live based upon what we got from instructions from people who came before us. Not just our immediate family, but even the system, the school, all that was just, it's a hustle.
I think the advantage that we have about participating in the market is that we learning how to decipher time and price value. So a lot of people, they don't even pay attention to time no more, or how time can help them in reference to compound interest and things of that nature, putting something away for life. The simple fact of you saying put $5 a day away
for an entire year. $5. That's $1,800 and $1,850.
Right. They won't even. It's a matter of wait.
That's about the Christmas pay for if they can celebrate that in one setting.
Right. But you just went got a $5 box that does nothing for you, and you got a house full of food. So yes, you do have $5. But I just being able to leverage that time and then seeing it happen over time, like people rush their year. I don't even think they really even pay attention to a 12-month calendar no more, because they go so fast during the day. They're just going day to day. They're not even.
People have to live 6 months out of an entire year and play off the other 6.
Yes.
And I can show you why. I can put that into a diagram. And I'll tell you why. Because before I became obviously more inculcated into the markets, I was in international market again, me and David, right? So we understood the parity of trying to find, like you do, Sister Money, showing people how to find money. And I can do showing people how to how they got money to spend on things that they claim they ain't got money to spend on, because basically you're showing it. So if you got 6 months to go hard and we're working 6 months the mess off, that 6 months is relegated to things that you blew on trivia time. How long do the NBA season last? Anybody go?
NBA season?
You probably got 82 plus.
How long does the NBA season last?
It's 9 months.
Yeah.
November to May, or November to
October to June.
October.
How long does the NFL season last? Anybody go? Give me a roundabout figure. Anybody? Back chat or on the panel? Anybody go?
Oh, that's 8 months.
February.
August and February. Well, some people only to December.
That's probably some people took December.
So the full thing, 8 months.
How long does the Major League Baseball scenario last? Roundabout.
Was it 6, 8 months too? Was it March to August, or
working with like a year and a half, 2 years, something like that?
Okay, now at this end, these are what they call the one-offs or the extras. How long does the track and field season scenario last?
Well, they got indoor and they got outdoor, so that's about 6 months too. They start running in.
Cyclical, right? Because you got summer.
Yeah,
you also got winter.
Oh, yeah, you got winter games. Mm-hmm.
How much time do y'all think the average person gives to those scenarios on any given fiscal year, calendar scenario? Go.
When you say give, you mean like
watch, use, peruse.
Oh, shoot, year round.
For at least out of a fiscal calendar year.
Year round? Because they're going from sport to sport.
You see how this works? You see where I'm going with this? Y'all see where I'm going with this? This is what I'm getting at here. The time lost, the time given away freely. This is no shade against sports. Again, learn how to think objectively here. Don't get caught up in thinking just because you like it, everybody else is against it. I'm saying critically thinking here, Put it into context. How much time do a person gives away freely to those environments, those values of entertainment on a fiscal calendar perspective? And my next question after that is, what is the ROI? What is the ROE? What is the ROT? What is the ROA? Anybody? So
0.
This is why I'm sitting here in 2020 trying to figure out, how do you have time to waste if you ain't earned it to give away? As I'm always saying, you don't have a luxury to have a luxury. Right? You don't have that luxury to have a luxury because there's no backstops in play for you. If you make a mistake, you go back several steps. Not one or two, several steps. And it feels like an uphill battle to come back. It's like pulling teeth. And so you convince yourself, okay, well, this is the best thing, this is the best model out there. Meaning school, education, work. With or without college, but just work. And you can convince me that that's an equal, even exchange for all of you every single day. All your knowledge, all your talent, all your wit, your intellect, everything that makes you unique is all worth it. To say, I'd rather give it to so-and-so CEO. And you not try nothing else. You convince yourself, I don't need to learn anything else. I don't need to learn how to be entrepreneur-minded. I don't need to learn how to be invested. Yet still, you just heard Trump say, well, what all this stuff about trying to drag Wall Street, and he the biggest donor and supporter of Wall Street. The biggest socialist, Marxist, whatever for Wall Street. He gave away so much of taxpayers' money to Wall Street that it ain't even began to be funny. Obama did it too. Shots fired. QE3 kicked off under the Obama administration. Of course, they had a subprime lending crash. Yet still, a lot of that supposed to be backstopped by the value of what? Giving it back to the people. So, okay, you was able to potentially get the minimum wage up 75 cents. But everybody else on the corporate side benefited greatly. Billions and billions of dollars. In my Trump voice, billions and billions and billions of dollars. So this is what you're left with. Right? This is what we're left with. So we have to change our narrative. We have to change the game. You have to stop setting up on the chessboard with no pawns ahead of your what? Your essential values. Your knight, your rook, right? Your bishop, your queen, and your king. You have to protect that. Those are your values, your things that you stand on, your knowledge. That's your core lineup. And you ain't got no foot soldiers out there protecting you. And so all your pawns are supposed to be what? Your money, right? Your skills, your ability to organize people, all that stuff is supposed to go out there and what? Fight for you daily. It's supposed to fight for you. Your money is a resource. Again, like I've said before, it's like a soldier. Do you send your soldier to battle with one boot, right? No belt, right? A fitted cap instead of a Kevlar, right? He got on a Montclair vest instead of a bulletproof flak vest, right? He got on,
bulletproof vest with no plates in it.
No plates in it, right? He got a 6-round revolver in 2020, and everybody else out there got assault guns that they shoot lasers, right? He got a little rusty pocket knife that's only about 3-inch blade for a bayonet, and everybody else got like one about 2-3 feet long on their weapon. You send that to war every day for you. And then you wonder why you keep losing what? Battles. You wonder why you keep losing battles. Because people don't want to put petty differences aside, come together, formulate the idea, use knowledge to leverage it to say, okay, it's not me against you. Even in relationships, it's not me against you. It's us against what?
Them. Say it again. Say it again.
And so until we remove the feelings away from the equation, it's going to be a revolving door of what? Problems or monkey wrenches being thrown into the ultimate plan of what people are trying to accomplish. And then in the meantime, you're going to what? Give Love and Hip Hop, Law and Order. I don't even know what shows out there so much. I ain't had cable like forever. Whatever shows out there, people out there watching again. And I even just only spoke about the sporting events. I didn't even talk about syndicated TV or how those kind of scenarios.
24/7.
You give that your time, your best of your time to that every day, trying to imitate the art that they're presenting to you in your real life, following somebody else's what? Makeshift paradigm of what you feel like that's how the real world works. The real world does not work that way. It's people out there who are leveraging opportunity at any given moment.
Chris,
important to them.
Chris said post a link. He lost. He got dropped out.
Oh, my bad. And so again, that's why, you know, I keep saying, man, this is exactly why, you know, you need to have these kind of forums, these think tanks. Of course, now might not be funded by millions of dollars like some of these think tanks are and all this, that, and the third. But guess what? It doesn't separate us from being able to kind of extract the knowledge because now we know how to what? Fish. We know how to hunt. Everything I've ever tried to share on this channel was just teaching people how to what? How to hunt and fish.
Yo.
I don't own none of this stuff. I don't own a patent on it. I don't own claim I own it. I said, hey, this is what I was able to find when I was out there doing my research. This led me to that. That led me to this. This put me over here. Let's leverage it together. I got it. It's yours. It's yours because it ain't mine. Let's go. That's how you change the game. The end result is a tangible benefit, though. That's what I'm looking at. And it ain't taking you a whole lot to get there. You already given up your time. We didn't broke that down. You already given up your time. You can't use that as an excuse because you got it. I ain't got time, bro. You just sat and watched the whole game, bro. They got that on. You can rewind that now, right? This 2020, bro. You can TiVo that. Right now, we need to be focused on getting this back. That game will be any different in rewind mode as it is in live.
Man, you better say it again.
They don't want to hear that. They don't want to deal with that. The end result still gonna be the end result. Because whether you watch it and don't know, somebody gonna hit your inbox up or your live feed up with who won anyway.
I know. You get to see who won the game and how they won it and everything.
So I'm like, I don't understand how people can consistently convince themselves that, you know, that they're not, you know, that their intellect time is not valuable, put into areas where it really needs to be what? Leveraged the most. And this state in the game, and I'm saying it because, again, so much was revealed to us doing what? Under this pandemic.
Mm-hmm.
If they showed you how much they don't give a darn about you now, what else you need? I don't get what else you gonna need, man. Like, what else you need?
Yeah, they threw you.
The cup over.
They threw you in left field. This pandemic, man, listen, should have been an eye opener. They closed the front door on you.
Hard, slam. We ain't even caught you. One of them tight.
And if they repeal that, and if it's a lot of people that pre-existing now, if you got tested positive for COVID, you now have a pre-existing condition.
Hurry up.
You're gonna feel those effects.
At the office, he gonna try to repeal Obamacare, and that's what's gonna remove it. He said about not leaving that clause on the books. Because if Obamacare goes, so does pre-existing conditions too.
Oh yeah, that's right. Oh yeah, that's about to be a wrap. That's about to be a wrap, boy.
And they already talk about scientifically that this thing has lingering effects that can further follow you for the rest of your life because the fact that, you know, the type of virus that it is.
Yep.
Scarring of the lungs, neurology issues, and all the kind of stuff like this. And they finna sit here and convince you because they don't want to deal with the real science, right? They want to play what? Scientists on the weekend because he stayed at Holiday Inn, right? And convince you that, no, you don't need to do nothing but just follow me. Again, Jim Jones all day long, 2.0.
Hey, somebody said that they told me this white guy said it too. He was like, the only thing they're missing is the Kool-Aid right now. Go ahead, go to the rallies. He bringing all y'all to Jim Jones event.
Lined them up today out in front of the White House. A bunch of black and Latino people rallying out there, full of that Rona. Hey, follow me.
He got
Don't go to Wall Street. Don't listen to this. Don't listen to do nothing Democrats. Follow me. Get back to work.
He got their people last time with the nominee, and he about to get us with this one.
Couldn't make this stuff up.
Go ahead, and they're the ones that can't get to the hospital because they ain't got no insurance. Keep on.
What he said during this campaign back in 2016 or 2017 when he made office?
We said I've done more for black people than any other president.
I like the poorly educated.
Oh yeah.
I like the poorly educated. You know, with the body language and all that, just clapping the head like, bro, I like the poorly educated. And I write the Dangerville voice, kind of like. Because they gonna give me what I want blindly and expect nothing in return.
Nothing in return.
All their leaders, I get all their loyalty, I get all their time, I get everything I need, I get their militia values, I get all that.
Nothing in return.
People have figured out how to accept that. Think about that. If that's not regression, is that not a
also you can be in the photo op. Also, you can be in the photo op.
Couldn't make this stuff up.
Is the video done?
No, we finna run it. That's why, but I had to go there because again, you got a person like Candace Owens. We know her story, we know her dossier, right? We know what's going on with that. And we know how hard she's been clamoring to get some TV time. Again, Omarosa 2.0 wannabe.
Yeah, where's Omarosa?
And look, somewhere on the island, somewhere, probably being threatened every day. I wouldn't doubt it. True story.
I'm surprised she didn't come out.
Brother, over Brandon, it ain't let me add you. Something must be wrong with either internet connection, but it's still showing that you're waiting at the thing pop up so I can add you. So I don't know.
Omarosa, we didn't see Omarosa. She wrote the book.
In the wind somewhere, hiding somewhere. They're probably on the Andaman Island out there with our family out there trying to keep that run off their back.
I don't blame her. She old too.
Couldn't make this stuff up. Let's roll some more of that footage.
Black and Latino Americans are rejecting the radical socialist left, and they're embracing our pro-jobs, pro-worker.
They the one gonna need that housing voucher. They better sit down. What happened?
I had to have a moment of silence for that little moment. Y'all gonna get their work today. Y'all gonna get their work today. I had to have a moment of silence because that's exactly the hustle right there.
Mm-hmm.
Pro jobs, pro worker. It is a pro businessman, pro entrepreneur endeavors to own your own businesses. It says we need pro jobs, pro worker. That means they pro it. That's not basic. That's pro. That means they championing this. That's what a pro is. A person who champions a certain skill set, who took it to its full potential. They want you to be at your full potential as a worker or be on the job for Mr. Charlie.
Yeah.
Sorry, Miss Jackson.
Thank you. It reminds me of this TV show I used to watch.
I apologize and demonize. Sorry, Jackson. I am for real.
Yeah, but
make your daughter cry. I apologize.
When you say worker, it just sounds like this TV show I used to watch where the Romans was telling the gladiators get back to work, slave.
Get back to work, cracking that whip.
Mm-hmm. I know.
I'm like, man, that's crazy.
One of the little movies I used to like back in the old, what was it? Underworld.
Yeah.
The Vikings and the vampires.
Mm-hmm.
And the dude, they had all the Vikings locked up in the prison. The werewolves locked up in prison. And dude used to come down there hitting them with that whip there. Get back to work. As soon as the Lycans broke free, they couldn't wait to go after that dude with that whip.
Thank you.
Get back to work. That should be everybody right now in the black community right now.
Talk about
it. We should be the first one to go after that joker with that whip. That's what a lot of our ancestors did when they got serious about getting away.
Yeah.
If nothing else, we gonna make sure we get Jethro before we roll up out of here.
No, we need that PS5 so we can chill at the crib till it's time to go back to work.
Ain't that something? I'm talking about locked and loaded. Give me 2 hours. Give me 3 hours. Right? Give me 30 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
So again, where you waste your time is going to end up being where you waste your greatest aspect of your talent and your monetary value in that same setting. Because if they're going to tell you literally, in so many ways and directly, that you say use it or lose it, well, that's what happens once you go through the system in a way where you kill all your hopes, dreams, aspirations, inspirational values become null. All that stuff just goes away once you convince yourself that you're worth $20 an hour, $30 an hour, $40 an hour, because you're not getting paid that amount in terms of what you output. You're not getting paid in essence to what your real true worth is worth. You're not getting paid for none of that. But people will convince themselves that this is the trade-off. This is an equal or greater exchange.
That's right.
So your mama birthed you to be a $50 an hour kind of person. Or a $20 an hour person, or a $30 an hour person. Your mom and dad went through everything to put you here to be that kind of mindset.
Take it easy, y'all.
But then they tell you what? Oh, but no, you this, my baby this, my baby that, my baby this, right? Y'all know I'm going with this. This is how even that become, you get hustled in your own household. And so until you break that curse along too, again, we had our sister on. Our sister crown is nappy, right?
Mm-hmm.
Going in, right? You can tell she hit a point in her life. You can hear it in her voice. You can hear it in her energy. She's like, God dang it, I wasted all this time. I ain't nowhere in the world I go back to that. Right? I got hustled. They hustled me. They got me. They told me if I just do this, this will be fine. Right? But a lot of us will find out that no, that is more ways to get this than that. And we're starting to materialize it. So that's why we do what we do. We ain't sitting there pushing back against finding out how to get this money in the market. No matter how, we go, the tuitions that we pay, no matter how much time, or no matter how much people look at you like, man, what you doing this stuff, man? What you gambling over there? What you doing? They don't understand. This is a bigger picture. You think these people look at it. They took them years to procure this kind of level of wealth off the backs of other people by leveraging them. The same way they can make a smart remark that this country is the leader of the free world. The country is. Whoever they put in that political puppet seat as president, he's just a person that's supposed to pull the switches. But everybody behind him is supposed to be in agreement to a degree. So if you're complicit in voting for these charlatans, all right, you're kind of somewhat adherent to that value. But you say, well, no, there's a difference though, brother. It's a difference though, brother. I say, okay, well, again, like I said, I know a clock is right twice a day. I get it. There are gonna be some things that you probably can say, I can roll with that. Because your BS meter is always on. You ain't let anybody get over on you, and you gonna always agree to reality. You just talk your way out of reality because if it's true, it's just true. That's what they saying. Mean we call stand on your square or speaking truth to power. Sometimes you got to look at the person that you may not just like the most, and if they saying something that's truth to power that can't be contested, you can't falsify it, then you're gonna have to go and agree with it. That's what being an adult is all about, is it not?
Right. Mm-hmm.
It's not just owning lies because you just like a person. But reality is, again, if the good is not outweighing the bad, then guess what? It's dead on arrival. It's DOA. Right? Because you're like, man, you just said some good, but brace yourself. Here comes some lies. Rapid succession, right after. Lie. Like, God, dog, right? You just said something that was powerful. Now you went right into lie mode. Right after. Then turn the person off just that quick. Yeah, come make this stuff up. Let's roll that bean footage. What's going on, Oba Brandon? I'm sorry. What's going on, Oba? Peace, power, pride, family.
What's going on, everybody? What's going on, African Emporium? How y'all doing?
You got it, man. We in here trying to get in on this Saturday, man, killing time and building up brain cells to get ready for Sunday futures and Monday market.
Man, I hear it, man. I hear it. I'm doing homework right now, and I was like, oh, let me listen to these guys. I forgot about my homework. I was trying to do an essay. I forgot about it.
We trying to take y'all the books.
Nah, it's all right. It's all right. I'm still getting that education somewhere else, though. So, hey, I'm all right.
It's all power because we trying to better ourselves. I love it, man, and I know it because again, like I said, I go to war with y'all any day, man. I know what a battlefield look like with people who serious about opportunity, right? And that's coming from being in all kind of scenarios in my life. And one thing I do realize, man, but once you get around, as they truly say, around people who have like-minded interests, it shows, right? Because you're gonna start seeing people around you actually win, not just saying they winning, but they actually are tangibly winning.
Facts.
You're gonna be seeing some P&Ls. You're gonna be seeing those kind of things happening, not just the theoretical idea that they're winning. Just because it sounds good. Our team winning. All right, we'll post the receipts then. Post the receipt. Well, hold up, bro. You being a little too nosy. Ain't in your business. Oh, okay, my bad. I thought you said you were winning though.
That's facts.
My bad. Move on, Trump. Move on, Trump.
Pro police, we want law and order. We have to have law and order.
Okay, pro jobs, pro workers, and right after that, what? Pro police and law and order. The least police people in terms of justice in America need to have more what? Police.
Law and order.
More slave catchers. I'm sorry. My bad. I wasn't supposed to say that.
It was.
Go make this stuff up.
And pro-American agenda.
What American agenda?
Pro-America.
Which is?
Before America.
Make America.
Great again. White America.
No, but it's the it said make America great again, though. I mean, it's pro America, it's pro black. Supposed to be pro black people. I'm lost. I'm trying to I'm just saying, bro.
Pro Latino.
Give me that, give me that reference sheet, bro. That shows when it was, I'm not saying we haven't had political strides throughout our tenure here, right? Right. Not saying that, but what I do know, it was never a formula that was what we were inherently supposed to what?
Yep, receive
and benefit off of, because it was never designed in the conception. You see what I'm saying? A lot of people had a hard time dealing with that because they say, well, man, but you got access to this now and this, that. So they always want to do the trade-off in terms of what they feel like is supposed to be equal or compensatory or compensatory, in the aspect of what we feel like we're supposed to have gotten to clear that debt, right? Of what the ancestors went through, of what the world has gone through, because not just, again, Africans in America, a lot of other people got this stuff, robbed, raped, and pillaged as well. So it's like telling them, hey, we're going to make this island great again. Well, it was mine before you got here. Or, we were comfortable over there before you came here. So the ideology, again, is a pathology of people trying to tell you what they feel like is good for you. That's what I'm going at with this. Because, again, I'm using strictly historical context. You can't deny the history. You can get mad because it don't fit the narrative of Kumbaya, but it doesn't negate the fact that ultimately, in the end, you have accepted that. But guess what? At any given moment, it can be reversed on you too, even with a different ethnicity. If you don't believe it, look what happened again, Michigan militia. All this stuff is happening right now.
Yep.
Y'all saw how that dude was living in the bottom of a vacuum cleaner basement.
In the basement, yep.
You know hot.
The only comment that I thought was worth anything when it was put out, when Kamala Harris said, "Oh, you want to do a history lesson? Then if Trump is the best thing for black, or done the most for black people, why do you got just appointed 50 appellate court federal judges? Not one of them is black.
Not one." I
dropped the mic. I didn't want to listen after that, because at the end of the day, it's true. Because when you start talking about what you're doing for black people in these areas, these federal court positions, which they have been talking about all along, I don't know how it just went over people's head.
You know why? It's always been. Remember I talked about that. I forgot when I had spoke about that at some point.
Yeah.
You stack the deck. You understand that the true backbone of quote unquote America is its justice system.
Yep, it's justice system, and they stack them courts, and it's like, okay, y'all can have the president's spot, but shit, we're gonna control it. We're gonna control anything that comes our way.
Because law is always upheld or thrown away by the true quote unquote. They call it the American sage. I've seen little people like, these are American sages, right? Y'all the American oracles, right? Is our Supreme Court justice system, right? That they're the same people keeping kicking this can down the road in terms of what hiding his taxes. Because they can easily just say, hey man, look, but they know it's a what? It's a circular. It's so, man, it's ratchet. It's ratchet. You would not get that same privilege though. You would not get that same privilege. Where our brother Wesley Snipes at right now? Right? Where's our brother Wesley Snipes at right now? Mad as HELL hockey sticks. Because he didn't get that privilege. But you got a sitting president supposed to be a symbol of everything that's supposed to be so-called quote unquote right about America. That a citizen is supposed to aspire for, right? That's what they tell you, right? You want your children one day to aspire to sit at the highest seat of the land one day, right? Well, so if they put Trump in office and thus far what he's been able to do in some aspects of some of his rhetoric and all that, do you want your children to aspire to that? I say the same thing for Biden because, again, his track record has shown, again, look, do you want, poo with corn in it or you want poo with peas in it?
That's your only option.
That's your only option. Corn or peas. Choose wisely. This is the game they playing. And so that's what people do because they feel like they got no other option because they ain't educated on reality. Not educated in a school program in terms of being programmed. I'm talking about educated on reality. That's the difference.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, again, like I said, it's like an athlete with what? Raw talent as opposed to someone that got to be coached. The raw talent guy, like, bro, just throw me the ball, bro. Just throw it in the air. I go get it.
Mm-hmm.
They find a way. It comes naturally in them. Everybody got to be coached. If no, you got to do it this way. You got to follow the play. Stop deviating. Bro, you trying to win the game or you trying to win the moment? Right? So this is the mentality. So my mindset, again, Anarchy 99, right? I rebel financially. Right? A lot of us, still trying to figure out how to do it, and there's nothing wrong with that. Some people ain't gonna be able to do it. I get that too. Right. So I don't want to downplay it in a way where I say, okay, not surviving, ultimately to try to, better your situation or your family. You do what you gotta do. But you know what? But you gotta realize one thing. See, there's no script that bars you from what we do. When I say what we do, meaning from anybody who has a privilege and a right to access the equity markets. We're the most lucrative markets in the free world, as I say, the real free world, not the free world they talking about, but the global free world. The ability to trade across country lines and barriers to utilize products and services in a way where you can finance and leverage off that. That in lies where the true mastery of opportunity is at. Meaning the opportunity that you are not bound by any particular restriction due to your education, your color, your skin, your sexual gender orientation, right? Your political affiliation, your religious ideologies. None of that stuff matters. Your criminal values or lack thereof. How many kids you got don't have. See, none of that stuff matters over here. It's even playing field, 280 degree. So Trump just told you, if you're black, stay away from the stock market. Go be the best worker and job seeker that you could be and follow the law. Basically, just put that in the layman terms. Roll that footage.
I want to thank the Blexit Foundation for organizing this event. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Yeah, so there's a thing called Blaxit now. They copied off Brexit. And we ain't the most copycat. Man, y'all better sit down somewhere. Blaxit, huh? Okay. Yeah, how about Blaxit all this stuff? Republican and Democrat. How about Blaxit both of them? And go start your own party. Crickets. They don't want that word.
And especially your two founders, two friends of mine, great people, Candace Owens and former Tucson police officer Brandon Tatum. Thank you both.
I don't know, Brandon. You might want to change the name, bro. Might want to change the name, Brandon. You might want to be affiliated with that. Nah, I'm just kidding. They roll that footage.
Great job. What a great job. Two really brilliant, smart young people. Great. And thank you very much for being here. We really appreciate it. So you just marched to the White House because...
Whoa. You just marched to the White House. This is a peaceful protest. Only when it's to what? To big up what? Him. Everybody else is doing it because of police, brutality, all that. You SOBs, you this, you that. You take a knee at the football game. You ain't even doing nothing. You're not hurting nobody. You just took a knee. And people are outraged. Fans throwing beer all in the air. They're crying, screaming, "This is America. How dare you? I took a knee." Dude, I just took a knee. Maybe I need to just take a knee before the game because I want to, be able to rest before the game. No, but you doing the flag though. You whoa, bro. I only need a 12-pack of Bush beer to get over this. This is the hypocrisy of this insidious culture in this country that is just crazy to me. Where the sitting president is calling people who standing up for, again, racial injustice, SOBs, this, that, and the third. And when people on the other end that look like him do those same kind of things and worse because they just doing it because they just hate the fact that everybody else is doing it, trying to say, "I want justice." He said, "Look at them fine people over there." Or stand back and stand by. Or it's the governor fault of Michigan. If she was doing what she's supposed to do, and people would not be trying to come for her head. Couldn't make this stuff up.
As you understand, to protect the lives of Black Americans and all Americans, you have to have your police support you. You have to have that.
Whoa. Everybody else don't think that way. Everybody else say, "I'm going to have my dollars protect me." Everybody else say, my value to put people in place to do my bidding is going to protect my well-being. That's why we show up with a bag. We don't need them showing up with a badge. It's a difference. So you can't garner wealth through work for somebody else, even to have an extra surplus to put up a bag to even get to buy a politician, because the worker, he's check to check. She's check to check in most cases. So it's a hustle. The only way you have outstanding income or surplus to make those kind of power moves, you got to find other ways to bring in income. With that other income, that's how you leverage opportunity. That's how you get things done. Okay, move on, brother.
If the left gains power, they'll launch a nationwide crusade against law enforcement, and they've already done that. And you see them. They're doing that at a level that nobody's ever seen before. The other day in the debate, Biden couldn't even use the words law enforcement. I said, "Say law enforcement. Say law enforcement." And he was bailed out by the anchor. And
the same debate, the commentator said, "Can you say white supremacists? Use the word white supremacists. Say white supremacists. What do you want to call it?" Well, he was like, what do you want to call it? Okay, but stand back and stand by. He still didn't say what? White supremacists. Hypocrite. Capital H, hypocrite.
Then I said very simply, I said, "Name one law enforcement group that's supporting you." He couldn't do it, but he was bailed out by the anchor. Second time bailed, he got bailed out by that anchor a lot. Taking their funds away, their firearms, their fundamental authorities, taking everything away, including your freedom. Joe Biden even said when you call 911, a therapist should answer the call. That doesn't work. But this is the people telling him what, because he doesn't say. He's told what to say. You saw what they introduced today. They've gone through a period of years. No fracking. All of a sudden, gets a nomination. He says there's going to be fracking. But Pennsylvania, Oklahoma, Texas, North Dakota, all of you, there will be, if it happens, all of those jobs are gone. Your energy jobs are gone if they get in. Just remember I said it, okay? Just remember.
So, to my understanding, this recession and also this preliminary depression happened under his watch. It's still happening under his watch. It's happening under the Senate control watch. And all of a sudden, they can't get nothing done. This is the hustle part here, where you have to blame your inefficiencies away onto the next particular scenario or party that may obviously be, coming into fruition based upon them starting to read the writing on the wall that they might be up out of here. And so let's ultimately go ahead and kind of cast aspersion on my other rival side now, as if they're going to be the excuse why all this came to what? To an end. Couldn't make this stuff up. Grown people know how to sift through to find the peas and the carrots. Couldn't make this stuff up.
I don't think so either. There's been, and I have to say, there's been more enthusiasm. We have had more enthusiasm right now, this year, than we had 4 years ago by a factor of 3 times. And we had a lot. And they...
You see these fed up Democrats out there. These are fed up a lot of these are old Democrats. Fed up black Democrats. They're saying, well, maybe I need to go try the other side. See, they don't understand the power that they already have within themselves, that they don't need either side. They need to form and correlate a coalition of just learning how to leverage opportunity and not necessarily a party or a person mentality that most people obviously in this country feel like they have to succumb to as a voting right citizen. Again, the same reason why you don't hear Asians rallying behind these kind of things, and East Indians and Arabs. They come here, they leverage the opportunity, and they send money back to their respective nations. Of course, our situation is unique as the so-called the foundational African in this country, meaning we can't be deported. That's what I mean when I say foundational. We can't be deported. There's no way it can deport us to. So by proxy, we are just as much, obviously, in essence, right? We are just as much in essence, right? The builders of this nation. Obviously, fundamentally we did because of slavery. But ultimately, you can't be deported. So if they still talking to you as if you some kind of halfway immigrant and not giving you what you need to be in a position that you can benefit off of, sharing the spoils of that, funding you into the right scenarios, what you need to kind of be really adhering to. Again, the financial sector side of the house, where all the money is created and distributed, as opposed to working hard for it, then you can't, you got to start making executive decisions, basically is what I'm saying, for your own life. No matter who you are, white, black, Latino, Asian, Smurf, midget, humpback, purple, yellow, whatever. That's anybody should be thinking like that. Because again, the coronavirus exposed how the system is set up to BS you anyway. Kick the can down the road, dangle the carrot in front of your face. As soon as you stop and double take enough to look at it, you done lost your focus. They got you. I'm not even double taking, bro. I'm straight and narrow. Put blinders on me. I ain't even looking sideways. I'm not looking behind me. I'm forward. Put blinders on me. Because you can't hustle me anymore.
They had none. They have no enthusiasm. They have no enthusiasm. In fact, the gap is so incredible. When a poll just came out, I think it said 56% of the people prefer their position now in the midst of a pandemic than they did 4 years ago. Think of what that means. 56. And it's a Gallup poll, and it's the highest poll ever recorded, 56%. Now tell me about that. No, we had it going, and we really had it going, and then the plague came in from China, but we're getting rid of that, and we're rebuilding it, and it's going to be better than it was even before. But the homes and churches and businesses of Black and Hispanic Americans have been looted, you know that. They've been vandalized and burned by left-wing fanatics.
Homes, businesses, and churches been looted by left wing or Democrats. If there's any one thing that I do know about the black community when it comes to our church value, is that they are not burning down their own churches, if nothing else.
Yep.
If nothing else, black people are not burning down their churches.
True.
But he just sat literally right there and said, this is what, because again, and most people who vote Democrat are obviously black, and they sit in those churches. The same way Bush leveraged T.D. Jakes and Eddie Long back in Creflo Dollar under that faith-based initiative. That was his approach to keep the black vote, or try to get the black vote in this case. But nonetheless, majority of people in them churches still vote what? Democrat.
Mm-hmm. Oh, Republican.
Say again?
You said most of the people in the church?
Yeah, in the real true black churches.
Well, in the storefronts, they probably Democrats, but in those mega churches, they Republicans.
But I'm saying, that's why I said the true black church. That's why I said real black churches. Not them political churches, because political churches are obviously mega church.
Yeah,
they got to be for everybody, right? Because they can't keep the doors open if they bring in everybody.
All right.
Don't have enough black support to have that kind of church. Right. The only way you get away with that is maybe like in Atlanta, because it's a pro-black what? Demographic.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So World Harvest down there on Old Nat, and also the one he got up there in Norcross, meaning Creflo, along out there off on the west side, right? So my Atlanta folks, y'all know what I'm talking about. I just stay in Atlanta, right? Because it's a pro-black environment. The majority of the people obviously in Atlanta definitely vote Democrat.
Mm-hmm.
But we talking about a real mega church. We talking about the Joe Osteen sizes, the Jake sizes, the Ray Hagen, not Ray Hagen, but what that white guy, big white guy Hagen, whatever.
That's always a Republican, and his under churches they Republicans. I used to go to one of them.
What
the dollar ones, the ones that talk about prosperity, them Republicans.
Hold up now, Old National though, but a lot of them Democrats over there though, sis.
Where?
The Royal Harvest over there on Old National, his church, Old National. I don't know if you ever been to that one. That man, that's in the hood. Old National is in the hood of all hoods. It's right next to liquor stores and the dope dealers in the streetwalker.
Wow, his right direction over here, which they follow the same, I guess the same group of folk. Shoot, he's straight up Republican. They make a lot of money.
Yeah, the one over there in Norcross, because it's over there in the rich neighborhood. Whatever. So, man, look, the ideology, and I'm just saying that because Old National, obviously, but that ideology over there is straight where them benefits at, right? Because the poverty, you see what I'm saying? It's probably going to vary from place to place. Like I said, it depends on, where it's at. The demographics obviously matter, because the demographics is the base of people who, in that society. Obviously, if they have a certain ideology, they're going to obviously, move in a certain way, in a way together.
Yeah.
Right? Again, you're going to get the difference literally across town, because again, up there in Norcross, of course, that's Gwinnett and all up in that area, they're going to have a different mindset. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's true.
And so, and it's weird too, because again, when you look at it, it's crazy, right? Because again, we know ultimately they're just trying to get what?
Yeah.
Taxpayer benefits.
Yes, and they're going to get them checks. Hey, they're tithing.
Yep, they'll say anything to get those taxpayer benefits. That's the whole purpose of being 501(c)(3). You are the truest political, what? Because you ain't really producing nothing. You're not. What does the church produce? Anybody? Excuse me. I didn't mean to be disrespectful, but somebody produce. Tell me, what does the church actually produce?
Motivation. That's it. So keep them happy every now and then. Feed them some chicken.
And some mullet dinners, right?
Some mullet dinners. Did you say mullet?
I know about the old school backward.
Oh my God, you didn't even say whitey. He say mullet.
Mullet dinners, right? They can't even afford the good fish. They got to go get mullet.
Oh my God.
Mullet dinners at the church. Oh, we got fish Friday. What we got? We got whiting. We got some sea bass, some grouper, some snapper, and all mullet. What?
I want to find that clip where when Trump said anybody who pray, I think somebody said I'm gonna pray about it, something like that. And he had made that comment and say if anybody who was using prayers or whatever, and then all of a sudden, I guess they must have got evangelicals must have got at him, and then he never used that again. All of a sudden, now he's a Christian. He never said that, but he taking pictures of Bibles and trying to act like he for the prayer. I'm like, this fool is.
When he held that Bible in front of that church, he didn't even know what it was. He looked at it like two way, like, what is this? It's the front, it's the back. Oh, what is this? He had it upside down. I'm like, man.
Hey, that must have been a bet. He must have lost a bet. Bet you won't go take a picture with this Bible.
And it was in the middle of a protest at a time when he forced the people out of the protest. He forced them off a certain area so he can go get a photo op. Couldn't make this stuff.
Yeah, that's why I was like, this fool, crazy. That fool ain't got no lick of spirituality or religion in him. Save his name.
But again, this is the whole hustle. The Paula Whites, the hustles, the Kenneth Cope, the hustles.
Yeah, they love him.
His spiritual advisor is a serial divorce, fraud, trailer park minded. I don't even.
Who is his spiritual advisor?
You don't know it? Paula White.
Paula White is Trump's spiritual advisor?
His spiritual advisor.
True. What? He must be trying to holler.
You see the dynamic there. You starting to wake up now. Come on, Stormy Daniels. Come on, the other lady. Come on, everybody else that's going. You seeing it now.
Oh, because Paula White got that youthful look, little young petite white chick with a little golden hair. Yeah, I see it. I see it.
Fraud, charlatan at the highest level. The amount of black bucks that were in her bed many a times, taking church payers' money. And the story I don't her ain't like I'm making this stuff up. It's all over tabloid. Everybody got stuff on her, dirt on her. Because she was the ultimate trailer park trash hustler.
Man, I used to like Paula White too.
Out of the states of Florida, my state too. That's why I know her. So people can't come at me. I know her. She dusty. She's dusty like the Queen Lot Lizard dusty of church mega pastors.
Oh man.
And she became his spiritual advisor.
Yeah, Satanism. I forget her age. Wow, he tried to holler. Ain't no way he got a spiritual advisor. You're right.
Couldn't make this stuff up.
Go ahead with it.
Roll that bean footage.
Total bad people. They know what they're doing. Yet Biden likes to call them peaceful protesters. You see people.
And them black people out there in the audience booing right now.
Yeah.
And one's getting shot down, gunned down, beat down. You know what I'm saying? All that. And they out there booing. They again against their own self-interest. Remember I said that?
Mm-hmm.
I get it. I clock it right twice a day.
I thought he was peaceful protesting today.
That's what he said right in the very beginning, didn't he?
The first words.
This y'all homeboy. This y'all mans. Y'all mans, B. Who mans is this, B? Who mans is this?
From a couple of the very bad, very corrupt networks standing. And behind them, the cities are burning, and they're saying these are peaceful protests. And you look, and everything's on fire.
This positive COVID-19.
Oh, my bad.
Said when you call 911,
Oh, look.
Taking their funds away, say law enforcement, and he was bailed out. Then I said very simply, I said, name one law enforcement group in time bailed. He got bailed out by that anchor. Didn't answer the call. That doesn't
I lost our place. Where was it?
And by the way, we are, and it's true, and I say it all the time. That was easy for him. No, he did a great job because we're on the side of right. We really are. They know what they're doing. Yet Biden likes to call them peaceful protesters. You see people, you see anchors from a couple of the very bad, very corrupt networks standing. And behind them, the cities are burning, and they're saying these are peaceful protests. And you look, and everything's on fire.
Who burnt down that Wendy's in Atlanta when they killed that brother in that driveway for falling asleep?
One of them, man. One Antifa?
No, a white lady.
White, yeah, those. So
who burned down the AutoZone? They found out later up there in Kenosha. It was like Kenosha or somewhere. It was a white group. Who set?
White groups. That's what I thought.
Who set Portland on fire? Took over that square down there and shuttered the police department over there. Who was that? A white group. White people, I should say. I'm not even saying group because Black people do not burn and loot unless we just really, really push to that point. You continuously don't serve justice. Lately, it has not. It has become more radical where people are coming in, these provocateurs, and they're doing it because they know it reflects back on the people who are trying to peacefully protest. This is not rocket science at this point.
Mm-hmm.
They just know how to play your emotional stream to get you to sign on to the lies and the rhetoric that you're the one doing it. Even if you was, you still feel like you're justified because you're not getting justice. They play you in both ways. They keep you boxed in so much and in your feelings to the point where you cannot think rational. And then they put you label on you and say, you're this. Anything to distract, deny, and deflect. For them not doing jack nothing. Keep in mind, this is under his watch. And he's doing nothing. Couldn't make this stuff up.
And I want to thank our law enforcement, and I want to thank everybody in the community drives for working with law enforcement. I want to thank them. I think we probably have the support of every law enforcement group in this country, practically. I don't know of any that I don't. Maybe there must be some. There must be one. They'll find one tonight. They'll say, no, he misrepresented. But we have a level of support, the likes of which nobody's, I don't think, ever seen before. I don't think so. And you're going to see that. And you see how many crooked ballots are being found and turned back in and fraudulent? Just what I said. Then they'll say, he doesn't believe in freedom. I totally believe in freedom. That's called freedom. What we're doing is freedom. Tremendous problems with the ballots. 50,000 in Ohio, 25,000. You have to see it. I mean, every day there's a story about ballots. Some thrown out, they happen to have the name Trump. Military ballots were thrown out with the name Trump on them. Okay? But,
and just the other day, they found out that a postal worker dumped some Democrats.
Mm-hmm.
And they found the bag. That's what's crazy about it. He couldn't even dump them or set them on fire. He dumped them in the woods. How dumb he is. He is. He caught him too. They caught the dude. But let me tell you how dumb he is. He dumped it in some woods, of all places. I guess close within the route that he probably working everything. These people ain't, man. I love the poorly uneducated. Again, in my Trump voice, I love the poorly uneducated. Found the ballots. So again, that was not an issue until he started dog whistling and making it an issue. Now, okay, this is the way we can do it. Okay, we'll try it. So you don't understand. That's the power of words and the man, psychology is it's so under-leveraged.
He just seen them numbers rising in early votings, and crazy thing is that mail-in voting actually benefited their side. But it
has always been.
He messed up and let everybody else wake up and see that they can do it too. And now he's not up, and that's what happens when you sabotage your own self.
Right, because Democrats are typically more, polling, and they like to go to the actual place, the whole experience, right? They be on the ones on Facebook, but they got the little stick on. They like to take advantage of that.
Yeah, take your little sticker. Yeah, it's like over 3 million people that already early voted when they usually barely could get 50,000.
Come make this stuff up.
It's advertising itself. Keep it moving.
Own it.
Keep the party rolling.
swamp them by so much. Hopefully it's not going to matter. And we have law enforcement watching. We have law enforcement watching all those ballots. They're being found for a reason. Left-wing politicians like Kamala Harris, who really did not do very well the other night. By the way, did our vice president do a good job, Candace? That was easy for him. No, he did a great job because we're on the side of right. We really are. We're on the side of right. And by the way, we are, and it's true, and I say it all the time now, more and more. We are draining the swamp like nobody in history has ever.
Say it again. You are draining the swamp.
Couldn't make this stuff up.
And they cheering.
They cheering. You see it. That's why I say this is the moment of psychosis where it kicks in, and the cognitive dissonance kicks in at the same time, and the steroids kick in, and everything else that they're taking, drugs kick in. Everything kicking at the same time simultaneously. And they have an out-of-body experience to the lights where they on some kind of alternate reality planet. They lucid dreaming in real life, walking around, and they convinced that they what?
Yep, that they winning.
This is something out of a Twilight Zone. This is the stuff I'm talking about right here. You know, I'm just saying, guys. I'm just saying. Y'all know everybody can get it. Buying this garbage, buying this trash. Again, Kamala can't answer for her her prosecutorial record. She can't answer for it. Pence hit her on it. I'm gonna give him credit. He hit her on it.
Yeah,
she went numb.
She diverted.
She went numb on that question. Her voice went lower. She got into I gotta explain it. In my Tariq voice, I gotta explain. She white explaining.
Yeah, she gonna be explaining that throughout her tenure.
Cause ain't no way she can play it down. Right? And how she used those, people to go. It's a mess.
Well, she made money off her reentry program. She's like, I'm gonna lock them up and then I'll put them in my program and I'll make money off the state. I'm surprised they didn't hit her with that though.
Leveraging it. See, you get it. Because you see.
Well, I know because I'm in the government pocket. So when I was like, oh come on, you lock them up and then why don't you put them in your reentry program before you know how we do, go to war, go to jail.
Because it's all about, again, once it becomes known, I can eat off it twice.
But then in the same sense, I'm looking at folks and you know they're gonna throw the book at you, but you get caught up in the same shenanigans. So,
that's what it's all about. It's a revolving hustle.
Yeah.
On both sides.
We can't win. We can win, but you gotta change the mindset and do it different.
It ain't gonna be politically.
No, you gotta do it different.
You want to do it from a real, hands-on approach, because they're not gonna give you the keys.
Mm-mm.
They're not gonna give you the keys. Not just put them in your hands softly and walk away.
You're gonna have to make your little change, do something strange, and then
but come on, you better come through. You gotta
flip your change another way.
Only way.
You can flip your change too. You can flip it. You just got to see that it's just as beneficial as because ain't nobody come and lock you up if you purchase a call or put or a stock or a currency. Ain't nobody coming in your back door.
Not one.
If you stand on them pharmaceuticals, you use them different you invest in them different pharmaceuticals on the corner. Oh yeah, they got something for you. They waiting for you to do that. That's one less person they got to worry about. They gonna make money off you.
One thing about it, they're the biggest suppliers of it to them.
Yes, they ain't work, but they ain't gonna lock themselves up.
Of course. Of course. It's the same way about again.
Look, selling the prescribed doctors prescribing it to you.
Yep.
Knowing you about to go get rid of it.
Hold on, the Percocet, all that stuff. It ravaged a lot of these so-called northern Vermont, Maine, all the people that they shut in a lot because of the cold. They sit around there, pop drills like that all day long. Recreation.
And codeine and what's that one they do in Louisiana a lot? There's one in Louisiana. It's different levels of it too. God, I can't remember that darn Loratab. What's
it called?
Loratab.
Okay, yeah. See, I didn't, man. These are on that all kind of stuff these days.
Man, they be selling them Loratab like crazy. They give them Loratab for pain. They be selling them Loratab like crazy.
Couldn't make this stuff up.
I don't know what it does for them. Go ahead, keep the party rolling.
Nobody in history has ever done it. We're here today to deliver a united message to police officers all across our great land that American, and I mean every American, every race, color.
Keep hammering police.
Because you know who he talking to.
Police. Put it on repeat.
Police, as if they have enough police to keep him in there. Police, law, I'm your president of law and order. Sound like Darth Vader.
Couldn't make this stuff. It's the power of suggestion. Psychologically, when it goes to your psyche.
But here's the other deal on their side of the spectrum with the police. You're for the police, but police need some raises too. They ain't making no money.
They see this is why I say vote against their own interests.
Yes, they ain't making no money. What, 36,000?
Some less than that, depending on their districts.
Right, they ain't making no money. Crazy. And then to say you're gonna put them in certain, they already got incentives to be in certain neighborhoods. That's already on the ground. They get housing grants, they get different things, to be in certain neighborhoods, which most of them already are. They ain't making no money, no law enforcement. That's why they give them a raise. I wouldn't even be mad. Hook them up since you all for them. Federal one ain't making no money either.
It's shown the if you want a quality of life from the citizens that you are touting, you have to give them the tools which will change their ideologies once they feel like they're not having to feel like they're in survival mode all the time.
And they not making no money because they do details all the time to try to get overtime and $5. Come on.
At the strip club and all this stuff, police, detail.
Bouncing, sports games, grocery stores.
This is the hustle. And so it's even less for that of the ideal of how they're undermining, again, the teachers.
Yes, Lord, don't even talk about them.
That's no concept. We'll be about 30 hours. I already know it. I know it.
Then you want them to go babysit them babies and want to pay them $24,000 a year. And they got body on supplies.
And they're being miseducated.
And they talking about
they're teaching them miseducated, but
curriculum that don't even
that even son on with the real world. Not about producing, distributing.
I don't care if you call me the police or a rat. Ain't nobody worry about you. I wish you got our checks though. We could be the police all you want to. Y'all was gonna be a state police. I wanted to be a state police when I got out of when I came off of active duty, but they told me they was laughing at me. They was like, "Girl, you better go sit down somewhere." I applied for Georgia. Matter of fact, I applied for Georgia. I went and take the test, and I don't even know. Well, first of all, they didn't select me, so or whatnot. I wanted to be a state policeman because I thought I would follow the path of one of our police chiefs. He was military, he went state police, and then he became a police chief. And so I had a little law enforcement mindset then, back in the early 2000s, and I didn't become a state police. They was only picking so many minorities. And of course women weren't at the top of the list. And so I didn't get picked. Yeah, they thought it was funny. They thought it was funny though. The white boys thought it was funny that I wanted to be a state boy. They were not trying to hit it. They was like, we don't even know why you here. I was like, oh man.
Right, you're the wrong house there, ma'am.
Yeah.
Down there on the other side of the street.
Right. My homegirl was a police here in Columbia. And so I thought I was gonna be a police too. Shoot, that was not for me. They didn't even select me. So I don't know. I guess
It's coaching.
Yep, that was the first job I went after. And then I guess I realized I wasn't gonna make it in law enforcement. So I just went into my career field, which is auditing, but
worked out for the best, and so ultimately in the end, again, we've all, when we were young, we had that kind of appeal to what?
Yeah.
Right? The whole idea of a fireman, the police, a doctor, or a lawyer. Those are the top things that most kids aspire to be, because those are that's most lauded to them in terms of their, their mentality, trying to shift them when they're early on. Yeah, I want to be a police, I want to be a doctor, I want to be what? Fireman. Yeah. And that's how people take that and run with it. They don't understand. Man, it's a whole nother agenda behind all of them saying that. Right?
Yeah.
But is it that we want to teach you how to be what? Business owners. It's never teaching how to be producing stuff and distributing. It's never that. Again, it's like I said, it's field curriculum. It's just trash. Yeah, people still trying to make excuse for all this mess at this point. I'm like, no, you gotta know how to, brainwash your own children. And you gotta learn how to brainwash your own children. Right? You gotta expose them to these things that has real, application to them. Right? Separate of that, having to depend on somebody else. And so they need books and curriculum. They need to see you investing. You need to be able to break these things down to them, teach them about financial literacy,
Yep.
management, and risk management, and all these stuff. People follow them in life because these are good disciplinary actions that you're having to take. It'll be a whole lot better than just sitting there going through some old McGraw Hill trash whatever. Let me move on.
We love you. Every race, color, creed. We support you. We honor you. It's a dangerous profession. They've been doing an incredible job, and I just want to thank them on behalf of everybody here today because that's why we're safe.
So, my one and only question to all my Trump fans and supporters out there who follow Trump: show me the policy or the procedure where he's going to protect Black people from the police. Go.
I don't know if that one's gonna be on the bandwagon. I don't think any of them gonna be able to do that.
I even go a little step further to make it even. Anybody who sat through the Obama administration, show me one procedure, policy, whatever he did to protect Black people away from the police. Go.
No, the one thing that they thought was going to be a very good idea, they turned them dang cameras off. The only thing that came out of that was body cams when we were having those dealings happen, and body cams still didn't help us because they turned them off. They turned them off and they don't even use them in the cases. So, no, I don't see it.
Thanks.
They turned them off. So, and then the people who the ones where they shooting you up don't even have them because they refuse to get them.
Clear as day, Breonna Taylor scenario. They raided that woman's house.
Yep.
And the only people showed up with body cam were who? The SWAT team that came after the fact.
Yep.
The ones that was raiding was these rogue, dusty little cops that want to be, watching these, went up in that woman's house and murdered her. And then when the real so-called ones came, they came in, properly procedural, so the quote unquote, somewhat cameras on, asking the right question. Couldn't make this stuff up.
Yeah.
So I'm like, hey, what do you got? Right. So hey, it is what it is. In Trump voice.
In contrast, the Democrats' socialist program and platform, and it really is more than socialist. It's not just socialist. It's beyond socialism. Jesus, communism.
It's basically what you done for Wall Street, buddy. That face where I paused it right at the right look. It's basically what you did for Wall Street, buddy.
Yep.
And your so-called buddies and enriching your little son-in-law and Jared Kushner and him being able to get grants handed to him out of nowhere for housing developments and all the stuff that Ivanka then leveraged off the backs of American taxpayers and the $70,000 hair bill. Oh my goodness, couldn't make this stuff up. Communism.
What is you talking about in the chat? Faking the fuck, man, ain't nothing but me gay. You better quit playing. Find somebody else to play with now. Find somebody else to play with. Go ahead.
What y'all go in the chat? Y'all back in the chat over there?
Yes, go ahead. Don't say more. Get your stuff for gal. We all know you faking the funk. I don't know what funk you think about faking because ain't nothing but Monica's gay. Whatever. Never been, ain't trying to be.
That's it.
That's about right. But I recently announced my plan to deliver more opportunity, security, fairness, and prosperity to the Black community, to the Hispanic community. And you know what it is? I don't have to go.
So I asked again, what tangibly has he done?
You know,
the effective aspect of the policy. Okay, we open up a little bit more money for what? Some HBCUs. Okay, they was keeping it back from it anyway, so it was money always supposed to be probably been set aside anyway.
And he didn't open that. All he did was renew what was already there.
My point. He did that with the same thing about that Veteran Act that he tried to take claims credit for that Obama out there, and he said that we was the ones that did it, and they kept calling him out on it, saying you lying. You lying. And he kept trying to double down and say that he was the one that orchestrated. This is
choice. Mm-hmm.
I put African Americans back to work. If that don't sound like some old slavery, move on, brother. Move on, Willis.
Go over it, but it's the Platinum Plan, and it's going to bring back new jobs, like at a level that you've never seen before. And we've done a lot. We've done a lot. But increased capital, it's going to increase money coming into the Black community, to the Hispanic community, where it's been very much shut out in advance, very much home ownership and wealth building. And it's already taken place, and it's taken place at a level. And had we not been hit by the pandemic, you would have seen numbers like you've never seen before. But those numbers are already rebuilding again. We're going to build up a peaceful and safer neighborhood program like you haven't seen, with the highest standards of policing. We'll create a healthcare system that delivers better care at a lower cost. Obamacare is a disaster. We want to terminate it. We want to get great.
He's been there 4 years. He ain't touched health care, but all of a sudden.
The number one thing that the Republicans could not wait to dismantle when they got Obama out of office was what? Obamacare.
First thing.
Senate and the presidency, and they still wasn't able to get it done in 4 years.
First bill, right?
Couldn't make this stuff up.
First executive order, I mean.
Yeah. Fighting, and then they couldn't wait, and then they still was these people. So, man, look, these some clowns here, man. These some world-class clowns. Yeah, couldn't make this stuff up. Couldn't make it up.
And that's what we're doing. Great health care, and we'll always take care of pre-existing conditions, always.
He said the coronavirus testing was free for everybody, and then people had stuff. But you couldn't go to the emergency room if you had COVID-19. If you had COVID-19, they're gonna take care of you. They're gonna help you out. And you get COVID-19 until you stay home.
Couldn't make this stuff up. Then you dug up that red that we found under the CDC that said under the pandemic that bill falls back on what? On the government. If you need to get tested for any kind of value of a pandemic, when we found that regulation a while back.
Yeah. Yeah.
Now, if you still got to go to the hospital, you still got to use your insurance. If anything, we reimburse you. Like, man, look, y'all are just so full of it.
Mm-hmm.
They so full of it.
And I think we're at a point where we're getting, and right now, if you look at what we've done in healthcare, people don't talk about it. We've done an incredible job. Less expensive healthcare at a much, much, much better healthcare at a much less expensive price. You can't do better than that.
He went after the opioid community. I give him kudos for that.
Yeah.
That's one thing I give him credit for.
Yeah.
NK, Teva, what was the other company? Johnson got hit. A lot of them got hit because of that. Again, them painkillers and all this. He went after them. Give him a little credit for that one. Moving on.
And it's happening, and it's happening fast. Another thing is school choice. You have to have school choice. Charter schools.
That could be good, but you still need what? Local and state districts to what? Honor it to the way where they ain't giving you a whole lot of red tape. They ain't slowing your process up. Again, we know about the sister that had tried to put her daughter in a better school, and they put her in prison.
Yep.
They put her in prison for trying to put her daughter into a better school in another
choice. Sure did.
area.
Sure did. Put it in prison.
This is the America y'all live in. They put a woman in prison for trying to put her daughter in a better school in 2020. Or, at least y'all know what I'm saying. Couldn't make this stuff up. These jurisdictional laws and these people. These jokers. Right? These jokers.
School choice. So I make this statement every once in a while, and people think it's a little bit on the bold side, but we've achieved a historic reduction in violent crime. We signed a landmark criminal justice reform bill that nobody thought was possible to even think about. I did.
He gets credit for that. That reform bill, it ain't the best of best. It's just a day late, dollar short. Or turns a lot of presidents over time anyway, but at least they were able to do it. And it wasn't necessarily him. It was our sister Angela King, Angela Stanton. right?
Yep.
That was her scenario, right? And then again, after that, Kim Kardashian and they piggybacked off of it to get some, went the clout chasing off of it.
Some clout. Mm-hmm.
Couldn't make this stuff up. So that was a black woman put there, and the other black lady that went to prison too. For a long time, they gave her a presidential pardon, so she was helping, champion that idea too. Right? So basically, two black sisters, two black women.
I did that.
See, I did that. Trump a mess, boy. Trump a hot mess.
I got that done. And I worked with a lot of people, but we got it done. The Obama administration.
See, but I work with a lot of people. Now you tell the truth. Say their names. See, he can't. It's without him to say the names of the people who really put the work in. Angela Stanton King, that's her name. Say her name. He won't do it.
Administration couldn't get it done. Biden couldn't even think about it. He doesn't even know what it is. We have prison reform. We achieved the lowest black and Hispanic unemployment rate in the history of our country. The black youth unemployment rate reached the lowest ever again in the history of our country. Last year, black and Hispanic American poverty reached the lowest ever in the history of our country. It's all building back up. So,
because a lot of them say, I go work at McDonald's, I go work at Walmart, I go get a job because, hey, you already say y'all threatened the Republicans already threatened to take them off what? Off positions.
Well, they say. Well, they said that the reason that it's showing low is because a lot of them didn't even go back into the labor force. Period. They start hustling their own little side hustle.
Mm-hmm.
A lot they just didn't go back because it ain't nothing there for them. So the numbers are not reflecting the folks that they're not talking about the folks that didn't go back into the workforce and whatnot.
The same thing with the unemployment numbers. How they doing these numbers? Yeah. They trying to say they created jobs when people all they did was just furlough and went right back to work.
Right.
You can't count that as a created job.
Right. You can't count that as
they found the way to throw them numbers out there anyway, and people fell for it.
Yeah.
Smart people didn't. But the new people who were just fans, they fell for it.
Yes. Yeah, you're right, Snowball. It is a continuation from the first Second Chance Act.
A lot of those, yep.
First act is a continuation of Second Chance. But you can't tell them people nothing.
They stuck.
And if you look at what we've done with criminal justice reform, if you look at what we've done with historically black colleges and universities where we funded them, they couldn't get funded. Nobody was funded. Years and years and decades.
The program was for 2 years. There's $75 million for all HBCUs. It ain't even for one HBCU, it's for all HBCUs. And the only thing they did was they've been asking to extend it from 2 years to 10 years so the funding could last. Why he just didn't make it a permanent funding?
Right, because every so often them people had to go right back up to the White House
to advocate
for funding.
Yep. Yeah. It's every 2 years, and they just signed a bill for it to be a 10-year. They didn't increase no money. They didn't give no extra money. And you talking about $75 million over all HBCUs. That's a couple dollars.
And here it is. Harvard got an endowment dang near $1 trillion. Endowment. That's over dang near $1 trillion+ dollars. So
and I think our HBCUs, I've said this before, but I think our HBCUs have the capacity for change and development and in the infrastructure and everything because of the fact that those buildings haven't been rehabbed in years, right? Yeah, just by them pushing money into even if they didn't want to push money into salaries, the school or the program, if they just rehab the facilities, the schools would attract a student, and students bring money.
Right. This whole ideal of just a Division I sports, where for so long these black kids been going off to these Division I schools that were obviously but predominantly not in the areas that they grew up in or around a lot of people who look like them to play ball for these particular institutions because there was awarded to all these trinkets and stuff. Again, you playing to the minds of people who are not necessarily maturely educated to make the best decision in their own best interest. to acquire their loyalty, because now they feel like they're loyal to that perspective or that brand or that institution. And here it is, they just fund their money and taking money away from the places that need it the most, meaning people, institutions who reflect a lot of their ideology. So that's where you're having this mass migration of late, where you start to see that now, where these so-called Division I, top 5 and top 4A ranked athletes are now starting to say, I'm going to go to what?
A black college.
Now.
Yeah. Yep.
Deion Sanders just became the what? Head coach
of football.
So they going on a big campaign. They recruit these division these top 5A recruits, these 4A recruits, top of high school athletes, and get them into those environments. So the basketball scene and the football, they starting to wake up.
Yeah, that's an awesome move on Deion Sanders' part, and I hope a bunch of other players or coaches go down in that direction, because at this point for them, it's not about the money. They have money. So it's about bringing in what the schools deserve or what our community deserves. So yes, high five to him. I commend him for that.
Warren Sapp signed on to be part of the defensive coaches.
Man,
he was trying to get Emmitt Smith, but Emmitt Smith obviously he couldn't do it because he felt like it's just too political for him. He already kind of been soft shoe cooning a little bit.
Yeah.
Emmitt Smith, he already kind of
Yeah. But I think a lot of these, probably the younger ones who are in the leagues right now, would probably be beneficial. It's
gonna pull some people. I hope it pull a lot, because again, you need to bring it, because that's what bring the money in.
Yeah.
People gonna follow the athlete. They ain't finna follow the Rain brand as if Notre Dame need any money.
Yeah.
Right? Is UCLA or Stanford need any money?
Yep.
I could make this stuff up, right? And the people that be running them through because they want to be, man, I need that conversation alone. I was about to say something. And they really going there. They want to go be up under that. But so it's time for them to get serious, right? And be the face of a value where you can't necessarily claim that nothing is there in place for you to have something of your own. Well, you got something, you just ain't it's not utilizing, right? That's a tool that you just refuse to pick up. You want to go get that old Black and Decker. Here it is. You got this other here and do the same job, if not better. You just want to not mess with it because it's not a name brand.
Right. When their marketplace first started, exactly.
So this is the reality. So let's roll it.
And if you look at what we've done with Senator Tim Scott of South Carolina, opportunity zones and the jobs. And I've said it very strongly, and perhaps, I don't know, criminal.
And the promise zone was better than the opportunity zone.
That's the best of all, but the fact is they're all great. Every one of them is great. And I say the fact is that I've done more for the Black community than any president since
That's false.
Well, look at Brandon.
Over Brandon say I can't take it. I can't take it enough.
He's just spewing lies at the lies now. It's just I can't take it no more.
Right? At some point, it's like man, how long can you tolerate? Right? I already know, bro.
Like, what did he said more for the Black community? He just said so those vouchers put them in the suburbs. You try and take them out the suburbs. I don't understand. I don't know. I mean, help me, because if he's doing something for the community, shoot, I need to know, because I want to tap into the money too.
I'm going to leverage it too. I'm some leveraging and not necessarily filling. So I look at here.
Keep the party rolling.
I'm just saying, I don't know what. I'm just saying that whose man's is this be? Right? And it's the same thing. Obama get that same heat, because I know, man. I sat through 8 years of Obama like everybody else did.
Now wait, I got some benefits from over there, so I can't be mad.
There was a few. That's what I said. I clock it right.
Hey, listen, that 166,000 is gone. My housing mortgage rate went down to 2.75. I was like 2.75. I was like, hey, I can't be mad. I don't know who else could be the house. I got a lot of benefits.
A lot of us got fortunate too under this pandemic, unfortunately, because of the fact that they lowered the rate. Now we back at them same levels now.
Well, the one, see, I don't know. That's what I was gonna say. Okay, so the way they did it under the pandemic was just from a deferment perspective. But if you look, the one that President Obama did, the modification one, once it was modified, that was a wrap. That's it. That's your rate. And that's the difference between the two housing support, is that your mortgage got permanently, you got it modified, done. That's a wrap. And under this one, you just got a deferred or a temporary fix, I guess.
Well, I was saying that falls like the tax, not tax rate, but the
interest rate, right?
Rates, yeah. In terms of they lowered it, obviously, to zero at this point because of the pandemic. And it was going that route before the pandemic hit because of the tariff issue. They had to lower it after raising it. Those 2 times they did back in end of 17 and once 18, and then they say he had to backtrack because they figured okay, no, we're too soon. And again, the pandemic obviously kind of really took us there. So at that point, again, being at close to that of zero interest rates, again, at that point, the mortgages and the refi side of the house was just literally just giving people money to kind of refi or to buy. Again, it came out of a place of chaos. But that was the only reason though. It was chaos. It wasn't because it was a kind of extraordinary policy, meaning balancing the books and the budget so good to the fact that you could offer now some benefits to the people. Right?
So is it gonna stay? So is it
right? That's what I was about to say, because now it becomes a game of get it while the getting is good. So that's what the same thing we did. We didn't have to think twice. We started leveraging all our property, our investment property. We went ahead and refied all of them, right? And wasn't gonna play no games because at that point, it could be here today, going tomorrow. And these kind of scenarios like this, it's not really a big mandate of the Republican Party anyway. Right. When it comes to these kind of things, on average, I should say.
Well, I know Lindsey went over here. He already said he undoing it all, so you don't even need to worry about it.
Well, they finna get him up out of there. I hope that Jamie come through.
Yeah.
I hope he come through.
I already gave him my vote, so everybody else follow through.
Yeah, because again, people starting to realize it now, man. You gotta look.
And not only him, you see, the girl, you see the Senate, the only black person running for Senate, female running for Senate, and where's she at? Is she in Tennessee? She only raised $8,600 and she kicked their butt.
Right. I pulled something slightly on it. I think I passed it in, saw it in passing, I should say. I didn't get a chance to really kind of go through the little dossier over. But I seen something in passing concerning that, that black Senate.
Yeah, she's the only black Senate. Well,
trying to be, obviously.
She's not the only black Senate, because there's a Navy black guy running against Maxine Waters. But I guess they meant, I don't know, maybe because it's a state, because she's running for the state and Congress or whatever, maybe. I don't know how that works, but I'll find it.
Yeah, like I said, that's again, definitely want to be able to yeah, because again, it's good to see it. It's good to see that dynamic. You need that, man. In this day in the game, man, we need it. We need it more than anything. Because that's on. Because if you go again, like I said before, if you're going to play the political game, then the people that you so-called quote unquote send to watch is supposed to be doing your bidding. But again, like I said, if you don't equip them with nothing on the way there, then what do you have? What do you truly have? Right? You just have somebody that you help them get a job. Right? At the end of the day, you help them get a little better paying job, so to speak. In some cases. We'll see how things turn out with this next one, because again, it's in my opinion, again, I think it's becoming more apparent that people are starting to realize now that no, y'all can't just show up and just say, hey, do your loyalty thing, and just give me the vote regardless. People gonna start actually. I think as the years go by, people are really going to start demanding more tangibles, and that's because you have grassroots events, organizations now who are really beating that drum, and the mainstream value and media and all the other places are starting to be nervous because of that, because they can't just naturally propagandize people anymore, because we're getting our own level of propaganda out now, and it's good, and I love it. And I love what we're doing right now. This is our form of propaganda that leads to a tangible benefit, though. That's the good thing about it. All propaganda ain't bad. People fail to realize that, right? All propaganda is not bad. Right? Some of it is really good, because you're trying to get people off, following that other stuff that ain't crazy. And say, hey, bring some of that attention over here. Bring some of that knowledge over here, right? Bring some of that time over here.
Yep.
And so we're doing it through our own little way, right? We're posting our little, trays, and here's some information in this, and again, it has a benefit. That part of it does have a benefit.
I say it, nobody can dispute it. Nobody can dispute it. Nobody can dispute it. So we are now beginning the fastest economic recovery in history. We created a record 11.4 million jobs just in the last 4 months. That's the fastest ever.
Created or they went back to work.
Boy,
this guy, how you create something and everything out there shutting down? Or is it that people just went back to work, or some people just relocated they skill set because the other one went down? But you ain't built from the ground up to create that.
There she is, Brother Emporium. She was formerly incarcerated. This in Tennessee, Katie Hayes. Yep, she running for the 5th congressional district, and she challenging the 17-year incumbent Jim Cooper.
Okay, let me pull that up. If you want to share the screen, let me know too, just in case.
Oh, I put it on my phone. Go ahead. We finish this and I'll send it.
The U.S. has seen the smallest economic contraction of any major nation anywhere in the world. So we've seen the smallest going down. If you look at it, that's an incredible statement. Our opponents will crush the comeback with unscientific lockdowns. They want to lock everything down. Here we go again. They want to lock it down. No. We're not going to let it happen. We're not going to let it happen. So important you get out and vote. You got to get out and vote. So we got a great poll in Florida. Got a great poll in North Carolina. Got a great poll in Arizona. Got a great poll in Nevada. Actually just got a great poll in Nevada. I think we're doing really well. I mean, this is in addition to states that we're going to win. Georgia's looking fantastic. Texas is looking fantastic. Well, think about Texas. They have no oil. They don't want oil. They don't want guns. They don't want religion. I don't think you're going to win Texas very well. Now, we got a great poll in Texas. We're getting great polls all over the place, and they understand it. It's driving them crazy. And you know why, though? And Candace, it is. It's because of the spirit. There's a spirit the likes of which this country hasn't seen in a very, very long time. So I just want to thank you all for being on the White House lawn, this beautiful, great lawn. And I'm very proud of this country. I'm very, very proud. I want to thank all of the doctors and labs and scientists and all of the people that are working so hard, because we're way ahead of everybody. But I just want...
Whoa.
We're ahead, everybody.
Yeah, that's a big statement right there.
You heard that?
Yeah, everybody.
The people he getting his information from, or the other, or the real truth.
Right. I didn't know he believed in scientists for a second.
Right. He tried to pull a fast one there. What he pulled out without a left field real quick and slid that on in there. And been the only consummate fight against science ever since the pandemic hit. I like playing it down. I've always liked playing it down. Don't do no more extra testing. Don't do no more extra testing. No, we don't need any more positive cases. No, slow the testing down. Remember, his word, not mine. Slow the testing down. All right. There's no need for again, we'll be here for days. Y'all get it. This y'all, who man's it this be? Whose man's it this?
I want to thank most particularly you, because you people come out and you cheer and you love your country and you get it. You're way, way ahead of many, many people in this country. But the country is getting it. The country is seeing something now. Thank you. I love you too.
Thank you.
The people of our country and the whole world is watching are seeing things now that they haven't seen in this country for decades. They're seeing a spirit and a resilience like they haven't seen. I just want to thank you and get out and vote. We're going to make this bigger than even 4 years ago. It's more important. This is the most important election we've ever had. This is more important than even 4 years ago. I used to say the most important, and it was true at the time. This is the single most important election in the history of our country. Get out and vote, and I love you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you.
Oh, no, he didn't. Did he just pump his fist?
Say it loud.
I'm like, oh God.
Y'all see your boy. Y'all see your man. That's y'all come Red Trumpsky. Yeah.
I can't.
I know a lot of people like, man, you stayed on Trump all the time, man. You beat up on Trump, man. I'm beat up. I ain't beat up on nobody. I just let people speak for themselves. I just let people speak for themselves.
Yeah, we just listen to the clip.
Yeah.
I hadn't heard it, so I'm glad you did play it. I was got that getting wet.
And then they'll use in.
Yeah,
So,
get my workout in.
yeah. He got there out there today on the lawn down there, 1600 Pennsylvania out there just, I don't know. Like I said, then again, for the life of me, again, I hope everybody who's out there, in support of that scenario, again, just because basically you're just saying, okay, hey, we're here also standing in solidarity that, that the science that you're presenting is always more, logical than what everybody else is saying, because, he's pretty much telling people, I'm fine, I'm cured, I think I'm immune. His words, not mine. And so come show up, come out here and show up with me, come hang out with me to validate this. And so what better people he used and leveraged us well is our people.
Yeah.
For the most part, she's, again, Candace is an opportunist, obviously. Again, no disrespect, but again, putting her under that same banner, she did this leverage.
She can put that on her resume. She spoke at the White House.
Yeah, she's been trying to do that for long. Again, she's trying to be that again, that 2.0. Amorosa.
Yep.
Yeah,
I sent it to your messenger, the lady, the article.
Okay. Yeah, because if you want, you can share your screen too, just in case.
Yeah. Let me see if I can do
it. It feel like,
Let's see. Oh yeah, wait a minute. I'm on. Oh, I am on. I was thinking that I was listening on my phone. Hold on. Let me get it from here. Let me put it in my thing. And she's formerly incarcerated. She was getting packages. Oh no.
A public defender.
Yeah, she was getting packages for her boyfriend for a cell phone company, and it was marijuana.
All right, go.
She served 3 years. 3 years in prison and came out, got the bar. Okay, let me see how to share the screen. Okay, share screen. Share. What do you have to oh, there we go. Okay. You click on it, Brother African Emporium?
Okay. Oh, you got to click on it. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah, you got to click on that tab where it says, oh, I'm supposed to change. So, okay, so can you see it?
Yep.
Okay. So it says, formerly incarcerated woman runs to be first Black woman in Congress from Tennessee. From Tennessee, that's what it was. I don't know. You want to play a clip?
Is it the what's the audio file to it too? Or
wait. Let me see. Oh.
Is it
I
commercials?
don't know. Yeah, let me take that out because it got ads.
Yeah,
all right. So it says Kaden Hayes believes she bring a unique perspective to the race for Tennessee 5th Congressional District after serving over 3 years in prison for a crime she says she didn't commit. She hopes the spot in Washington will allow her to speak for vulnerable constituents and make a little history as well. Hayes, a former public defender, is in a 3-way race that includes 17-year Democratic incumbent Jim Cooper. He going down. The primary election, which is slated for August the 6th, I think they've already done that. So I pull an old article. Hold on. Let me pull something because she's actually, let me see what's the date on this. Let me back it up. Oh yeah, that's August. Let me back it up because she's doing quite well right now in that race. Let me see if I can find something more recent. They think she's gonna pull an upset. Well, this is 7 days ago. Oh, that's Facebook. Hold on. But anyways, the point. Let me see if this is a more recent one. Point is that she only raised like $8,600, and she kind of beat them out in the primary, and she's doing quite well to take her strategy. I need to find a clip that where they spoke to her and she talked about her strategy. Basically, what she did was she identified in each county where they were lacking voters and supporters, and she targeted those demographics, and so she pulled a lot of new voters in, and pretty much kind of swept it from under Jim Cooper, Representative Jim Cooper, in the primaries. And they think that and it's a three-way split right now, but I think she's in the front running though of it. It was on the news last night. I thought it was an interesting deal. Let me see. Oh, this is August the 4th. Yeah, that's late. I need something recent. Because this yesterday they had her on and she was speaking on it. And basically, one of the guys asked the question. Yeah, it was on Roller. She was talking about it on Roller Martin. And they asked her, what was her statistics? Did she think she can win? She was like, I already beat him one time in the primary. She's like, I already beat him. In March we put a strategy together and it worked. And she's like, I'm using the same strategy and we winning. Because they was, people say you gotta have a certain dollar amount to win, and she pulled it off with that small amount of fundraiser she had. She got out and spoke to the people. Man, I need to pull that article. I'll find it for next time. I'll have it by Wednesday.
Yeah, we can revisit it, because again, I remember seeing an excerpt somewhere. And like I say, in passing, I get a chance to really. I said I'm gonna come back and revisit it myself.
Yeah.
I saw her face like, oh, okay.
Yeah,
and I kind of was doing something else at the time, but yeah. So
yeah,
and she's young too. I mean, when I say young in terms of
she's only what was it, 32?
42.
42. Yeah, she's very youthful, and she got out and she's passed the bar, became a public offender, helped the people, help people basically in situations like hers, and she's running on affordable housing, raising minimum wage, and reducing student loan debt. She graduated from Tennessee State University in criminal justice and psychology.
Right.
And she so that's gonna be pretty exciting for them. She served 3 years and 10 months, so she knows the system in the inside. And so to come back to defend on the outside, her points ain't just talking points. She's been through it.
Right.
That's why Lester is very effective. Shout out to him because he just got pardoned.
I saw that.
Yeah, so, and he voted for the first time in 20 years, probably 5 years, 26 years or something like that. And
they did
they're more effective because they've been there, so they know how they know how the system works. You can't sit up there and lie and say what you're doing and what you're not doing, because they were right there. They
got the receipts.
Yeah, they definitely got the darn receipts. This is going to be an interesting read. So it'd be interesting how it plays out, to the fact that, because a lot of the people that sits in Congress right now, they've been there for a long time, know, and so they just, they're like symbols. They're not really, doing nothing. Going to luncheons, getting free meals, getting invited to the penthouse.
John Lewis. What has John Lewis ever done?
I don't know. Top parties. Yeah, a lot of they get there and that's a wrap. What you're supposed to be doing, what you're not supposed to be doing. But and another thing too, though, if you haven't been on the ground working with the community to put to because they fall into the same rhetoric that everybody else does. Why would I give money to this organization when they ain't gonna do this? Why is you dictating what somebody's gonna do? You don't know what they're gonna do, but you've been given to these, Red Cross and United Way CEOs make six figures. I don't see y'all crying about that.
Right.
And they're nonprofits, but something that came out, and I need to pull the article. They pulled up because I talk about federal contracts a lot, and they pulled up the diversity for minority businesses hiring white folk. Oh my gosh. I forgot the bill, but I'm definitely gonna have that on Wednesday. Basically saying, you be careful because basically gonna come at the reg at you that if you don't hire some of their people, then you out of compliance, right? And so just the little contracts that we do have out there, they're trying to come after that. Basically don't want you to come up. Our company, we don't got to worry about because our contracts is in white neighborhood, predominantly white cities, so we ain't got to jump with the hire, right? But so we gonna pass that test. But I thought that was very interesting. I'm like, wow. So they're gonna pull the affirmative action card on the black business.
They said that again that's become a part of the that is the MO at this point. Again, they've single-handedly dismantled that leveraging platform, and now has been co-opted. It's been taken over. Obviously, it's been taken over. Right, it's been taken over, and again, so white women benefit from it more.
Oh yeah,
other people benefit off it more than the people who've actually written for. Again, obviously, elder Dr. Claude Anderson was one of the organizers of kind of getting it up to par. Obviously it came out of John Kennedy's presidency when he was in office, and they kind of reshifted it under Jimmy Carter. At that point, he was working with Jimmy Carter, obviously on Dr. Claude Anderson, to get that affirmative action bill more in the hands of people who need it the most. And so after that, over the years, people just like they always do, they co-op, steal it, and next thing you know, those benefits been suckered, siphoned off and going to somebody else. So a lot of that has happened. Again, same thing we just talked about with the HBCUs, right? How is it the point where you got people that got to come back every couple of years, like a recertification, as if these colleges any less off or well off than they was before? No, we know we need the money. We institution, we're American institutions, right? We're not some side hustle institution. We're American institution. Why do we have to keep coming back asking you guys for money, for funding? Right? As if y'all don't see it, see us. So this is what this country is dealing with, man. So I tell you, it's a mess. It is absolutely a mess. But again, shout out to those who are again trying to leverage the political arena in a way where it can really benefit people, though. But that's why I say it has to be set up where you can really benefit from it, right? Because if not, we know it's a reindeer game, right? We know it's basically all that we know it to be. It's just a whole lot of posturing and pandering, and it's like, okay, you come here with all these aspirations and delusions of grandeur, but once you get down to Washington, it's like, no, we don't even play ball that way. That was just good on the campaign trail, man. We don't do that over here. Because it's about donors and lobbyists, and it's about selling. That's basically selling your people up the creek. So shout out to again people who take public office in a place where they are really using or going in there with the energy that they got to change. They got to change this. Yeah, they got to change something, because anything got to be better than what we've been getting. For us, we're gonna try to do it in other ways. We're gonna leverage these opportunities through the markets, and so whatever you can do to kind of again walk into your own reality, your own truth, and then you can share it with other people. That's what I think for me the ultimate change is, because obviously it's just known when you have resources. Well, again, a vote doesn't necessarily make or break you. When you got things, you're not worried about someone having to cut a policy or a check to give you something, right? So you're not always in that wait mode, hurry up and wait mode, right? Like most people who obviously demand some aspect of government to kind of really be that. And not to saying that it doesn't have its place, because again, you already funding it through your taxes. Right? You can't, get around it. You know what I'm saying? So you got to learn how to work within the confinements of it, but not put all your, again, you don't have to put all your eggs in that basket. Right? You can just, go out there and do like most people, try to create your own scenario. And from there, you can really get more people, in a place where they can find out how to take care of their own self more so than, again, a government analysis. Because I always tell people, ain't nothing like being able, again, it really isn't no better feeling than being able to make your own money. And then you start to establish and build different pipelines to bring in residual income, and they become revolving. Oh man, come on, seriously? Like people don't walk away from that, right? Again, just to go clock in on somebody's job, rarely, unless they just really finna maximize the job or even leverage the job even more to get more money that they can kind of fund into their endeavors. That's the only reason how I would look at a job at this point. It has to be for a leveraging perspective, nothing else. It's not the kind of grow old in a legacy perspective. I was just with this company for this many years, like that's a bragging right. You sure was, Mr. Heron. You was there for 30 years. You right. Like Mr. Heron ain't got no stock options or nothing. Like, what? That company been publicly traded for 20 years. They didn't give you stock options, Mr. Heron. No, they just gave me a turkey every Thanksgiving. And the boss cut me $100 check. Oh man, come on. Educate, your base. Get them people involved in investments and things of that nature so they can go out there and really leverage life. So I love it. So that's what we're doing. That's what we're going to continue to do on this channel, on any other channel. I know it's off the beaten path, what we typically talk about today. Again, hence that's why I went ahead and titled the show, the broadcast, what are all things market related and what news and worthy weekend update. Trump and election. We know we 24 days before the election, somewhere around there.
25
days. Man, that thing snuck up on us so quick. It snuck up on us so quick. So y'all already know, market wise, y'all know what we're looking like on the S&P 500 right now. Y'all see that they don't care about if Trump lose at this point. So they've already somewhat written him off. It is what it is, whether he win or lose, but nonetheless, Wall Street do not care, right? And they are not loyal. Y'all know that Wall Street is not loyal, and they're definitely trying to make sure that they secure above all things, again, unlimited opportunity, right? Growth. They don't care with or without. They're gonna try to always find a way to keep leveraging, their particular position in the grand scheme of things. So again, we need to be aware of that. We saw the market pull a 180 this week with Trump deflating it, right? And then all of a sudden, switching up when smart people got in the ear and said, hey, you can't say that, man. You're finna really kill your election, right? Now he's back on with wanting to have more stimulus talks after trying to, figured out that, he's gonna try to force the Democrats into a deal, and they like, okay, you just finna shoot your own self in the foot. So he doubled down on dumb and came back to his senses when people said, no, change that up and let's get a deal. Let's keep that deal on the table. And so the markets obviously rebounded, as you can see. And, so here we go. Again, you had a massive correction here off that news, them saying that they want to pull the deal. Mitch McConnell obviously, fall in lock and step with that. And then he turned around, switched sides too, and it's to the point now where I think Trump pretty much all but annexed the Republican Party away from the whole negotiation aspect now. It's really about him and Mnuchin. To be honest, I think that's who's really pushing that deal for the Republican aspect of the party. They're in control of it. He had to figure out, no, I'm not going to wait around, right? Because I need to be able to leverage this as a win, right, going into the election. And so that's why, he was able to last hour yesterday, early on, that, they negotiated for a $1.8 trillion stimulus package, up from that of the 1.6 that the Republicans put forth that they were willing to do. He added an additional $200 billion, and now that gives the Democrats, something to kind of say, close but not close enough, because literally the Democrats waited a full day, right? A full day to come back and say, you know what? We're not. You trying to, we're trying to go forward, and you trying to take us back. So it took them a full day after the market closed to come back and say, no, they're not going to settle for that 1.8. Of course, the goal is that they're trying to negotiate to get closer to that 2 trillion area. That's just my opinion from what I'm seeing. I think they're setting up a big negotiation to probably final out around maybe 2 trillion, not the 2.2 that the Democrats really want. Because initially, I remember the Democrats wanted I think it was like 3 trillion, somewhere around there. Then they went down to like the 2.4, 2.6, somewhere around there. Then now it's at 2.2. Right, and the Republicans were way down there around like 800 billion. Right, and then they went to what 1 trillion. Right, then they went to what 1. I think once about 1.2 trillion, and now they all the way up to 1.8 trillion. Right, somewhere around there. So again, it's a game of game of chess. Again, it was, above all things, it's taxpayer money that they negotiate with. So that's what's funny about it. It's not even they're just trying to leveraging your money that you're going to end up paying anyway. But again, the markets are just still saying, hey, we can care less about all that. Can we make more money off you two guys, kind of, back and forth and bickering? And so this chart is obviously very indicative of what we're saying, that the markets don't care. Markets do not care. Right? And so we've been on this steady incline. We lost the linear regression mean line, came down, tested the bottom here, bounced. Again, off that him kind of reversing course, because if not, he was going to really put us back down here, down this 332, down to the 330 resistance, definitely support. Excuse me. At this point, at 330, if we break that, it can really get out of control, because now you're talking about a gap fill here. Clear state, you got a gap fill here, right? And so they basically, created this, this kind of double bottom, if you want to call it, or triple bottom, somewhat. Got the bounce they wanted. Again, it's pretty much a manufactured bounce, again, because nothing really credible out of that than just the idea of kicking the can down the road, dangling the carrot with the stimulus talk. And here you go, right? You're above the mean line. You're still trying to uptrend a little bit. We may have the retest to come back down, test this midline, 345 area, potentially maybe 344, 343. And then kind of bounce back and try to get it close above that 350. Because if we close above 350, I would say by, let's say if we close above 350 by Tuesday, and the talks obviously stay on to a degree, or if they even get a deal by this week, it's not far-fetched that we possibly, right? We possibly, because we have to the 16th, which is Friday. It's the last trading day of the week for this week coming up. We could possibly be, let me pull this down so y'all can see this here. And this is a hypothetical best case scenario. We possibly be up here near 357, 358, 350, between 356 and 358. We'll do that, right? And so that's definitely a potential place where we can end up at, between 356 and 358 by this Friday. If, again, nothing comes out of left field, no monkey wrenches or whatever. And we got earnings getting ready to kick off again for Q3, right? So that's getting ready to kick off soon. So you got Delta Airlines next week. You got some nice little name brands coming up this week too, prepared wise. So keep your eyes on those earnings. Some of those are going to probably move a little bit, especially when we come into the financial sector. When the banks drop dead, but that's going to be very, very revealing. All right, but we understand that this is the season to start preparing, and you got an election coming up. So yeah, we're getting down to the crunch ride, guys. It's coming still. You literally, within a stone throw away from the election. Again, the markets left alone to their own devices and just went up every day gradually, like it stayed close to the line here, just kind of climbed up slowly and gradually. Then obviously we can end up being, up here near 370s, somewhere around there, 360 somethings into the election. Again, that's a real, again, on a more fanciful thesis or theory, if you want to call it that, but it has potential to be able to do that. It has potential to be able to do that easily. 360s, whatever, and so even probably 370s. But we'll see. So right now, again, on the daily chart, you got the SP 500 looking a little overbought here. Again, of course, RSI is streaming up here above 70. Again, this is a whole lot of this gapping up. And, big volume flush right here, bounce off the 20 move average, kind of working its way back up here. A lot of that is just, again, extended value of just a whole lot of, again, air inflation, hype, basically. And so at some point, again, we have to cool down, maybe come back and test this 20-day moving average, like I was saying, around 343 through 343, right? Back test, maybe close this gap here, possibly close this gap here, maybe 341 and 25, somewhere around there, potentially. But we'll see. Okay? We'll see. So I got my eyes pretty much at the top of the band here, just 350. Down to as low as maybe like 340, right? Because now we've kind of moved into another $10 tranche. We're in the 340 range now, from 340 to 350. Excuse me. Before that was in what? Right, 330 to 340. We got outside that zone, right? Came out of the 320s base, 320s to 330s. Got above that, with this gap up here, and then we played this top half from 330 to 340 range. We finally broke above that, and now we into a new chart of territory, being close up here near 350. So keep your eyes on that. Again, if you're long and you're strong, we got a couple nice events coming up this week. We have Amazon Prime Day, which is going to be a big market mover. Keep your eyes on that, right? You have to be ready for that, right? Because again, people like to leverage what they perceive to be a potential catalyst that they can front load, right? It's again, Amazon Prime Day probably going to be big. Not maybe as big as the previous years because of the pandemic, but guess what? We know that Amazon has been benefiting, lovely off the pandemic, right? They couldn't wait for a moment like this, if you ask me, because now it has funded a lot of that retail money into their business, right? It's online e-commerce, that has now taken these companies like Shopify, Etsy, even eBay catching the bid now all of a sudden. Old eBay, right? Catching the bid these days with these online, platforms. And these companies who had their synergies, mixed in and out these other little subsidiary companies where they were trying to benefit through the brick and mortar and their online presence by, their products. They've now, some of them got hit because companies that were benefiting with them or playing with them have pulled their product. That's what Nike did. Y'all know Nike made a big boy move. They pulled all their shoes off a lot of these subsidiary brick and mortar places and their online business, right? They're going to sell their online shoes only through their website going forward. Couldn't make this stuff up. So that means they ain't sharing anymore. They ain't playing fair. We don't need them anymore. We're going to sell our stuff on our own website. So that could be a good thing, right? Cut down on costs, expensive, R&D, whatever, or CapEx, whatever. All right. But nonetheless, these retail companies are now starting to have to reinvent themselves, up their online presence, or again, they will be forced to be like a JCPenney or a Sears or some of these other places like that, that they're pretty much have already gone bankrupt or on the borderline of going bankrupt. Pier 1, right? A lot of these people went under. Right? A lot of these companies have gone under this pandemic. All right. So again, that's just the name of the game. So we'll see what happens. So keep your eyes again locked and loaded on the markets for next week. Again, don't overstep your boundaries. Don't overstay your welcome if necessary. If you're making profit, don't be afraid to take that bag and run. Right? Don't look back if necessary, because the market's going to get very volatile over the next 20 some odd days. This is the time when markets are already historically volatile going into a holiday season, and in this case even more so because we're in an election cycle. Right? Historically, go back and look at any kind of election cycle for a president's race. Right? The markets are typically in that month of October all over the place. Actually, they used to call it the October effect too. Same way they had a September effect. They have a May effect. Certain aspects of the market where they say months of the year where the markets are acting up and act retarded. Right? So October actually has one to the October effect. So you might want to go read up on that, just a tidbit, some knowledge, some nerd stats, right? Nerd stats. Right? The October effect in the overall equity markets. All right. So that's what we're looking at. And again, just being able to kind of ID these peak to trough perspectives, right? We had to kind of get up here on the peak perspective, not necessarily the top of the band, but even up here on the RSI. Doesn't matter because we know the markets can remain more irrational than they can remain relevant or solvent, so to speak. A lot that you can remain solvent, So as long as it's irrational and people still buying hand over fist at these extreme levels, trying to front load the election, trying to front load these particular new earnings coming up down the pipeline and the Q3 earnings that's coming up, then again, just be cautious and know your boundaries, right? Know your supply zones, know your demand zones, know your support points, know your resistance points, right? Know your level of volatility. If you messing with some of these stocks, individuals know they are ATRs because that matters in terms of how they typically move, especially if you're going to buy options. So you're not playing a dead option play just because it sounds good and looks good. You got to have value to it. And from there, let's just go get it, right? We've been doing really, really well, especially within the group. I'm starting to see, a lot of, people taking some different, as I say, values of risk under their wing because their knowledge and due diligence has caught up with their skill set. They don't feel necessarily intimidated anymore, and they're growing, right? And that's what this is all about. This is a game of growth, slow growth, though, steady growth, I should say. Steady and persistent, because you get better with this over time. Y'all know the rules with this. The rules of engagement, investing in the market is a analysis, So analysis of understanding time and value, right? That's what the market really is about, time and value. What do people value, what they're willing to pay for it, and how, or over length of time, or what length of time are they willing to do it, right? At some point before it becomes either old, outdated, antiquated, or it just goes through a cycle moment, what they call a cyclical moment, right? It only does well during certain times of the year. And so you can trade around those moments, benefit, and then move on to something else in between time until it come back around again. Kind of like watermelon season, right? People can't wait for watermelon season, right? When it goes out, it's like, everything from that point on, it's going to be grown somewhere else in the tropical region or some GMO trash. All right, but nonetheless, that's what we studied for. We studied to be very proficient in our mandates and use the markets for our benefit. So again, SPY, Apple got Apple event day coming up here on the 13th, right? So again, that's going to be big. Oh, excuse me, this is the 17th or 13th, excuse me, 12th or 13th. No, what is it? It's 13th. Dang it, Willis. So that's going to be crazy. And so again, I bought the 117 calls last week, right? I bought them last week, right? Early in the previous week of that scenario. And so as you can see, Apple finally started to make its move here. Finally, it took a little minute as it closed up around about $17 here, right? So that call buy has just been banging out. Slowly but surely has been in a tight-winded contraction perspective here in terms of consolidation. Look at Apple here, almost on a straight line. Almost when I say straight line for Apple, but it's been consolidating and accumulating pretty well here above the 200-day moving average ever since they got up above it. Again, going ahead of these stimulus talks, we've been holding up above it, pretty well thus far, and the 20-day moving average as well, kind of playing inside of it, over on top of it. And now we've been able to launch off of it, as you can see here clearly. We launched up off that 20-day moving average here, even with the wick, and it's showing a level of strength there. So we're getting, to a place where we got still some more run room, right? We still got some more run room in Apple. Obviously underneath the, the RSI on the 70 here, but still, you think about this top of this band here, potential obviously into next week, you can easily find yourself back up near that 120 area where it fell from, some weeks back, right? When it was holding pretty well above 120, then the market began to really start to implode on itself, which daggered a lot of stocks like Microsoft, Apple, whatever, even Facebook too, but also Tesla and some of those, those type. So keep your eye on Apple. Again, I think it's, it's showing a lot of good strength here. Again, you got some consolidation chop zone here that got to break above that there. Once that get out of the way, of course, it could easily get back to some points of being above, like, up in that 120 area, somewhere around there. Right? Get out of 117, 118, kind of see if we can play the top of this band here and maybe close out this week. Now, of course, if we get a stimulus deal, well, you best believe we're going to one above anything. We're going to 120 instantly. Just whatever. We're going to move into that 120 block zone from that point on, and that's going to be the new support if we get the stimulus deal this week. All right, so just keep your eye on it. So some of these calls for the Apple have been cheap lately. They're starting to kind of get back to the point where they're being cheap again. But before, they would just be like stupid expensive. Before the split, now they're getting cheap again. So I love that. The premiums are not that expensive, and Apple obviously still has a very solid value in terms of how Wall Street honors it. And so yeah, these are the type of plays that you can play that's a little bit more safer. The beta obviously has came down some. It's not so volatile. So it's making methodical moves throughout the day, very slowly and with a lot of care. And a lot of people don't like that because, like, man, they use Apple having all them flash moves because of how it was doing before the split. But basically, Apple still is a long-term growth play. That's why. So the market makers and the people who own it are starting to say, okay, now let's slow this thing down a little bit, right? We don't want to give all these day traders all this opportunity to mess up the trade. Because it's making big moves throughout the day, volatile, and they crashing it because they selling it in and out, mess up the trade. So they've been able to do that. Look at it. I mean, look at this here. All the way back from September 28th. They just played it all the way out to where we are now. August the 10th, basically. It kind of kept it under wraps, I should say. So The same can be said with Tesla a little bit. If you think about it, it did the same thing. Look at the pattern. Couldn't make this stuff up. Look at this right here. Look at this. That's unlike Tesla there. Yeah, some days they were just trying to, act like, like old Tesla, like, that little gap up here in this little day, gapped up and act like you want to kind of barbecue and bang out up near 450. Like, I just shorted up here, made me a little quick little funny money off of it. Brought it back down to the 20 below it. Again, everything has been doing thus far since then has been above 200-day moving average though. So that means Tesla's still in a place of strength. And as you see now, it's back above its 20-day moving average. That means it's also in a place of strength. And it's hovering literally to the T. It's riding the mean line of the linear regression band like a champ. Could make this stuff up. Look at that straight line there. So Tesla's obviously still trying to solidify a breakout moment. They've already had the battery day. We got all the good news and the bad. We figured out what they're trying to do, what they're not trying to do going forward. So people now starting to trade around that for Tesla, right? So again, great opportunity to kind of keep your eye on it. And we know our lines in the sand moments on it, all right? And we know our potentiality that we can get out of it. Again, we talk about trying to get back into the 460s, 470s. At some point, maybe even get really fired up and go up to 500. But you obviously going to need a stimulus deal for that, I think, in my opinion, to get anything above that I'd say 480-ish area to test that $500 level. But we'll see. Again, so look at the chart from this perspective. If you drew lines from here to here, then of course it started like it's tightened down. It's tightened down like a wedge. Right? It's tightened down like a wedge or a pennant. The breakout obviously is imminent with any kind of value of good news here. So definitely keep your eye on Tesla as well. Of course, you don't need me to tell you that because you guys are already, beast at this. You guys are already beast at this. But y'all learning. Again, we're all learning, right? We're all learning.
Yes.
Yeah. So.
Taking advantage of that learning.
Yeah. So we're going to keep hammering. Again, I always try to tell myself, I try to look to do more on the scene again, being able to kind of go live again, doing out the market hour days. Because I think, especially going into the election, because I've been there before, I know what it's like. Some of these people, who are now, into the game, really heavily in it. This is going to be a good moment for them to kind of, do that kind of that kind of research, right? To see how markets are obviously perform when you have a presidential election. Typically, what's the over under, as they like to say, in a lot of ways, the pros and the cons, and certain policies obviously they have some kind of place in sometimes how markets move. But we've been seeing a lot coming out of Wall Street where they've been talking about what they're already trying to price in and what Joe Biden presidency, right? Could make this stuff up. Right? So they're already trying to say, man, look, Trump, you served your purpose while you was here, bro, but we ain't loyal.
Yes, they jumped ship quick.
We ain't loyal, bro. They make it known. They made it known. Again, their words, not mine, too. So
when they jumped ship, I thought about that conversation we talked about. Money, follow the money.
Yeah. Oh, I ask you a question now, brother Snot. You say, is Walmart's new delivery model will cut into Amazon position? Again, they growing. I mean, they're trying to stay relevant, to that Amazon. So that's why they made a lot of moves that they made, especially even during the coronavirus to kind of beef out their infrastructure, right? Especially their online presence. Because y'all know Walmart. I've been had a online presence, but most people like, man, I go to Walmart for all that. I ain't that kind of person for Walmart. Be shopping all online, not from no Walmart. But now they actually starting to garner that kind of level of distribution, through their online. So they had to kind of ramp up their online presence. And they obviously got more opportunity to get into, again, the Indian market is the greatest market that everybody been trying to get into. And so the Indian market actually shunned Amazon, right? And they welcomed Walmart. Couldn't make this stuff up.
Yeah.
So that old Flipkart thing, that's a huge footprint for Walmart. Huge. So that gives them leverage that Amazon obviously can't get in that arena. And it obviously puts them in a different echelon category than even that of Target, right? Company Target.
And right? You can drop ship with Walmart too now.
Yeah. So they're ramping. They've been studying the game a little bit. They had to reinvent themselves. And the end result is basically what we're getting now. And Walmart is becoming a solid, solidified company. Mm-hmm. Even post or pre the ideal of that old TikTok deal, right? That's just a little bit extra too. But ultimately, again, Walmart, again, look at me real quick. Let me run their chart real quick.
I think it just let it let other companies know they had some dollars too out there. So that TikTok probably opened up avenues with the
Yeah, clear as day. I mean, y'all see that chart there, man? Look at that thing there.
we got more money than y'all think.
Man, look at this here. Y'all see it happening? Y'all see what's happening here? Y'all see what's happening here? Anytime you see me drawing something like that there, and let me go on and put this on here to go on and finish it out. Oh, you gonna draw that what? Draw that heat. Yeah, trying to build that what? That coffee cup. We're trying to build that coffee cup. Yeah, cup and handle starting to kind of present itself here. You
I
know,
see it.
yeah. You know, again, market's about trends and patterns. Y'all know I'm always saying, use that, use that and very respect the gadget type of eye we got. Look at the market, from a broad perspective, macro. Check the micro too, but definitely don't forget that macro, right? Because that's how loan money look at it. Loan money look at it. Give me a big continual pattern. So when it starts to really get to a point where I can see it getting ready to break out, and people who are new to it still trying to ID all this, they are like, man, you already missed the trade, bro. We was already in down here, right? So we finna eat, and they even went through all this here, maybe took a little off the table. If not, when it came back here, they added, and they getting ready for the next potential breakout. Right, so clear as day, you see that it's starting to kind of fill out this little cup and handle to a degree here, and we'll see. But again, ain't nothing really barring it from being able to do it because now they're building out their scenario. So Walmart looks really attractive here, and it's been almost trading like Apple was in kind of straight line. Again, it's still under the same market rules. The investor sentiment gauge in terms of the S&P 500 got a lot of these stocks sequestered and pulled back and under wraps, but they still fighting to try to break out in a lot of ways. And so they're holding major points of support too in some cases. So stick with them. Right? If it ain't broke, don't try to fix it. And if you can make money off of it, by all means, think about it from a long-term perspective. Buy you a couple long-term outdated calls to obviously hedge or play in relation to your long position and eat off that too. Right? So that's what I love about the market because you're not just you're not subjected to one particular strategy. Right? And that's powerful. I mean, options, equities, long, short, put spread counts, iron corner. You can trade the money sideways to make money. So that's what's so great about it. It's just a really, fruitful.
And it's affordable.
Say again.
And it's affordable.
Yeah, exactly. Right, exactly. The one thing above all things, learning how to leverage, your money, and again, in moments where again it can give you something. It can actually give you something. Just by putting a little work, understanding the lay of the land, reading up on these particular companies, seeing who are best in breed, who got something to offer, who got the better mousetrap or close to that of a better mousetrap, whatever the case, that's what this is all about. You're trying to build something off something, and not necessarily feel like, you're again like a banking scenario where it's just a whole lot of them taking it and doing nothing really for you to a degree. Well, you got money working for you once you learn how to, again, see these things, these assets, these financial vehicles, so to speak, as the proper tools to be used properly, right? The proper resources to be used. Because y'all know Walmart ain't going nowhere, right? And we ain't got to have that conversation, right? The first thing, Walmart going out of business anytime soon, next 5 years, yeah, good luck with that thought or that thesis. Right? So that's how you look at investment value, right? You're trying to find growth and value in a lot of things are household names. Some of them are new, innovative values that are off the beaten path, and some that you become privy to once you get into the investment game. Because it's like, man, who is this stock here? Why is it way up here? I mean, you take a company like Bookings Holdings, like some of you guys probably like, man, Bookings Holdings, who was them, right? And Bookings Holdings used to be who before they changed their name? They used to be Priceline negotiator, right? William Shatner, come through, William Shatner. Some of y'all ain't know about, but y'all know about William Shatner. What y'all know about William Shatner? Right? Look at Priceline. I still call it Priceline to this day, right? But look at Priceline. The thing was up there, $2,000 a share, right? Priceline, booking company, travel and leisure, all that kind of stuff. Let's make this stuff up, guys. Look at that there. Look at that chart right there. I'm talking about up and to the right. Goodness, we talking about going back way back 2008.
Wow.
Bookings holding of all companies. It ain't got hit like everybody else, under the pandemic, especially with travel leisure stuff scenario to a degree. Pull back based from 2,000 down to 1,000, a whole $1,000 right there, $1,000 drop. Crazy. It's crazy out there, and it made it obviously all the way back to a degree. Got back to a point where it fell from. As you can see, clear as day there, hit some resistance, clear as day, up in this little regression band, as pull back to the bottom of the channel band here, and now it's starting to what? Bounce again, above its 200, above its 20-day on the daily chart, and it started to bounce again. So guess what? You got air and opportunity all the way back up in near 2,000. And you right at the mean line here. So guess what? Let the stimulus deal go through, because y'all know a stimulus package also means what? Traveling air.
Oh yeah.
Even though they ain't still putting nobody on them ships and planes quite yet, but as long as they got a bag, Wall Street don't care. They don't even care. Like, run it up there, get it back up there, because eventually we're gonna get back out there. Ever close to the vaccine by next year, Q1, scenario possibly. So yeah, this front load, because you still got all this uphill potential that you can go probably dig into a little bit as well. So again, y'all know this stuff. I'm not saying this is the one you go do it on, but I'm just showing you that that aspect of how the market works and how it's trying to map out this next particular move. And so that's how this stuff works. Again, these old dusty airlines are still begging for Americans to bail them out. You see why they ain't done nothing. It failed and stayed down. right? It's the reason. Right? Because people know they parasites. People know they garbage. Times 10. Cruise line industry, same way. Yeah, these are luxury items. These companies not even based in America, right? In terms of cruise lines, the top ones, scenarios, and they still trying to get taxpayers. They were trying to, it ain't work, but they were trying to get American people to bail them out.
I know, ain't that crazy?
Places overseas somewhere, man, you get out of here. But they know how the game works. Can't fault them for trying, because they know Americans don't have a clue. They know it, and so that's why they look, all them and the airline look like the same chart. That look just like the American airline chart, and it's a cruise line. So yeah, at some point, of course, it's going to have about a value, right? I'm saying that because it needs, like, the only thing that's going to save these companies like this is what?
Stimulus package.
Not even that.
I mean, a bailout.
The vaccine.
Oh, yeah, because people can't travel.
Yeah. Because even with a bailout, they're just going to pay a couple of bills. Keep the kid down the road.
They probably was making that bailout money every month.
Yeah. And so until that actually come into fruition, they still can catch a bid down here again. Of course, on the stimulus, they can catch a bid and get back up there 20 plus, 24, right? But look where it came from at the peak, around in June. It got back up near that 24 and what? It got beat down again, right back down to $12. And so now you got a little tightening down here. It's all to tighten down. It's clear as day there. You start like a little, little flag here. It's holding a little bit. Still on the bearish trend from the perspective, but vaccine comes, of course. I would say, like anybody, be smart, right? Buy you some hand over fist. And if you think the vaccine coming around Q1 of next year, right? That's Q1 of fiscal 21.
Don't get you.
You can start thinking like a real boss, right? Start thinking like a real strategic investor trader, like we're what? That's afforded to us, right? Get you some leaps, right? Get you some leaps. Well, what do I mean by leaps? Well, y'all know exactly what I'm saying. If you're in the game and you've been learning something, if you ain't learning nothing, I wrote a song about it. Like, here it go. Let me show you how to do this so you can get you some money, right? It's called being able to buy a long dated call, right? A bullish trade for a long-term position into the future, right? Set it and forget it. That kind of reality, right? Run code rotisserie grills. So you got Carnival Cruise Line here, again, in that same perspective. So you say, well, okay, Q1 of 2021, right? We talk about what? February, March, run that time frame. Right? So here, of course, you got April, in this case. That's, definitely within that time frame. But I would say even by then, I think by maybe, possibly, mid-January, you may have more color on particular them having a real more founded vaccine that they're going to go with, even though it may obviously clearly may not be ready for distribution on that. But nonetheless, even if you say, okay, we'll just use April just to kind of give a little synopsis of what, Q1 would really look like, right? So we talk about well over what is that? But about 6 months, about half an annual, biannual there. All right. So look at here. I'm not the only one thinking like that. Look at the put to call ratio. It's 2,700 call contracts, 45,000 open interest. That's how the markets work. And look at the prices of some of these calls.
No, in the thousands.
Yeah, look at open interest right here on 18,000 on the $20 calls.
Mm-hmm.
And to see right here, the volume is that's what people still buying till like today. Like they still this Friday. These numbers here increase Friday. Right? These numbers obviously go into this come what next week, and that builds these up even more. So people still buying. People think it's just like the way I'm sitting there kind of breaking it down.
So where it has the moneyness, that's where they're up on their the dollar amount. They're up on that.
To a degree, this is a new feature they added to it. So it's basically like the relationship of the strike price to the underlying symbol last price.
Right.
Right?
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. So it's a new feature they added. The bar chart is kind of still ambiguous in a lot of ways, but because it sometimes reflects the value of what it really is trying to ID there. It turns that again, you talking about again the underlying last price to the value of the strike price, right?
Right.
So,
okay.
The underlying price is 16 here. This strike is what 20, from that perspective in terms of where it's at that point, moving into that strike. They're trying to say it's about a 47 percentile rating value that you're getting into this. That it can hit this, going into that, that strike price, right, under this time frame, right? And so now this underneath aspect here, the 200.
You're gonna lose, right? You're already under.
Yeah, going back at a point where it depends where you bought that to, so it depends, in that perspective.
Right.
But in or around these prices here, kind of it's struggling. If you're getting kind of closed out, for weeklies, like people buying week to week, whatever,
Mm-hmm.
they getting turned up because again, the stock ain't really moving. Again, we look at the chart, it's just kind of just flatlining and going sideways, right? So you need some expansion. But that far out, of course, you got some time, right? We know it hit a peak up there near 24 and change, 24 near 25 back in June. And so you building out like a little pattern to a degree. Granted, but again, you still need what? Some more clarity on the vaccine. You need to have one named, right? When they give you one that's actually, hey, now we ain't talking about that Regeneron stuff. We talking about the actual vaccine, right? You get that? Yeah, this gonna fly. Right, it's gonna fly. Keep in mind, it came all the way from what? $50 a share, right?
Yeah.
Down here at 15. So you still talk about, man, look. You talk about close to 200%. They potentially end up back up there in no time. Record time is like, as they like to say in some cases in the market, they use Trump language. Record time. Back up there in record time. All right. Moon boots. So again, American Airlines, same scenario. Again, not hard to kind of come see this for yourself. Do your own due diligence. Realize that all this stuff is just what? Public information for us too. Right? Learn how to fish. Learn how to hunt. $13 stock, same reality. They under that same mandate to a degree, as that of the Carnival Cruise Line. So they got one around February 2021, right? I can almost guarantee you it'll be heavier, or it's about equally actually on this one, in terms of calls and puts, lopsided on the put openings at that point. So people still trying to feel a little skeptical about that point. We know they ain't gonna really be back to normalcy at that point. The airline industry, because you're still gonna need to have that shot given and administered. So it's still ambiguous in that point, right? But some of these calls they ain't too far fetched, out of the norm where you can say I might take a couple little shots. It's that far out for the $15, and that's only 2 points. There's some change away from where it's at now. Right? Depends on the election. The election might drive it in itself. Who knows? It's all speculative. You got to formulate your own thesis. But we're just here to say, hey, this is what you need to be looking at. Pay attention to certain things. Again, another one. So here, probably a lot of people probably ain't thought about it, but probably thought about it. Dave & Buster's. Dave & Buster's is a COVID play all day, every day. I mean, it's waiting on a vaccine, right? They get a vaccine, hey, that thing gonna fly. And look how cheap the contract's been on this, like 5 cents, 10 cents, 30 cents, 50 cents. It's still dirt cheap even down here. But these are weeklies, of course. They ain't got no merit. It's getting churned up, just going sideways, trying to come up with an idea to have a use case. Right? So, but again, further out, February, March, April, whatever. Again, the likely idea that it's getting, being up near, $15 and, again, 16, excuse me, 17 to $20 becomes more kind of, realistic to a degree if they just get even the vaccine announced, right, at some point. So again, they're from a good little place too. So yeah, we'll see. Yeah. So again, this just kind of putting the market into a somewhat like a hourglass, and saying, okay, these some stocks that definitely got, they on a time time analysis. Once they do get what we know that they truly need, stimulus can help some of it, but when they get what they truly need, which is a vaccine to put people back into their products or services, whatever, well, that becomes again, the only thing that's really is the catalyst for them at this point, right? Because that's what, see, look at that chart, look just like the cruise line. Couldn't make this stuff up. Right? It looked the same way. You can tell the ones that already liked it because they're the ones who more depended upon the vaccine in order for them to get back to a place of prominence. So again, this stock was at $47 a share before it dumped. Right? So you're talking about even a $25 call or $20 to $25 call, leap until next year, April. I mean, you only talking about close about near halfway from back where it fell. And so that gives you still more air and opportunity back up towards, back up towards that $47 at some point when the vaccine goes through, and people feel like they feel comfortable going back to Dave and Buster's, right? Right. But that's how you can play these opportunities in that perspective in terms of a long-term place or a leap, right? A leap play, so to speak, quote unquote, somewhat. All right. So that's it. So again, just doing a quick little back in on that. Open up a couple of charts, right? Do a little something strange to try to see if we can make a little change. I will try to do another one tomorrow before the future market open up if things work out. Obviously, time-wise, we'll do a future show. Again, of course, we got some news that came out. Like I said, over the weekend, of course, we got Nancy Pelosi pushing back on Trump as far as his little 1.8. She pretty much, dead it on the arrival, right, which we kind of figured out was going to happen. Right?
That was funny.
Yeah, she was like,
talking. Yeah, I think I'll talk now.
Yeah, so, and then we got Bitcoin starting to kind of catch a little bid lately again. So it's starting to break out. Keep y'all on it. It's back above 11,000. It's been in a tight little channel ever since, I said if it holds 10,000, that's good. You don't get caught up in thinking that it just got to be up in there 12, 13. No, take advantage of the consolidation moments too. Let that cash build up and let that thing wind up like a pressure cooker. So when it does pop, after holding support for so long, it's going to give you a good little bang. You just got to know how to, leverage it. Like, as if with any investment, and so that stuff becomes very relevant. So Apple obviously got a big event this week. We got Amazon Prime Day this week. We got a couple nice little earning plays this week. We got the kicking the can down the road proverbially of the stimulus package again to kind of function and focus on this week. If they get lucky and get one, so be it. If not, Wall Street already planning for it anyway, and it's gonna keep moving. And, you know what I'm saying? With or without it, it's gonna keep moving. So, and so Apple got news out saying they're going to start shipping some of their devices from their stores to speed up their deliveries now. So that's gonna be crazy. So you'll be able to kind of get it, get your products shipped directly from a store as opposed to a warehouse. So they're doing what they can. Everybody trying to, stay relevant, so to speak. So, the markets are reflecting again, and we are in a second wave, still in the first, but we're still in the second wave of the coronavirus. So don't get caught slipping out there. Now's the time for you guys.
We're still in the first.
Right. We got to start tightening back down some of our best case practices. Now, don't get lax. This is the time where you don't want to get lax in your natural regimens of staying safe out there in the general public, because we are moving into another resurgence. The data starting to show it. Spain, Madrid, they're getting hit hard. Europe getting hit hard again. Everybody finna go through their phase. So guess what? No different. New York just got hit with a couple hot spots. at some schools, right? Elementary schools, like so. It's finna start picking back up. Wintertime, people shut in, they can't get air. People just gonna have that virus sitting in their house like incubators.
I
Right?
got mine.
Right? Everybody gonna have the coronavirus. Even the flies flying around, they gonna catch that Rona. Right? So yeah, man. It's gonna be on, as they say. So get serious about your health, protect yourself, keep your mask, keep your hand sanitizer, get that, regimen back up. Don't convince yourself that it ain't nothing. Don't let Trump pump your head up with, with all that foolishness, telling you that it ain't this and it ain't that. Don't do it.
I'm looking. I ain't been looking at my Alibaba. Alibaba to $2.99.
Well, they got some news that came out recently too, and they got that whole deal with the Pay, the IPO. They trying to get leverage, and U.S. fighting against that already too. So you know how that's gonna happen. They're gonna do what they can to slow that down.
Go ahead, Mo.
Yeah. So keep your eye on Alibaba. Alibaba is that Alibaba, as we know it to be, is a really, really good secondary Amazon play perspective on a global level. People know it to be true. A lot of people actually like Alibaba more than Amazon in those other countries like Europe and Africa because that's what they use more. Right? They don't have to worry about all that crazy regulation too, like America. And it's cheaper for them, so they get all these products that they wholesale and sell, in their little markets strictly from what Alibaba, straight from market, straight from China. So it's just one of those things. So you gotta always keep Alibaba close by your portfolio. Or just keep your eye on it. If you don't want to own it, outright, keep your eyes on some of the calls, during certain times. But they have same thing like how Amazon has an Amazon Prime Day. Alibaba has an event like that too, right? It's called what is it called? It's called two for us, I think. Two for something like that. Two for something like that. I might have messed it up. Been watching it for years. They do it, but they do. It's kind of like their version of Amazon Prime Day, and they hit. They hit some real big numbers too. Them and JD.com.
I see him shining.
Yeah.
I had gotten that back like March, I think, April, March.
Yeah, very nice. Yeah, so you caught it at a time when they was getting beat up with all that China talk, China socks, and political, beating these stuff down and whatever.
Yep. It was 214.
Yep. It's America versus China stuff. Crazy.
Ant is about to IPO.
Yeah, the Ant Pay. That's why I say they just investors in the Ant PO, Ant IPO, excuse me.
Oh.
And America is trying to again,
I see Trump.
They're trying to mess it up, and again, this is typical. I posted an article on that, as far as that too. So we could do a little back study on that. We'll talk about that maybe on the next live. I spoke about it once before in the earlier too, but definitely they're getting close to IP and IPO, again through the exchanges. So it might be good to revisit it.
I see an article that says Google tries to turn YouTube into a major shopping destination.
Yeah, they're trying to compete again. That's why TikTok is finna be TikTok. That's why Walmart trying to be in that deal because they want to leverage that, that too, and offer products through there. So all that you got music, product, and that's why TikTok very dangerous for people like YouTube. I mean, it ain't gonna really kill YouTube enough, but you don't want to lose any market share to something like this. Again, it's like a little Ricky that came in the business and messed up my That's how they looking at it. So they're trying to see how they can expand, their scenario too. Right? They're trying to see how they can expand in terms of YouTube as well. So again, just stay trying to find out who's doing what, when they're doing it, and if it's an opportunity, especially if they're publicly traded. Of course, YouTube is not publicly traded, but Google, obviously, its parent company is. So again, that's a boost to their bottom line to a degree if things work out for them in that perspective. Right? So that's what this game was about. It's about staying ahead of the data, right? Staying ahead of the information. That's what pretty much moves the global markets, right? Data and money, right? Data and money. Again,
I like my so in my M1 app, I just put the money in the domestic growth play, which is it has um uh it's doing good. I'm,
Okay,
well, yeah, I'm up $6. I'm up 6%.
that's good. Again, growth is
I like
always great.
that. I said, "Woo, I like that right there." So based off of this one, I was trying. Wait a minute. I could see the EFTs that it's in this that's in this little group. I had it. Let me see if I can find it. So based on this one, I went back to my stash one and I changed it, changed my stash. And I've been getting some dividends. Look at me, look at me.
Check your money. See, yeah, when they're making money, that's how I
Yeah.
have it. But what I say is better that set it and forget it and walk back to it and be like, oh, be surprised that you got more monies in there that then working brought back some other friends than it being again, like say in the coffee can somewhere not doing nothing, collecting dust.
Yeah, I got Vanguard
Work.
Mid Cap Growth Index, Vanguard Small Cap Growth Index, and Swap US Large Cap Growth. That's the EFTs I have.
ETFs.
I always say that.
No, that's great.
You know where I get that from.
Yeah.
The trash boy, I'll be trying to get more money. Yeah, those ETFs, those are the one. And this one, yeah. So I went back to my stash one and I changed my stash as well. In my retirement one, I changed it. I was picking individual equities, but then I changed it. I went back and I changed it. And based off what M1 was doing, and my Acorn as well. My Acorn one, I was like, wait a minute, look like we got something going on here. Let me pay attention to these moves. and so I was impressed with the growth. So that's another thing, when with the new people, with some of these apps, those who are just learning until they learn how to pick their own, finding those, understanding that when they have the domestic or the long term or the mid or the small, and just showing them what it's doing in yours. Because this Acorn, I swear I didn't pick at all. I just put that money towards Acorn and let it go. I look again, I didn't even know I had money growing in a in a.
That's a good thing. I mean, of course, I need to tell you that, but that's a good thing. It's always a good thing when you got, again, the wherewithal to say, okay, well, let me get invested, through different apparatuses, apps, or whatever that give me, number one, the privilege in a lot of ways, right, to grow your money. And so, throwing a couple of dollars in them, just letting it sit, walking away, coming back, if nothing else, it's still gonna be what?
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying?
Yep. And Brandon, if I show you this one, Brandon, you'll be proud of me on this one. Because
which one is that?
Well, I don't know what it is. It's my Acorn.
Come on, man. You got to know your investments. You know.
I know. I gotta go find out. I just know the chart. If I do 1 year, my little chart go up and away. Hold on, let me tell you. I'll tell you in a minute. I have to figure it out. I don't even mess with this. I don't even mess. Oh, okay. So it's on a conservative. So I got a short-term government bond EFT. I got I got the G bill and I got 2 short-term government bonds. I got an ultra short-term government bond. Two of them, 3 of them. So all of them is like 20% of that investment. So it's evenly across. It's under the conservative, and it's been growing. I just got some dividends. Like, who just gave me some dividends?
Nice.
I got 2 dividends. Check me out. Shoot, I'm winning.
Getting paid.
So on my Acorn, I have it on my roundup. So I have my roundup from my account, and then I also send money. I send a couple dollars to it. I think I was sitting like $50, but yep. Yeah. So I like those right there. That's working out for me. Yeah, that's what I need to be able to see. And then of course I got my little equity stuff. I gotta get this stash one under control.
You're
Yeah.
in the right direction. Again, that's why I say, being in a position where you've taken advantage of this opportunity, really utilizing your other, parallel values and skills in business and finance now just really, 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 truly, signified, what you probably, should have been doing what they call it, you say years ago, right? It's like I done found my halfway calling, right? Right.
Yeah. Because
Getting there. Okay.
yeah, because so I'm thinking. So what I do is I try to compare. I say, okay, if in the state I was matching the state $100 a pay period, it's about $200 a month. I was like, okay, I could do that. Put that back into something and see because I already know what it gave in the state. Over 10 years, it was about 30,000 based on that little interest rate they had, right? So I was like, oh, an 8% interest rate on that $2,400.
See,
Oh yeah, compound interest over time. Yeah, I could do that.
that's it. You know, and,
Yeah,
and again, you in control. You in control of the situation. So I like it. Again, I love to see. When we, again, challenge ourselves, so to speak. That's basically what's happening here. You're being more managed. Of a manager of your funds and finances, uh, the way we're supposed to be, I should say, uh, and it's really giving you a return or a real hands-on approach to seeing it grow. You're cultivating it. It's kind of like when we was in school, like kindergarten, first grade, and that first time you had that grow a bean experience. You put that little bean in that little styrofoam cup and you water it every day. You watch the little plant grow. You be like, "Oh, this is nice." Right? That thing changed out like putting them little lima beans, black eyed peas, the lima beans, and watch it grow.
yeah, I like that. I like that. I'm like, yeah, I could do that right there.
Yeah, and it should, again, inspire anybody who's been thinking about doing just that to now see that they have, value and purpose to fulfill in this, I should say, because again, we're average, everyday people. We're extraordinary in our own right, of course, but we're showing you that none of us have had to go to some particular educational institution to learn this. The same way average people walk into this every day off the plantation and say, "I ain't looking back." It's just a testament of why I know we all have the position to do it. So I'm excited. Like I say, stay the course, guys. Stay hungry. Don't need me to tell you that, but I have to say it because again, we're here for the long haul. Look here, it just makes no sense for people to not put their best financial foot forward. And these people make all this money, and they ain't telling people how to do it. They just like, no, go get a job. Trump doesn't tell you need what? More workers, right? You try to get more jobs for black people. Like, no, bro, we don't want no job. We want freedom, right? So we can travel and enjoy life. So again, equity markets in the right place for the forex, the crypto, just own your own business or whatever. Asset holders pretty much they're the ones who run the yard. Period. That's how America's set up. It's capitalist society. It is what it is. Those who own assets run the yard. So it's time for us to get in that same lane and go get what's already promised to us. What was promised to us out the gate in a lot of ways too. But we just gotta be the ones to orchestrate it and cultivate it. The rest is history. Right? The rest will be history. So I'm excited. So I think we had a great powwow today. Go get me a little dinner. I know some of y'all probably already eating and chilling. But I'm sitting down here, my stomach touching my back. Right? I stomach touching my back a little bit. I'm ready to eat. I had some little fruit down while I was snacking a little bit. A little fruit. And
We appreciate you. We appreciate you.
I'm humble.
Oh yeah,
Y'all.
most definitely. Thank you.
I go to war with y'all any day of the week, hands down. No second guessing. Just tell me where to show up at. I already know it, so I'm humbled and grateful in the same breath. So, thank you all for tuning in. Again, had a very well-rounded discussion today about a lot of different things. Again, of course, we are all of the mindset that we are, again, trying to extract away from the system. More than anything, that's why we have a value to have these kind of discussions, and we have to look at things in a real world situation. So again, if you are a person who are of the political value and you favor these particular political parties, whatever, if I talked about your particular candidate or party today, that is not a personal value. It's just a natural observation. So it's not about putting people over our own presence or our own preservation, because I would never do that. I would never do that. Right? That's just me. Right? I'm never finna big up another person unless they are my real true battles. Right? Meaning you guys. Right? Because we the ones that come together and form Voltron. Right? I've yet to see politicians literally come back to some of the places that I know. And on more ways than average, not just showing it for political op, but really start doing the work of the people. So until we start to see that they really start taking that stuff to task, it's like any other thing, right? It's a whole lot of smoke and mirrors. So while they're sitting around holding your money hostage, which is the taxpayers' money anyway, your bills are not not lessening any less or whatever. Then look, ain't nothing else you can tell me about them. I'm not even to that game. So we got the markets, we got each other, we got business, things that we can be doing in terms of being able to kind of find a way to open up our own businesses. We got ways. That's basically what I'm trying to say. We have opportunity out there, right? But we have to take advantage of it. And you have to stop being scared. You got to get off the porch and take a chance on yourself for a change, right? We're not children. Stop letting the government treat you like a child, as if you can't make and tell a decision on your own. Trump pretty much told y'all that. He felt like y'all couldn't handle the truth. That's why he didn't want to tell y'all. Couldn't make stuff up. His words, not mine. I didn't want to tell him because I didn't want them to panic. Like you don't get to hold that from people. It's so severe like that. How you think we pay for the FBI and the CIA and the NSA and all that? We pay them. We pay their salary, taxpayer, so they can deliver intel for us. That's what help us to make better decisions for our own. You don't get to hold that, as a president, just because look. See, this is the kind of stuff I be talking about, man. Let me get off this pain part, get back on my soapbox.
All right. Good night, y'all.
Hey, y'all the best, man. Peace, power, profit to everybody. My best to everybody. Thank y'all for tuning in. Hope to see you guys tomorrow. Maybe get a chance to do a pre-market show, or I say pre-market offer for the future market. But nonetheless, more, what we always do, just come and have a roundtable discussion. So again, I put my value in you all any day over politicians. Just as long as y'all know that, you ain't got to worry about not losing their sleep because I said something about your little president, right? Or your potential president and Biden or Kamala, whatever. Right? I put my president, power in you guys in the day. So thank y'all for tuning in. See y'all on the next one. Peace, power, profit, everybody.
Peace.
Peace, family.
Peace, everybody.
Peace, over.